Chapter 351 The Emperor's Ambassador Hanyu vs. Whitebeard Edward Newgate for collection, for subscription, for fight. The 351st chapter Emperor Hanyu vs. Whitebeard Edward Newgate for collection, for subscription, for Hokage's strongest imperial emissary. Chapter 351 Emperor Emissary Hanyu vs. Whitebeard Edward Newgate for collection, for subscription, for beating. Guahahaha Lao Tzu is Whitebeard fighting with you. This is to my mind. Whitebeard slowly stood up, holding the big knife next to him in his right hand, and laughing loudly in his mouth say, "It's really tall. Whitebeard deserves to have the blood of a little giant." Han looked up at the tall Whitebeard, with a smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth. Then Hanyu's body quickly rushed towards the Whitebeard, fast speed, double knife flow. Babyard's eyes calmly looked at Hanyu, who was rushing over quickly, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, "However, such a speed ... but it can't hurt me." Babyard's mouth laughed loudly, and the big knife in his right hand instantly stopped in front of him. Ding! With a soft sound, Hanyu's two imperial tools instantly hit the Whitebeard's broadswords, but the broadswords of ordinary materials directly blocked Hanyu's attack. Babyard's right hand suddenly squeezed the big knife, and then quickly swept over. Following Babyard's movements, the big knife instantly slashed towards Hanyu with a biting hurricane. Second sword stream middle. Climb the tower. Hanyu yelled in a low voice, and the sword in his hands instantly slashed from bottom to top towards the Whitebeard's big knife. Peng. Following Hanyu's movements, two streamers instantly hit the Whitebeard's broadsword, and then a huge shockwave instantly spread to the surroundings. Open. It started diaresis. The captain and Hanyu's subordinates, who were still fighting just now, stopped all their movements and watched Hanyu and Babyard's battle. The battle between Captain Fan and Hanyu's subordinates can be said to be evenly matched. Therefore, at this time, after seeing Babyard fighting Hanyu, the battle can be terminated very tacitly. 5 Visions Observer. Hanyu's mouth let out a low cry, the aquamarine eyes above her forehead appeared instantly, and then Hanyu's eyes released waves of waves. "I see." Whitebeard's next move. Hanyu's face showed a smile, and his body instantly squatted, avoiding before the Whitebeard's attack arrived. And then the blade in his hands turned towards the Whitebeard, cut off his body. Did off? Is it domineering? There was a serious look on the Whitebeard's face. His left hand was instantly lifted, and his mouth whispered softly. Armed color. Whitebeard's mouth whispered. His left arm instantly turned black. And then Hanyu's attack was blocked by relying only on his left hand. Ding, ding, ding. Babyard and Hanyu quickly used physical skills to conduct offensive and defensive battles. However, Hanyu, who has the 5 Vision Universal Observer, can easily know Babyard's next move and use it. The vision ability disturbs Babyard's sight. Peng. With a soft sound, the Whitebeard's broadsword and Hanyu's Kunyu and Bafang instantly collided with each other, and then the two quickly jumped back. Guahahaha. What about the good kid? Is this the power of Daigu? Babyard's mouth laughed loudly, and he glanced at Hanyu's forehead, his face showing a faint look. Does this? I have the ability to predict the enemy's next move. However, it is absolutely impossible to hit me just by relying on this ability. Although Babyard used doubt, he said it was very certain. Babyard has already seen through some of the abilities of the 5 Visions Observer. Really? However, I never said that I only have one piece of imperial equipment. Hanyu's right hand slowly raised up like a pistol, with a playful smile on his face and his mouth sinking, said, "Flick the thread." Hanyu snorted in her mouth, and a ball of silk thread appeared on the index finger of her right hand. And then the silk thread rushed towards the Whitebeard like a bullet. Peng. With a dull sound, Hanyu's sudden attack caught the Whitebeard, who hadn't practiced, seen or heard, by surprise, and a small hole was pierced in his right arm. Guahahaha. It's careless. A little ghost left a scar on his body. Baihunomas didn't care about the wound on his right arm, laughed in his mouth, and then his eyes looking at Hanayu with appreciation. The next battle ... I'm going to use all my strength. Little devil, Whitebeard reminded with a smile on his face. I won't be merciful. Hanayu kid. Babyard's right hand suddenly clenched his fist, and the muscles and cyan blood vessels on the right arm slowly bulged out. Exclamation mark. Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Shaking the fruit. Chapter 352 Shaking Fruit. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 352 Shaking Fruit. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 352 Shakes the fruit. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. I won't be merciful. Hanayu kid. Whitebeard's right hand suddenly clenched his fist. The muscles on the right arm and the cyan the blood vessels slowly bulged out. Exclamation mark. This is finally going to fight in earnest. Whitebeard. Hanayu's aquamarine eyes on forehead turned slightly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said in a deep voice, Hey, daddy, are you going to sink our mobile? Marco, who was flying in the sky, yelled with a pair of dead fish eyes. Gahahaha, kid. Let's put the location on that small island. Babyard stopped his movements, turned his head and glanced at the surrounding environment, and then looked at a small island in the distance with a big mouth, said with a smile, No problem at all. Dimensional phalanx transfer. Hanayu's face showed a smile, snapped a finger with her right hand, and whispered in her mouth. On the surface of the Moby Dick, there was a huge golden dimensional phalanx. Appear instantly. Peng. With a soft sound, the huge Moby Dick 640 instantly disappeared above the sea, and at the same time, a huge hull fell down instantly over the small island selected by Whitebeard. Peng. With a loud noise, the Moby Dick landed heavily on the ground. The sturdy hull only glided on the ground for a certain distance, and then slowly stopped. This is Space Fruit ability. The Whitebeard pirate group looked at the sudden change in the surrounding environment, looked at Hanayu in shock with both eyes, guessing in its mouth. Goo-ah-ha-ha-ha. What a convenient ability. So, let's fight. Uchiha Hanayu, with a smile of appreciation on the Whitebeard's face, he let out a big laugh, and his body quickly jumped onto the island. And Hanayu also appeared on the island. The two stood quietly at a distance of 100 meters. A shock. Babyard's mouth suddenly whispered, and his right hand clenched a fist and instantly slammed into the air ahead. With the movement of the Whitebeard, cracks appeared in the air. Peng. With a loud noise, a terrifying shock appeared in front of Hanayu, and then Hanayu's body was instantly knocked out. Then instantly knocked out a huge dent on the deck. Ahem. Is this the ability to shake fruits? It's really very strong. Hanayu's body slammed on the deck a few times, and then fell heavily on the ground. At this time, Hanayu, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. With a look of excitement on his face, he said calmly, Evil-ridden invasion. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and a white 10-bladed suit appeared on her body. Swish. With a soft sound, Hanayu's ghost-ridden invasion flashed ray of light in an instant, and then a huge black bat wing appeared behind Hanayu. Go on. Hanayu's mouth whispered, the wings behind her instantly waved twice, and then Hanayu's figure instantly disappeared from Babyard's sight. The Spear of Thunder. Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Babyard's mouth instantly, with a low voice, a spear shining with blue light appeared in her right hand, and then Hanayu's right hand. The thunder spear in Hanayu quickly rotated a few times in Hanayu's hand, stabling towards the Whitebeard. Ding. With a soft sound, a big knife instantly blocked the attack of the thunder spear, and then Babyard's left hand suddenly stretched behind him, his 5 fingers spread out, and then he pulled it down forcefully. Peng, peng, peng. With the movements of the Whitebeard, The ground under Hanayu's feet suddenly shattered, and at the same time the ground instantly stood up. Thousands of miles flying fallen angel. Hanayu let out a low cry, and put away the black wings evolved from the evil ghost invasion. Following Hanayu's movements, a blue wing appeared behind him instantly. Although they are also wings, the wings evolved from the evil spirit-ridden invasion air only suitable for short gliding on the ground, not for flying. Peng. With a dull sound, Baby Yard's left hand suddenly used force, and the seawater beneath the ground rushed out like a sharp sword. Exclamation mark. A series of seawater pillars quickly rushed towards the cold moon in the sky. Romantic fort pumpkin. Hanayu's body was flying in the air, and a splendid gun appeared in his hands. It was a pumpkin cannon. Peng, peng. A series of small energy cannons instantly shot down the seawater column in front of them, and there appeared a series of brilliant halos caused by the explosion of the seawater in the sky. A shock. Baby Yard's right hand suddenly clenched a fist, and quickly shot it towards the sky. With Baby Yard's movements, a space crack appeared on Hanayu's head instantly. Crap. Hanayu suddenly raised her head to look over her head, screamed in her mouth, and flew quickly towards the distance. However, even if Hanayu's reaction was quick, the space crack created by Baby Yard was even faster. Almost instantly, a huge shockwave directly shot Hanayu down from a height of kilometers. Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Thor's Wrath Miller. Chapter 353 Thor's Wrath Admiral. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 353 Thor's Wrath Admiral. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Imperial Emperor. Chapter 353 Thunder God Wrath Admiral. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's body was instantly shot down from midair by the shockwave of the Whitebeard's ability to shake fruits. Cough. It really is the strongest shaking fruit. It is really ... not to be underestimated by sending a powerful shockwave through the vibration of the space. Hanayu slowly stood up from under the ground, the original chest. The injury recovered instantly, and a belt slowly appeared on Hanayu's waist. Surprisingly, it is the king of beasts of Emperor the Lion King, the ever-changing crossing tail, pointing to the spear Q. The strongest spear. Hanayu's mouth let out a low voice, and a spear consisting of a broken line appeared in her right hand, and then Hanayu's right hand suddenly moved. The spear in his hand was thrown at the Whitebeard past. Swish. A sound of piercing the air sounded, and the spear consisting of the broken line directly cut the air in half. Exclamation mark. So fast. Whitebeard's brows wrinkled slightly, he whispered in his mouth, and his right hand instantly took the big knife next to him. Then Baby Yard's right hand suddenly swung the big knife in his hand. Exclamation mark. Shaking fruit middle. Chop wave. Whitebeard's mouth uttered a low voice, and a burst of light flashed on the blade of the big knife. Then the white-bearded big knife instantly shook the fruit with the power of the bearer's shocking fruit and struck Hanayu's spear. Go with. Peng. A huge explosion sounded, and the extremely sharp and sturdy spears, all composed of the broken line, instantly collided with the Whitebeard's big knife, and the shockwave formed by the explosion instantly crushed the surrounding ground into dust. Exclamation mark. Kara. A crack quickly appeared on the body of the Whitebeard's big knife, and then a blade quickly fell down. This was because Baby Yard used the shock fruit to resist all the attacks of the broken line. Even so, the broken line still broke the Whitebeard's knife into a gap. Evil-ridden invasion. Invisible. Hanayu's mouth whispered. Her body instantly became transparent, and then her body swooped towards the Whitebeard at high speed. Did it disappear? Gahahaha. What a good ability. Han Wizang. There was a solemn expression on the Whitebeard's face. His mouth let out a big laugh, and his body stood quietly on the spot. As a strong man in Roger's era, Whitebeard possesses domineering and armed domineering. but he does not have a thorough understanding of what he sees and hears domineering. Otherwise, Whitebeard will not be ordinary in the war. The gun hit 6 styles middle. Iron nuggets. Violent heavy blow. Hanayu yelled in a low voice, and his figure instantly appeared behind Babyard. Using the iron nugget technique with his right hand, he quickly slammed behind the Whitebeard. Feel it. Armed color. The Whitebeard's eyes suddenly flashed, and he snorted, and a layer of black armed color appeared behind him. Peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu's improved iron block, a violent blow, instantly hit Babyard's body. The huge force caused the ground under Babyard's feet to collapse tens of meters, and the Whitebeard's body was also knocked out. Boom! The Whitebeard's big knife flying in the air suddenly swung out, the big knife hit the air, and then there was a sound of space shattering, and Hanayu's body was blasted out by a shock wave. Peng, peng, peng. Hanayu and Babyard's figures kept fighting in midair, and huge shock waves kept bombarding the island. The original flat island was blasted out by countless numbers. Pothole. Middle. 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 Ask for flowers. Middle. 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 Ha. Hanayu and Babyard's figure stopped, and there was a trace of sweat on Hanayu's face, and the breathing in his mouth increased slightly. But the Whitebeard in the distance just breathed a little heavier! The physical strength of the Whitebeard's peak period is really abundant. Hanayu raised her head and glanced at the Whitebeard in front of him, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, It seems ... you can only use that imperial tool. Hanayu let out a sigh of relief in her mouth, with a playful smile on her face. She said calmly, Emperor, Thunder God is angry at Miller. Hanayu suddenly shouted, following Hanayu's voice. A huge thunder and lightning instantly enveloped Hanayu's body. And as the lightning disappeared, on the backs of Hanayu's hands, 3 black gooey jade appeared, and the 3 gooey jade formed into a triangle. In the center of the 3 gooey jade, electric lights continuously appeared. Is this Thor's Wrath Admiral? The Emperor with the ability to manipulate thunderclouds. Different from but the armored style of the General, my Thor's Wrath Admiral is directly displayed as a symbol. So, General really won't use this imperial tool. Han raised her right hand and glanced at the black symbol on the back of her hand, with a smile on her face, and her mouth calmly said, Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Manipulate thunderclouds imperial equipment. Chapter 354 controls thunderclouds imperial equipment for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 354 control thunderclouds imperial equipment for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's strongest Emperor's Emperor. Chapter 354 controls thunderclouds Emperor's Emperor. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Gahahahaha. Is this another piece of imperial equipment? Hanayu kid. The Whitebeard's eyes looked at Hanayu's body with interest. A blue electric light slowly appeared, and he said with a big smile, Thunder God Wrath Admiral. But it is an imperial tool that has the ability to control thunderclouds. When the demon god can no longer freely use the ability of the demon god to manifest demon essence, undoubtedly, this imperial tool has the best ability, the means of attack. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile. The blue electric light on his body instantly covered his whole body, and he said in a deep voice, The ability of the 4th generation of Reikage can also be used. The armor of the Thunder God. Hanayu let out a low voice, and the thunder and lightning around her body instantly turned into a thunder and lightning armor, and the huge lightning continued to shine. Activate Hanayu's cell vitality! 2207 Go on. Hanayu whispered in her mouth. Her body turned into a flash of lightning, and she instantly appeared in front of Babyard. Her right hand suddenly made a fist and struck him. has the speed of thunder and lightning. This is troublesome. The Whitebeard's brows wrinkled slightly. His face was dignified, and with a whisper in his mouth, a layer was instantly carried on the blade of his right hand. Air pressure hood quickly waved to Hanayu, peng. With a loud noise, the thunder and lightning collided with the Whitebeard's fruit-shaking ability, and a terrifying shockwave instantly spread to the surroundings, and the ground under the feet of Han instantly shattered into countless pieces, and at the same time, everyone watching from a distance had to retreat to the rear again. Ninjutsu middle dot thunder done middle dot heavy flow explosion. Hanayu's body suddenly jumped into the air, and he let out a low drink. All the lightning was concentrated on the elbow, and then hit Bai suddenly. Beard on the tall shoulders. Peng. With a loud noise, the thunder and lightning stimulated Hanayu's body cells to the limit, and the huge force directly knocked the Whitebeard's body close to 6 meters high into the air. Peng, peng. The burly body of the Whitebeard was instantly hit into the ground by Hanayu's attack, and then the huge amount of lightning caused the Whitebeard's body to hit the rock again. Exclamation mark goo ah ha ha ha. What a powerful offensive ability. The tall body of the Whitebeard slowly stood up, with an excited smile on his face, and said with a big smile in his mouth, armed and domineering. Whitebeard's mouth suddenly shouted, and the fist of his right hand was instantly covered with a layer of black material. Done middle dot abuse level. Hanayu's right hand turned into a knife-like hand, and a dazzling blue light was covered on Hanayu's right hand. Then Hanayu's body instantly appeared in front of Baybeard, and her right hand turned to Baybeard again. Go Beard. Shock. Baybeard's right fist suddenly struck out, and then Hanayu's electric knife and Whitebeard's black fist instantly collided. Exclamation mark Kerala. Behind Hanayu, a piece of space instantly shattered, and the huge shaking ability instantly turned the land behind Hanayu into a mass of mud and scattered it in the sea. Stab. Bursts of electric light continuously emerged behind Baybeard, forming a blue electric grid, which also smashed the ground behind Baybeard into dust. Peng, peng. With a loud noise, Hanayu and Baybeard's body quickly launched an offensive and defensive battle. The Thunder God's armor covering Hanayu's body made Hanayu's body immune to the effects of the Whitebeard's shaking fruit, and Bai the shaking fruit of the beard can form a pressure shield around his body, and also reduces the damage of the cold moon thunder's electricity to a minimum. Exclamation mark done middle dot bang. Hanayu's body suddenly appeared behind Baybeard. His hands quickly grabbed Baybeard's body, lifted Baybeard's body, and then suddenly hit the ground. Above, the lightning around Hanayu's body instantly formed a huge explosion. Exclamation mark peng. With a loud noise, Baybeard's body was submerged in the explosion formed by thunder and lightning, and the huge explosive force quickly spread to the surrounding rocks, causing the already dilapidated island to approach its collapse again. Exclamation mark Kerala. On the ground, the Whitebeard god was covered with a transparent air pressure hood. At this time, cracks were rapidly formed, and the huge lightning explosion force of the cold moon instantly destroyed the Whitebeard pressure hood. Exclamation mark goo ah ha ha. What a fun battle. Baybeard's body slowly stood up from the pothole, with an excited smile on his face, and said with a big smile in his mouth. At this time, a trace of blood was flowing from the corner of the Whitebeard's mouth. Obviously, Hanayu's attack just now had an effect. Cough. Hanayu suddenly coughed in her mouth. The Whitebeard's air pressure hood has the ability to counter shock, so that when Hanayu releases the attack, it also bears the attack. Exclamation mark hiss. The eyes. More painful. Hanayu's left hand slowly covered his left eye, with a trace of pain on his face, and said in thought, next, let's hit the winner. Whitebeard. Hanayu's face showed a trace of anxiety, feeling the tingling in his left eye intensifying, and said calmly in his mouth, goo ah ha ha, just what I meant. Baybeard's right hand suddenly released the big knife. His right hand clenched tightly, and he said in a deep voice, exclamation mark done middle dot Lee hot knife middle dot 100,000 volts. Hanayu's mouth suddenly screamed, and then all the thunder and lightning all over his body gathered in his body, and at the same time, Hanayu's body was accompanied by 100,000-volt lightning body. It turned into an electric light and rushed towards the Whitebeard in an instant. Space middle dot explosion. 4.7 The Whitebeard still stood still. The muscles of his right hand burst into bruises, and he suddenly shouted. His right hand immediately faced the cold moon's attack. Peng! A huge explosion sounded. Hanayu and Babyard's bodies were still in place, and then a huge shockwave instantly spread towards the entire island. Boom! Boom! Peng! Because of the huge impact, the small island began to fall apart and was quickly scattered in the seawater. All the people on the small island fell into the seawater in an instant. Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Half a year. Return to Naruto. Chapter 355 6 months. Return to Naruto. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. 355th chapter. Half a year. Return to Naruto. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 355 Half a year. Return to Naruto. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Kinoba Gale. On the deck of the Kinoba pirates, a middle-aged uncle in a green tights gave a low voice. Both feet instantly turned into a gale and attacked a manatee. Konoha Gale. This manatee also uttered a word. His body jumped into the air. His tail fin also turned into a ball of gale, and then he launched a rapid offensive and defensive battle in the air. Peng, peng, peng. There was a dull crash on the deck, and the figures of one man and one cow were fighting on the deck. Uncle Lan. Kung Fu Manatee. You guys are really very energetic. A young man walked out of the cabin at this time. He glanced at the opponents and said with a smile. The young man who came out was Hanayu, Han Wizang, youth. But it needs blood. The blue beast blue had a look of excitement on its face, and 19 said with an impassioned mouth, youth. Needs blood. Captain Hanayu. Kung Fu Manatee's eyes looked at Hanayu earnestly, and said in his mouth. Then Lan and Kung Fu Manatee held their heads and cried instantly. You guys are really helpless. A black line appeared on Hanayu's face. She slowly closed her eyes, and whispered in her mouth, time flies. It's been half a year. Hanayu sat quietly on the deck, opened her eyes, and looked at the sea in the distance, whispering in her mouth. It has been half a year since the fight with the Whitebeard pirates. During this half a year, Roger D. Roger, the captain of the Roger pirates, learned that he had an incurable disease. The final voyage on the route, meanwhile, met the ship Dr. Kuroka's on the upside-down mountain. In the same 6 months, Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, continued to realize his family dream on the Great Sea route. It is worth mentioning that in the battle with Hanayu half a year ago, Whitebeard, who fell into the sea due to the collapse of the island, was saved by Namuamerlik, but because he lost his fruiting ability in the sea, and being squeezed by the water pressure of the sea, although he was rescued in an instant, it still caused Babyard to have a serious illness, and also caused Babyard to have a heart attack in his old age. Regarding the battle 6 months ago, who won the Whitebeard and Han? The various teams of the Whitebeard pirates all agreed that it was a tie, because Han had also fallen into the sea. However, unlike the Whitebeard whose limbs are weak when encountering seawater, Hanayu climbed out with the last bit of strength on her own. Because of the battle with the Whitebeard pirates, the members of the Kino pirates drew the attention of the Navy headquarters. Shakaya Hakura, Bakugai, the Ghost Lamp Xuanai of the Ghost Lamp family, and the Misty Seven Swords who participated in the battle. All of Ringo Yuri have set bounty. In the past 6 months, Hanayu embarked on a journey to find magical items. Because of Hanayu's silent search for magical items, the Navy headquarters began to pay less attention to the Kino pirates, and the bounty gradually decreased. Finally, it has dropped to the level of 1 Bailey. In the past 6 months, Hanayu went to the Sky Island and saw a giant python that could survive for hundreds of years. At the same time, she collected the blood of the giant python, and picked up a cloud fox. My understanding, as well as the training of Thunder Dunjutsu ninjutsu moves, and some applications of the Thunder attribute abilities were written as a Woodleaf pirate group Thunder Dunge practice mystery and threw it onto the Sky Island. This half a year is really interesting. I got a lot of things. Hanayu looked down at the seal scroll in front of her, with a smile on her face. IQ plant, telephone worm, blood of rare beasts, blood of sea kings, a section of the huge bean vine on the Sky Island. I also got a devil fruit. According to the information in the manual, the power of this fruit is human. The branch of the human fruit. The human language fruit. Hanayu said with an unstoppable smile on her face, whispering in her mouth. And this fruit of human language also makes Kung Fu Manatee a manatee that can talk, but the price is that this manatee can only live on land forever. And the most important thing is that in the past 6 months, the brand new kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes have been gestated. Hanayu's eyes slowly opened, and a pair of bright eyes slowly emerged. In the center of the pupils of the eyes, the stars are shining brightly. The time is almost here. I also know the way to go back. I have to say that I also want to thank Datongma Huai. Let the end of the world of my Tegu Dimension Square Shangri-La link between the two worlds. Han Yu's face showed a playful look, and said in a deep voice. In these 6 months, Hanayu finally found a way to go back, that is, to use the end of the world of the dimensional square Shangri-La. Speaking of it, it should be the end of the world of nothingness, but it is because the time and space turbulence of Datongma Huai is linked to the pirate world, forming a time and space channel. Although the opening of this channel will take half a year to open! Ha! Are you finally able to return with the 380? It's just that such a huge ship. What on earth should I do? Land stopped practicing physical skills, walked over, and asked calmly in his mouth, "Will this ship is handed over to you for protection?" Hanayu's face pondered for a moment, and then he called out. Following Hanayu's words, Will, who had been at the helm in the cabin, walked out slowly! Half a year ago, after the battle with Whitebeard, Will became a fanatical admirer of Hanayu. At the same time, according to Will's request, Hanayu used God's hand the perfector to soften Will's body. At the same time, after half a year of experimentation, Hanayu finally transplanted the bones and veins of the Huai family into Will's body. I will definitely deliver this ship to your hands. Captain Hanayu. Will showed a firm look on his face, and said in a deep voice. Then, thanks for your hard work. Will, we will see you again. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La middle. The end of the world. Start. Hanayu had a smile on his face, and he snorted in his mouth, and his body instantly entered gorgeous space. Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Chapter 356 Return for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 356 Return for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor is back in Chapter 356 for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Then, thank you for your hard work. Will, we will see you again. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La middle. The end of the world. Start. Hanayu's face with a slight smile, with a low drink from his mouth, his body instantly entered a gorgeous space. In the 14th year of Konoha, Ebisa became a ninja, and Moonlight High 8 just graduated from the ninja school. Konoha, who has experienced the Third Ninja World War, finally began to develop peacefully. Because of the death of the 4th generation of Naruto, the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi has become the 3rd generation of Naruto again. After Hanayu disappeared, the 3rd generation of Hokage paid close attention to Hanayu's residence. For the 3rd generation of Naruto Sarutobi risen, the powerful Hanayu suddenly disappeared. It was either sentenced to the village or assassinated by other ninjas. In the 3 months since Hanayu disappeared, Shimura Danzo, who had been suppressed by Hanayu, began to develop secretly, and because of the Nine Tails attack on the village, Hokage's direct Anbu was transferred to the Root Organization and send members of the Root Organization to monitor Hanayu's residence all the time. At the same time, the 3 generations of Hokage also secretly dispatched a team of Anbu to monitor Hanayu's residence. Hey, where did you say that Lord Hanayu went? There has been no news for 3 months. It seems that Lord Hanayu has disappeared from the entire ninja world. Lord Hanayu won't really be the sentenced village. Hanayu in a dark place of the residence, an Anbu member with a look of doubt on his face, said in a deep voice. Mahara-kun, don't speculate about Lord Hanayu. You know, Lord Hanayu is Konoha's hero. How could it be possible to disappear for no reason? It must be Lord Hanayu who has encountered a tricky thing and left Konoha for 3 months. Take Shitagawa, who is also an Anb, frowned slightly. A look of anger flashed across his face, and said calmly in his mouth. For Take Shitagawa, who saw Hanayu fight with his own eyes and regarded Hanayu as a hero as the third ninja war, of course he couldn't bear it when someone talked about Hanayu from behind. I'm very sorry. Take shit as an exclamation mark. Mahara apologized when he saw the angry look on Take Shitagawa's face, with a trace of apology on his face. As a companion, he knew that Take Shitagawa was absolutely respectful to Hanayu. Quiet. Matsuda Jiruma, who had not spoken, showed a serious look on his face. He let out a low drink and looked at Hanayu's residence with a look of excitement on his face. Following Matsuda Jiruma's words, Shihara and Take Shitagawa looked at Hanayu's residence again. Swish. With a slight sound, a light flashed within Hanayu's residence, and then a complicated gossip pattern appeared in Hanayu's room. This is... finally appeared. Matsuda Jiruma's face showed a smile, whispered softly in his mouth. What is this? Mao Yuan, who had just become an Anbu member, showed a look of doubt on his face. He glanced at the excited expressions of the 2 seniors in front of him, and asked in his mouth. The Emperor Uchiha Hanayu's Emperor Uchiha's Emperor Uchiha, the dimensional phalanx launched by the dimensional array Shangri-La. It is the same spatial ninjutsu as the 4th generation of Naruto. Take Shitagawa's face showed a frenzy. The look, his eyes burst out with a ray of light, and he explained in his mouth. Swish, swish, swish. As the dimensional square inches the Hanayu room emitted a golden light. The dimensional squares in some places in Konoha all shone! Exclamation mark. Captain Hanayu ... I'm finally back. On the ground in the room of a teenager in the Hyuga branch's resident, the dimensional square array that had been dimmed for 3 months instantly shined, and it was originally practicing. A smile appeared on Sato's face, and he whispered softly in his mouth, Master Hanayu are back. On the sea surface closest to Konoha, there was a small island floating. At this time, the dimensional square inches the center of the island burst into light, and it has been guarding here. The 4 ghosts of the Rakshasa, the ministers, and Hanyu's subordinates all showed a happy smile on their faces. For them, Hanyu is the only existence that can reflect their own value. Swish. With a soft sound, Hanayu's body suddenly walked out of the end of the world. At this time, Hanayu's body was covered with a fiery red chakra coat, but Hanayu had to use the 9 tails in her body. Only the infinite chakras can start the space leap of the dimension square Shangri-La. Finally, are you back? Hanayu slowly walked out of the dimensional square, looked at the surrounding environment with her eyes, and then said with a smile on her face, sighing in her mouth, 5 visions observer. Open. Hanayu let out a low cry in her mouth, and a turquoise eye appeared on her forehead, and then Hanayu's sight enveloped the entire Konoha village. Konoha village. Some interesting changes have taken place. However, it's really the same as always. Peaceful. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and said in a deep voice. Then Han Yu's body slowly walked out. Come out. A quiet smile appeared on the faces of Anbu hidden in the dark and the members of the Root organization, whispering secretly in his mouth. The ever-changing tale of crossing. Han Yu snorted in her mouth, and Li Wang'ao silk threads suddenly appeared in her right hand. These silk threads quickly attacked the dark parts and root tissues hidden in the dark. Boom, boom, boom. Han Yu's silk thread tied up the bodies of these ninjas before they could react, and then Han Yu's right hand moved slightly, and all 10 ninjas flew towards Han Yu and smashed on the ground at the foot of Han Yu. Tell the guy from the 3rd generation of Naruto and Danzo, Imuakai Hanayu ... him back. Han Yu's eyes drooped slightly, looking down at the ninjas in front of him, and there was a look of horror on the faces of these Dark and Root organization members. At that time, a gentle smile suddenly appeared on Han Yu's face, and she said calmly, "Thank you C for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Chapter 357 The Warning of the 3 Generations of Naruto. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 357 The Warning of the 3 Generations of Naruto. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 357. 3 Generations of Naruto's Warning. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Uekai Hanayu. Are you back? In the Hokage office of Konoha village, the old 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi had a face on his face with a trace of contemplation. He glanced at the dark part in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "Yes." 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Uekai Hanayu walked out of his house. Take Shitagawa, who was in charge of monitoring Hanayu's residence, had a serious expression on his face, and said softly, "I see. Go down." The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned slightly, glanced at the village of Konoha in the distance, took a deep breath of the pipe, and said in his mouth, "Uekai Hanayu ... In these 3 months, where have you been?" 3 generations of Hokage's face showed a thoughtful expression, and whispered secretly in his mouth, "Peng." With a loud noise, the door of Hokage's office was violently pushed open, and then Shimura Danzo, who was wrapped in a bandage on the right half of his body, walked in with a gloomy expression. "Sarutobi, Uekai Hanayu, that kid is back." Shimura Danzo slowly walked to the opposite side of the 3rd generation of Hokage and sat down in 623, with a gloomy look on his face, and said in a low voice, "I know. You seem to be very anxious." Danzo. The 3rd generation of Hokage glanced at Shimura Danzo calmly, with a playful smile on his face, and said calmly, "I want to know, where did Uekai Hanayu go in these 3 months?" Shimura Danzo's brows frowned slightly, and his mouth asked gloomily, "Give me enough." Shimura Danzo. The 3 generations of Hokage looked at Shimura Danzo's gloomy face, frowned slightly, and said in his mouth, "Sarutobi ... Do you want to allow such a powerful uncertainty factor? Maybe the 3 months after Uekai Hanayu disappeared is like Oshimaru, it is for the village to save strength." Shimura Danzo, the body suddenly stood up, slapped his right hand on the table, and shouted loudly in his mouth, "Instability factor Bjsi." Shimura Danzo, do you know what you are talking about? The biggest instability factor among Konoha is you. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked at Danzo calmly with his eyes low, and his mouth was low, said, "Damn it. Do you still want to be negative about the definition of the village proposed by the elders, like Uekai Hanayu disappeared 3 months ago?" Shimura Danzo's face was cold, and his mouth said gloomily, "Because I know that Konoha doesn't need an enemy like Uekai Hanayu." The eyes of the 3rd generation of Hokage flashed a light, and the mouth said calmly, "You ... You are old." Sarutobi risen. Danzang looked at the 3 generations of Fire Film moments, then turned and walked towards the door. When he was about to walk out, Danzang said quietly, "Yes, I don't deny that I'm old. Also, Danzo. If you let the Night Strike team know what you just said. The three generations of Hokage's face showed a serious expression. His mouth remained cut. Shimura Danzo's body paused slightly after leaving, with a cold expression on his face, and then walked out of the Hokage office with a gloomy expression. It's time to have a chat with Uchiha Hanayu, especially now in the unstable period of Uchiha's family. The three generations of Naruto Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look on his face, and muttered to himself. With the words of the three generations of Hokage, 5 chakra flames suddenly appeared between the 5 fingers of the 3 generations of Hokage's right hand, which was the seal of the 5 elements. 5 elements seal middle dot solution. 3 generations of Hokage's mouth whispered, and his right hand suddenly slapped on the ground in the middle of the Hokage's office. Following the movements of the 3rd generation of Hokage, a golden light appeared in the Hokage's office. It was Hanayu. Dimensional phalanx. Swish. With a soft sound, Hanayu's body stepped out of the dimensional square. At this time, Hanayu had a playful smile on her face, and her eyes calmly looked at the 3 generations of Hokage in front of her. Yo, long time no see. 3 generations of Hokage. You finally left me to the 4th generation of Hokage's dimensional square. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the 3rd generation of Hokage, and said with a deep voice, Uchiha Hanayu, I want to know where you have been in these 3 months. The 3rd generation of Hokage looked at Hanayu with serious eyes, and asked seriously, go to a place you will never be able to reach. Han said non-committal with a trace of emotion on her face. A place you can't reach. Uchiha Hanayu, I don't care where you go, but you have to remember, you are a ninja from Konoha village. The 3 generations of Hokage's eyes were deep, and the mouth was deep! Of course, I was Konoha's ninja. Hanayu said with a smile on his face, his mouth calmly. In that case, the night attack team created by my authorization for the 3rd Ninja World War. Removed from the Anbu. At the same time, Hanayu-kun can also rest for a while. The 3rd generation of Hokage's face with a satisfied smile. He said in a deep voice, yes, all members of the Night Raid team must become special ninjas. When there is no major crisis in the village, they cannot be summoned. Let them rest with me for a while. Hanayu's eyes glanced at the 3rd generation of Hokage, his face with a playful smile. He said quietly, agree. Then, there is nothing else. I need to work. 3 generations of Hokage's face showed a kindly smile, and said calmly, thank you JMN 122k for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Konoha's Kung Fu Manatee and Met Ki. Chapter 358 Konoha's Kung Fu Manatee and Met Kai. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 358 Konoha's Kung Fu Manatee and Met Kai. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor. Chapter 358 Konoha's Kung Fu Manatee and Met Kai. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Agree. Then, there is nothing else. I need to work. 3 generations of Hokage's face showed a kindly smile, and said calmly, sure enough, it is the style of the 3 generations of Hokage. The gentle policy. Is this the will of fire that the 3 generations of Hokage insists on? Hanayu walked quietly on the streets of Konoha, looking at the bustling crowd with his eyes, whispered softly, Yaramen. Hanayu stopped in front of the restaurant of Yaramen, glanced at the popular Yaramen shop, with a playful smile on his face, and walked in slowly. Excuse me. What does this little brother need? With a smile on his face, Uncle Yale glanced at Hanayu who came in, and asked in his mouth, a bowl of miso ramen. Hanayu turned her head and looked at the customers around her, and then a gentle smile appeared on her face. She whispered in her mouth, got it. A bowl of miso ramen. Uncle Yale showed a happy smile on his face, and whispered in his mouth. Next to him was a girl who was the same age as Hanayu. Obviously, this girl belonged to Uncle Yale. Daughter Chenpu. This boy looks familiar. Some customers and ninjas in the ramen shop were eating, secretly observing Hanayu sitting alone on the table, with a trace of doubt on his face. Expression. Brother, your ramen is ready. Uncle Yao still smiled, holding a bowl of ramen in both hands and placing it in front of Hanayu, and said softly, Uncle in trouble. Put it here. Han said with a small smile on his face. Exclamation mark. Is this little brother only himself? Uncle Yao put down the sauce ramen, glanced at Hanayu, and asked casually. According to Uncle Yao, Hanayu, who was about the same age as her own daughter, did not wear a forehead, and should not be Konoha's ninja. A person. Yeah, I seem to have forgotten that guy. Hanayu's expression was slightly stunned, then there was a smile on her face, and her mouth murmured softly, Peng. With a soft sound, a seal scroll appeared in Hanayu's hands. Seeing Hanayu's movements, Uncle Yao, who had been paying attention to Hanayu, showed a look of surprise on her face. Seal middle dot resolution. Hanayu's left hand opened the scroll, and then his right hand suddenly slapped on the scroll. Following Hanayu's movements, the seal scroll instantly emitted a white smoke. Moo. A unique cry attracted the eyes of everyone in the ramen restaurant, including the busy Calamus. This ... What is this? Little brother's psychic beast. Uncle Yao looked at a manatee that appeared in front of him, with a look of surprise on his face, and said curiously, No, this is not my psychic beast. This is Kung Fu Manatee. Please have another bowl of ramen. Hanayu's face showed a slight smile, glanced at the surprised Uncle Yao, and smiled lightly. Say, Yo, Lord Hanayu, is this what you call Konoha? Kung Fu Manatee kept looking at the surrounding environment with a curious look in his eyes, and asked in his mouth, speaking unexpectedly, is it really a psychic beast? Uncle Yao was surprised that Kung Fu Manatee could speak. After all, only a small number of psychic beasts can speak, and most of them can speak. Spirit beasts cannot speak. This Uncle Youth is absolutely not allowed to be a psychic beast. Kung Fu Manatee looked at Yila seriously, suddenly stretched out his thumb with his right hand. His eyes were burning with flames, and his mouth said generously, although Kung Fu Manatee does not understand the meaning of psychic beasts, this does not hinder the passionate Kung Fu Manatee. Middle dot 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 fine flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. This is really a very strong sense of sight. Uncle Yao showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, and then his eyes looked towards the door. Following the movements of Uncle Yao, Hanayu also saw the three people at the door. Oh, I read, Asma. It's been a long time since I saw you, Hanayu said with a smile on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. It turned out to be Hanjun. You came back from the mission? Asma's face showed a surprised expression, and asked in a low voice, It's been a long time. Mr. Hanayu. Zai Ryong's eyes looked at Hanayu calmly, a smile appeared on his face, and his mouth greeted softly, Yo. Compared to Jun Hanayu returning from a mission, I care more about the creatures next to you. Met Ki, in a green tights, showed a surprised expression on his face. His eyes were staring at the Kung Fu Manatee. His mouth sinking, said, Green tights? Are you also the inheritor of youth? However, green tights are not something everyone can wear. Kung Fu Manatee stopped eating ramen and turned to look at the green tights on Met Ki. Yi, with a playful expression in his eyes, said in a deep voice, Let's have a youth showdown. The green manatee over there. Met Ki also looked at the Kung Fu Manatee with excitement. A youthful flame appeared in his eyes, and he said loudly, Thank you JMN 122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Youth showdown. Exclamation mark. Chapter 359 The Showdown of Youth! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 359 Youth Showdown! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 359 Youth Showdown! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly tickets. Let's have a youth showdown. The green manatee over there. Metkai also looked at the Kung Fu manatee with excitement. His eyes popped out. There was a flame of youth, and he said loudly, "Youth is not afraid of any challenge." The thick eyebrows over the ... Let me Kung Fu manatee tell you that not everyone can wear a green tights. Kung Fu manatee's right hand pressed gently on the raiment table. After a moment, the body instantly leapt into the air for a few laps, then fell in front of Metkai, and said quietly, "Come on, young and bloody manatee." Metkai's right hand stood up suddenly, and he said loudly, and following Metkai's words, Kung Fu manatee's right hand also stood up. Really? A strong sense of fear in Zero, Hanayu, Asuma and Yurong's faces showed a trace of black lines, and their eyes calmly looked at the two green creatures that acted exactly the same. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Then Hanayu's right hand waved casually, and the figures of several people instantly appeared in Konoha's training ground number 34. Go! Metkai's body made a steel fist starting position, and then he whispered in his mouth. His body instantly rushed towards the Kung Fu manatee, and his right hand quickly hit the Kung Fu manatee's shoulder. Too slow. Kung Fu manatee's eyes calmly looked at the attacking Metkai. His brows were slightly wrinkled, his mouth whispered, and his right hand stretched out instantly. Peng! With a soft sound, Kung Fu manatee's extended right hand instantly intercepted Metkai's fist, and then Kung Fu manatee's body instantly jumped up, and the tail fin instantly kicked toward Metkai's chest. Peng! With a soft sound, the tail fin of the Kung Fu manatee was blocked by Metkai's left arm, and then the silhouettes of Metkai and Kung Fu manatee quickly turned into afterimages, and they continued to engage in physical attack and defense battles. Its amazing speed. A gentle smile appeared on Zirayong's face. Her eyes moved quickly following the movements of Metkai and Kung Fu manatee, and she said with a sigh, "Although this Kung Fu manatee is surprising, Ake's physical skills are very strong." With a trace of contemplation on the face of Asuma, the wind attribute, he lit a cigarette in his mouth. Shensheng said, "Really, Asuma? I don't think so. You know ... Kung Fu manatee's physical skills are also very strong." Han whispered softly with a playful smile on his face. Say, Konoha Cyclone. Metkai's mouth whispered. His body suddenly jumped into the air, and his right foot instantly kicked towards the Kung Fu manatee. Konoha Cyclone. The Kung Fu manatee also yelled in a low voice, and the body also jumped into the air, and the tail fin quickly slammed toward Metkai's right foot. Peng! With a dull sound, the bodies of Metkai and Kung Fu manatee instantly fought in midair, and at the same time their hands were constantly attacking. Konoha rigid tornado. Metkai's body spun around in an instant, and then he used astonishing speed and strength to kick back and kicked, quickly attacking the Kung Fu manatee. Konoha breaks the rock and rises. Kung Fu manatee whispered from his mouth. His body flipped, and his tail fin instantly slammed from top to bottom towards Metkai's attack. Peng! With a loud noise, the two attacks collided together at the same time, and a huge whirlwind instantly knocked out a huge hole in the surrounding ground. Youth really needs blood. Metkai shouted loudly. His body jumped into the air and then fell like a meteor. Peng! With a loud noise, Metkai's right foot hit the ground, and the ground beneath Metkai's feet collapsed instantly. The current blow. Kung Fu manatee quickly supported the ground with both hands, and then quickly backflips to avoid Metkai's attack. At the same time, Kung Fu manatee suddenly clenched his right fist and instantly hit the ground under Metkai. Peng! Kung Fu manatee's right hand slammed on the ground where Metkai was, and the huge force instantly shook the ground. The ground at the feet of Kung Fu Manatee and Metki was like a wave, shaking. What is this? Metki glanced down at the constantly shaking ground around him, with a look of surprise on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "This is my unique method of attack. I hit the ground with my own strength, making the ground vibrate like the sea surface. After this move, even the teacher was defeated by me." Kung Fu Manatee's face was calm. His smile said in a deep voice, "Swish." A blast of air sounded, and the Kung Fu Manatee's body was on the ground like waves, and its speed instantly doubled. At this time, the Kung Fu Manatee quickly appeared in front of Metki, who was stabilizing his body. It hit Metki's body from top to bottom. Peng! With a soft sound, Metki's body was hit hard by the Kung Fu Manatee's tail fin on the ground. "Teacher, speaking of it, your physical skill turned out to be a steel fist. It's amazing." Metki's body kept undulating, and as the ground vibrated like a sea wave, a trace of doubt appeared on his face. With a look, he asked inquiringly, 0.6 really embarrassed. Metki, you may not have heard of me, but you must know this move. Kung Fu Manatee showed a playful look on his face, and his body was on the ground like the waves. "It's so easy." 8-door dungeon open. Kung Fu Manatee shouted loudly, and a huge chakra appeared on the body instantly, and at the same time a trace of blue veins appeared on the Kung Fu Manatee's arms. Thank you JMN 122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. 8 doors dungeon. 2 blue beasts. Chapter 368 Door Dungeon. 2 blue beasts. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 368 Door Dungeon. 2 blue beasts. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 360. 8-door dungeon. 2 blue beasts. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. 8-door dungeon open. Kung Fu Manatee shouted loudly, and a huge chakra appeared on the body instantly, and at the same time Kung Fu Manatee's arms, a trace of blue veins appeared on it. "Nani? Why do you use 8-door dungeon?" Metki's face showed a solemn look. His eyes were looking at the Kung Fu Manatee enveloped in the huge chakra, and he said in a deep voice, "Why would I use Baemon Dungeon? Speaking of it, only the teacher is the one who created the secret arts like Baemon Dungeon." Kung Fu Manatee's face wore a look of worship, and he clenched his fists, feeling it. With the powerful power of his body, he said quietly, "You mean was taught to you by my father? How is this possible?" Metki's face showed an incredible look. His eyes were staring at the Kung Fu Manatee, and his mouth was deep. "Say, 17 when your father participated in the Third Ninja World War, he met a manatee in the sea who was eager to learn physical skills. Simply put, I became a disciple of the Blue Beast Matai." Kung Fu Manatee's face there was a look of gratitude, and he said quietly, "These explanations are all explained by Uncle Lan to Kung Fu Manatee in Pirate World. The purpose is to give Kung Fu Manatee a reasonable identity." "Is that so, father? Do you still have a disciple?" Metki's eyes flashed with a complex look, with a trace of sadness on his face. He muttered in his mouth, "So, not everyone can wear a green tights." The Kung Fu Manatee's figure moved quickly to Metki's side, and his right hand suddenly knocked the somewhat dazed Metki out of his mouth. Said quietly, "Cough, youth is not allowed to be sad." Metki slowly stood up from the ground, coughed in his mouth. His eyes regained his youthful light, and his mouth chuckled lightly. "Say, 8-door dungeon open." Metki's mouth whispered. The opening of the 8 doors opened instantly, and then a huge chakra also appeared on Metki's body. "Konoha smash." Metki's mouth whispered. His body instantly jumped into the air, and then suddenly fell, and his right foot instantly hit the Kung Fu Manatee. Konoha Ganglai Whirlwind. Kung Fu Manatee let out a low cry, and the tail fin instantly kicked toward Metkai. The immense force caused a hurricane in the air around Metkai and Kung Fu Manatee to instantly form. Peng. With a loud noise, a huge pit appeared in the place where the two were fighting, and the same tremendous power of Metkai and Kung Fu Manatee made their bodies fly back at the same time. Nice attack. 8-door Dungia middle dot Duman open. Kung Fu Manatee's right hand pressed on the ground, and his body instantly tumbled, standing on the ground, his eyes burning with blood, and his mouth said with a deep voice! Following the words of Kung Fu Manatee, a huge green steam appeared on his body. Sure enough, it's a good opponent. Duman open. Metkai's right foot struck the ground suddenly, and the retreating body suddenly stopped, and then green steam appeared on Metkai's body. Konoha Cyclone. Two voices of Konoha Rigid Cyclone appeared at the same time, and then the two figures instantly collided, and at this time the two figures had completely disappeared from the ground. So fast, can't keep up with their movements at all. As a phantom ninja, Yuri Hong's face showed a calm look, and whispered in her mouth, two blue beasts. It's really a well-matched physique battle. Sarutobiasma showed a smile on his face, and said with a light sigh, peng, peng, peng. A loud noise continued to sound, and every attack by Metkai and Kung Fu Manatee would leave a pit on the ground. Peng, peng. Two dull noises appeared. During the battle between the two, Metkai's right hand hit Kung Fu Manatee's chest suddenly, and Kung Fu Manatee's tail fin swept Metkai's shoulder at the same time! The two bodies flew back at the same time. Ha ha. What a bloody battle! Metkai's right hand was slightly supporting the ground, a trace of sweat appeared on his face, and his mouth calmly said, you shouldn't reach the limit yet. Metkai. Kung Fu Manatee also showed a tired look on his face, with a smile on his face, and said in a deep voice, 8-gate Dungia middle dot Jingman, open. Metkai's eyes were burning with youthful flames. A look of excitement appeared on his face. His hands crossed his chest, and a low sip from his mouth. Following Metkai's movements, a huge cyan steam appeared on Metkai's body instantly. Is 037 the cyan steam after the Jingman opened? Sure enough, the 8-door Dungia that we opened is still a bit different. Kung Fu Manatee glanced at Metkai, who opened the Jingman with a trace of his face. Smile, said in a deep voice. Following the words of Kung Fu Manatee, a layer of sea blue steam appeared on its body instantly. Towards the peacock, Metkai's body suddenly jumped into the air, and his hands kept hitting high-speed punches. The ultra-fast punching speed made the air instantly generate flames, and then the shockwave formed by the flames instantly looked like a peacock opened. Generally attacked towards the Kung Fu Manatee. The waves hit. The body of the Kung Fu Manatee also jumped into the air, with both hands clenched and knocked out at the same high speed. Following the words of the Kung Fu Manatee, a huge wave-shaped shockwave was generated by the huge force, and it instantly moved towards Matt K. Hit it. Peng, peng, peng. There was a continuous explosion in the sky, and the two attacks instantly collided together. After opening the gate, the huge power destroyed all the surrounding trees. Thank you JMN122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Itachi's Troubles. Chapter 361 Troubles of Itachi. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 361 Troubles of Itachi. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor is the trouble of Chapter 361 Itachi. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. It's really an unexpected ending. Hanayu sat quietly in the Yaraman shop, with a playful smile on his face, said quietly, unexpectedly. This manatee turned out to be a guy who is not inferior to Akai in physique. Zai Ryong's eyes were as calm as ever, with a smile on her face, She whispered in her mouth. There are 2 blue beasts in Konoha. This will make the old man laugh for a while. However, Metkai and Kung Fu Manatee were all injured because of the battle. Sarutobiasma touched it. With a thin beard and a trace of contemplation on his face, he said with a light smile in his mouth. Speaking of which, Konoha Hospital has shown enough interest in the Kung Fu Manatee that can be evenly matched with that eye. Beside Hanayu, a young man wearing a dark costume and a mask on his face. His mouth is cold. Say, Kakashi, it's been a long time since I saw you. It's still so cold. Hanayu turned to look at Kakashi's dead fish eyes, with a trace of helplessness on his face, and said with a sigh, Cut. Hanayu, I am also curious about where you have been in these 3 months. Kakashi glanced at Hanayu with a pair of dead fish eyes. His face was expressionless, and his mouth calmly said, Your ramen is here. Shinku of Ya Ramen Shop placed 2 bowls of ramen in front of Hanayu and Kakashi, with a sweet smile on his face, and said softly, Swish, swish, swish. In the Konoha training ground number 47, a young man held 3 kunai in his hands, and then his body jumped into the air in an instant, with the pain in his hands. Momo threw it out in an instant. 6 kunai slammed in the air and stabbed on the center target around the boy. Although this young man was only 6 years old, he was as calm as an adult. In the young boy's eyes, a blood-red goo was spinning quietly. Surprisingly, he is the genius of the Uchiha family, Itachi Uchiha. I still can't do what Teacher Hanayu did. However, the speed of Jin has reached 5 prints in 1 second. A wry smile appeared on Itachi's face, and he waved his right hand twice, and the 6 kunai stalks went up. A steel wire appeared in an instant, and then the steel wire directly pulled the 6 kunai into the hands of Itachi. Ninfa middle. The technique of crow clone. Itachi frowned slightly. His hands quickly formed a seal, and then a series of crows quickly spread out from his body. Cut. Can only be done this way. Still can't be the crow clone of Teacher Hanayu. There was a trace of sweat on Itachi's face, and he looked up at the crow above his head with a trace on his face. Pensively, said quietly in his mouth, It's almost time to go back to see Sasuke. Itachi showed a heartfelt smile on his face, slowly put away his ninja bag, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, Oh, it's Master Itachi. You deserve to be the genius boy of the Uchiha family. The Uchiha family is indeed the most powerful. Even a child is not inferior to a forbearance. The Uchiha family is a genius. The clan. We are the strongest. Cut. Walking in the residence of the Uchiha family, listening to the whispering voices coming from his ears, Itachi's brows wrinkled slightly, and his eyes glanced slightly at the mad-faced clansmen round him. It's getting more and more useless. The Uchiha family. Itachi's small figure slowly passed through the clansmen. The original smile on his face slowly disappeared. His eyes were deep, and his mouth said in a deep voice, My father. I'm back. Itachi walked slowly to his home, watching the gentleness of his father, who had a serious expression just now, frowned slightly. It turned out that Itachi is back! Itachi. Grow up as soon as possible. Become the strongest. Your genius is enough to bring the Uchiha family to glory. Uchiha Tomokazu looked at Itachi's eyes, with a look of excitement on his face, and said with a little excitement in his mouth, Father, I'm tired. Itachi looked at the ambition that burst from Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes blankly, with a trace of distress on his face, and said bitterly, Ever since Itachi awakened the writing round eyes, the Uchiha family saw the potential of Itachi. The patriarch Uchiha Tomokazu firmly believed that his son could awaken the kaleidoscope writing round eyes and become his own strongest combat power to attack Konoha. So Uchiha Tomokazu began to instill the concept of Uchiha family in Itachi, and wanted to subtly know good to change Itachi. One family. Thinking about your own family all day long. It's no wonder that this kind of gaze will make Hanayu a teacher leave the Uchiha family. Itachi lay on his bed with a tired expression, looking up at the ceiling. His face revealed an expression of boredom, whispered in his mouth. However, the only good news is Miss Hanayu has returned. A smile appeared on Itachi's face, and he whispered softly, "Thank you JMN 122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. IQ plants. Itachi's Ninja Trial. Chapter 362 IQ Plant Miracle Island for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 362 IQ Plants Miracle Island for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto Chapter 362 IQ Plant Miracle Island. Please bookmark. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. However, the only good news is Teacher Hanayu is back. A smile appeared on Itachi's face, and his mouth whispered softly, "Say, Itachi." Senior Hanayu asked me to pick you up. On Itachi's window, a figure with a mask on his face suddenly appeared. This mask only revealed a pair of blood-red pupils with 3 glitches. It's brother Zishui. With a smile on Itachi's face, he glanced at Zishui, who was squatting on the window, and whispered in his mouth, "Let's go, Itachi." Zishui took off the mask easily, with a smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Then Shimazu and Itachi walked straight out of the residence of the Uchiha family. Brother Shishui's illusion is really getting more and more powerful. No one in the Uchiha family has found us 320. Itachi turned his head and glanced at the Uchiha family shinobu behind him, with a trace of his face showing with a pity expression. He said in a deep voice, "The Uchiha clan who pretends to be geniuses can no longer see the gap with others." Zishui said with a playful smile on his face, and said calmly, "Speaking of which, where did the teacher Hanayu go in these 3 months?" Ignoring the clansmen who have fallen into illusion skills beside him, Itachi asked with a hint of curiosity on his face. "What a magical journey!" Senior Hanayu went to a magical place, and brought back a lot of interesting things from this place. Zishui's face was filled with excitement, and he whispered softly, very interesting things." Just like this, Uchiha Shishui took out a snail-shaped bug from his ninja bag, with a hint of excitement on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, What is this?" Even if Itachi possesses wisdom beyond ordinary people, he is surprised at the insect in Shishui's hand. Telephone worm. This bug can make people communicate over long distances. I gave it to you, Uchiha Shishui explained softly, and then delivered the telephone worm to Itachi's hands. Phone worm. Really interesting creature. Itachi took the phone worm in Zishui's hand casually, and just looked at the phone worm for a moment, and basically understood the use of the phone worm. I have to say that Itachi's comprehension ability is absolutely beyond ordinary people. Let's go. Itachi, you will go to a very interesting place. Don't be surprised. Zishui walked to a house in Konoha, opened the dimensional square inches the ground at will, and turned his head to look. Itachi glanced, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Swish." Following the words of Zishui, the dimensional square at the feet of the two of them flashed instantly, and then the figures of the two appeared on a huge island. Is this an island? Such an environment doesn't seem to be the ideal hometown of teacher Hanayu. Itachi glanced at the tall trees around him, with a trace of doubt on his face, and asked calmly in his mouth, "It's been a long time." Itachi. Hanayu stood quietly among a tree. Behind him, quietly stood a black bear close to 3 meters tall. At this time, Hanayu looked at Itachi with a smile, and said calmly, "It's been a long time." Teacher Hanayu. Itachi also showed a smile on his face, glanced at Hanayu, and then turned his gaze on the black bear behind Hanayu. Although this black bear is just an ordinary bear, Itachi can be sure with keen intuition that this black bear must not be easy. "Welcome to Miracle Island." A proud smile appeared on Hanayu's face. He turned his head and glanced at the plants around and the black bear behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Miracle Island? Did you bring these plants too? Teacher Hanayu. Itachi's eyes saw the surrounding plants following Hanayu's gaze. This plant is called IQ. It has a magical plant that can evolve animals and is extremely aggressive. And here ... will become a miracle for animals. Hanayu's face showed a trace of excitement. His mouth said in a deep voice, and this black bear is an animal that has evolved after eating IQ plants, and this black bear is also your test of ninja. Itachi. Hanayu's right hand pointed to the black bear standing on all fours behind him. Said playfully, "Thank you JMN 122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection." Next chapter, Itachi's ninja trial. The evolved black bear. Chapter 363 Itachi's Ninja Trial. The Evolved Black Bear. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 363 Itachi's Ninja Trial. The Evolved Black Bear. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 363. Itachi's Ninja Trial. Evolutionary Black Bear. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. And this black bear is an animal that has evolved from eating IQ plants, and this black bear is also your test of ninja. Itachi. Hanayu's right hand pointed to the limbs behind her. The standing black bear said playfully, "IQ plant." There was a trace of doubt on Itachi's face. He glanced at the black bear behind Hanayu and muttered in his mouth, exclamation mark. "So, Itachi, your test of shinin ... began." Hanayu whispered in her mouth with a smile on her face, and then Hanayu, Shishui, Itachi and the black bear appeared in Konoha's 40 number 7 in the training ground. "Are you going to try?" Itachi's eyes looked at Hanayu and Shishui standing on the periphery of the training ground. A smile appeared on his face, and his eyes turned towards the black bear in front of him. "It's not a ninja, nor is it a psychic animal. Is it just an ordinary animal? However, this black bear makes me feel ... very dangerous." Itachi's eyes looked at the black bear in front of him. His mouth meditated. "Say, roar." The black bear on all fours suddenly let out a roar, and quickly rushed towards Itachi. So fast. Itachi's eyes flashed a dignified look, and his mouth said slightly surprised. Then Itachi's body quickly jumped into the air. Roar. Seeing Itachi's body jumped into the air, the black bear roared, and the hind limbs forcefully stood up in an instant, and the wide bear paw suddenly slapped it against the Itachi who was in the air. "Nani?" There was a look of surprise on Itachi's face. He obviously didn't expect the black bear to stand up. Substitute technique. Itachi's hands quickly formed a seal, and he let out a low voice, and then the black bear's wide paw instantly slapped under the ground. The huge power of the black bear directly caused a bear paw print to appear on the ground. In the center of the bear paw print, a section of trees lay quietly. This black bear moves so fast. To the careless, Itachi's body appeared to the left of the black bear with a solemn expression on his face. However, as soon as the figure of Itachi appeared, Black Star's right paw was instantly pressed on the ground. Then the huge body instantly vacated, and the hind limbs kicked towards the figure of Itachi. Writing round eyes ... open. Itachi suddenly let out a low cry, and a blood-red goo appeared in his eyes, and then the black bear's movements instantly slowed down. Peng. Itachi's right hand quickly pressed on the ground, his body instantly jumped back a few times, and then the black bear's hind limbs instantly hit the ground. A huge explosion sounded instantly. Is this the so-called evolution of Teacher Hanayu? Can animals gain fighting talents and at the same time strengthen their natural abilities? This black bear has the ability to use the talents of its own race to fight because of eating IQ plants. Yeah. Itachi's eyes stared at the black bear standing only on its hind limbs, and the black bear's paw, which was wider than its hind limbs, and said analytically, "Roar." The black bear's wide palms clenched his fists and hammered them together, and a roar was heard in his mouth. and then the black bear's right fist suddenly slammed at Itachi. Fire escape middle. How fireball art. Goo in Itachi's eyes turned quickly, avoiding the black bear's fist. His hands were quickly knotted, and there was a low cry in his mouth, and a huge fireball instantly turned towards the black bear. Hit his fist. Peng. With a loud bang, the black bear's huge fist instantly smashed the fireball into smash. However, although the black bear's paw contains very thick fat, its palm has a strong defensive power. But, facing the power of Huodun, the black bear's right palm still turned red. Middle. 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 Ask for flowers. Middle. 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 Swish. The huge pain made the black bear roar, and then his left palm suddenly grabbed the Itachi's shoulder, and instantly flew the Itachi's body. At the same time, the black bear's teeth quickly bite towards the Itachi in the air. Past the crow. The art of Avatar. Itachi, who was in the midair, gave a low cry in his mouth, and his body instantly turned into a crow and scattered. Quay. Crow. The sky full of crows circled in the sky, and then quickly gathered into the body of Itachi. At this time, the face of Itachi was extremely pale. Although the crow clone technique was successfully used, it was directly consumed. 2/3 of Itachi's chakra. Shuriken throwing technique. A three-handed sword appeared in Itachi's hands quickly, with a low drink from his mouth, and the shuriken quickly rotated towards the black bear. Ding, ding, ding. The sword in the six hands kept hitting in the sky. Then it went around the black bear's palms and pierced into the black bear's body. Peng, peng. Kumo on the shuriken exploded instantly, and then the black bear, which was nearly 3 meters high, was instantly submerged in the explosion. Past barely. Itachi stops the water. Send this black bear to our medical department. Hanayu's figure appeared in front of Itachi for an instant, looked down at the wound on Itachi's shoulder, and then looked at the victim. The black bear, who was seriously injured by the detonation talisman, said softly, "Thank you JMN 122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection." Next chapter, Konoha gradually decayed. Chapter 364 Konoha gradually decayed. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 364 Konoha gradually decayed. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor, Chapter 364. The decayed Konoha. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Boom. With a soft sound, on the streets of Konoha, a young man suddenly made a diving action. Then his body vacated and went straight. Fell into the ground. Yoch. It's like a stream of water. Hey, Takis, you are still so leisurely. Behind this man, a man with a snake-like weapon stepped on his feet, with a trace of curiosity on Konoha's face. The scenery, said in a deep voice. Mizaki Taki, Ozakikawa, you two give me enough. A tall, windbreaker, holding 517 in his mouth with a sword in the center of a sword hilt like an Aishensheng said. Cut. Nahaziu, it's a rare opportunity for us to come to Konoha. Mizaki Taki, wearing a gorgeous coat, plunged into the ground suddenly, sliding his hands twice at random, and appeared in the street. At the end, he said with a chuckle, "These three people are impressively Hanayu's subordinates, ministers and ministers!" Exclamation mark. Millennium Mizaki Taki. Rattlesnake Ozakigawa. Water Dragon Sword Nahakusu. Don't forget the command of Lord Hanayu. Nahakusu's face was expressionless, his eyes calmly glanced at Mizaki Taki, and the water dragon sword in his right hand couldn't help using some strength. Cut. Nahakusu is angry. Seeing Nahakusu's movements, Mizaki Taki's face showed a trace of seriousness. His mouth murmured dissatisfaction, and then his body emerged from the ground. Let's go. Don't let Master Hanayu wait in a hurry. Nahakusu's eyes were still calm, turned his head and glanced at Osekigawa, who was also standing behind him, and said in a deep voice, "Swish, swish, swish." A slight air explosion sounded, and the three people who had just been on the street disappeared instantly, which made the dark brows of the three people who had been hiding in secret to observe the three people frowned slightly. Brew, brew. Seeing the three men who had just disappeared, the leader of the dark squad frowned slightly, took out a white bug from his ninja bag, and pressed his right hand on the bug. Top of report. 3 generations of Naruto. 3 subordinates of Hanayuzama have disappeared. And in Konoha Hokage's office, there is also a palm-sized bug on the table of the 3rd generation of Hokage. At this time, the Dark Squadron suddenly appeared in the bug's mouth. The sound of, "Did it disappear?" I know. These 3 guys don't have to worry about it. Konoha has already found out that these guys were cultivated by Uchiha Kanayu in the past few years. These people themselves are from the country of fire. People just wandering all the time. I believe these guys will not do things that endanger Konoha. The 3rd generation of Hokage's brows wrinkled slightly, and he said in a deep voice. Then the 3 generations of Hokage put down the phone worm pendant in their hands. Speaking of which, Hanayu's Kaizen store has a lot of good things. These phone bugs are really amazing. However, they are too expensive. The 3rd generation of Hokage turned his head and glanced at the phone bug in front of him, showing his face. A faint smile whispered in his mouth, "Master Hanayu, well 8 Nahaxius 3 figures appeared in an ordinary shop. In the shop, there were more than a dozen figures, and Hanayu's figure was sitting on top of one theme! It's okay. This time just let you have a suitable identity background. From then on, you can walk in Konoha openly," Hanayu said with a gentle smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth! In the dark shop, only Hanayu's eyes shine like stars. Speaking of it, it's been 3 years. Hanayu's face showed a trace of emotion. His eyes scanned a circle of people around him, and he whispered in his mouth. It has been 3 years since Hanayu came back. In the 50th year of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha defeated an orangutan next to Hanayu and took the Konoha Ninja School's ninja exam. In the same year, Moonlight High 8 graduated from the ninja school, and Uchiha Itachi became Konoha's genius in the first place. In Konoha's 51 years, Yakushido Ninja School graduated, Uzuki Hyuga Ninja School graduated. In the same year, Yunin Village came to sign the contract. Yunin Shangran captured Hyuga Hinato and was killed by Hanayu with a bullet line. However, because of this, Hyuga Hika was pushed out by the high-level Konoha and died for his elder brother. In the same year, the young Hyuga Neji was put in a cage with a bird curse. Konoha graduated from Inuzu Kohana Ninja School in 52 years, and Iuka became a ninja. It is worth mentioning that in the past 3 years, everyone in the Night Raid squad has changed from being an elite to a special one. At the same time, they no longer participate in any Konoha missions. All members began a leisurely life. At the same time, Han began to secretly transfer his power in Ideal Land to Konoha. At the same time, the Uchiha family became more and more arrogant. In 3 years, Konoha has begun to decay. Hanayu quietly looked at Konoha in the distance, with a sneer at the corner of her mouth, and said in a deep voice. Speaking of it, although there are a lot of people gathered in this shop, all the pedestrians on the road seem to be turning a blind eye. This is Hanayu's use of a kaleidoscope to right round eyes and the illusion ability of the 5-vision universal observer to arrange a kind of wonderful illusion enchantment. Make this shop as if it didn't exist. Hidden in Konoha's bustling city. Konoha's 5.8 story Decadent Cowardice makes the Uchiha family even more arrogant. And Danza has also begun to truly become the darkness of Konoha, complementing the 3 generations of Hokage. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile. His mouth said quietly, "However, these are not important. We still need to hibernate." Moreover, I need to witness the opening of a great era. Hanayu's eyes murmured with a deep light in his mouth. Thank you JMN 122k for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. One Piece King or middle dot D middle dot Roger. The beginning and the end. Dot. Chapter 363 One Piece King Gear D Roger. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 361 Piece King Gear D Middle dot Roger. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 365. The Pirate King or middle dot D middle dot Roger. Favorites, subscriptions, rewards, monthly tickets. However, these are not important. We still need to dormant. Moreover, I need to witness the opening of a great era. With a deep ray of light in Hanayu's eyes, she whispered in her mouth. Mizaki Taki, has Itachi returned from the mission? Hanayu, who was sitting still on the first seat, glanced calmly at the Mizaki Taki floating on the ground. Master Hanayu, Itachi has returned. Now I am taking care of my younger brother. Mizaki Taki's body slowly emerged from the ground, kneeling on one knee, and said in a deep voice, I see. If there is no accident, all the members of the nitrate team gather. We will witness a great era. Hanayu's eyes flashed with excitement, and his mouth said calmly, Hi. All the members of the Night Attack Team 18 sitting on the lower left hand of Han stood up, with a look of excitement on their faces, and whispered in their mouths. Finally finally we can fight side by side again. Narawami, with a sweet smile, looked at Hanayu in admiration with her eyes, and said with a chuckle in her mouth. At this time, Narawami's eyes flashed with a look of admiration. Is it finally possible to see the world? This will bring me a lot of inspiration. Kato stopped painting with his right hand, with a hint of excitement on his face, and said in a deep voice, Finally I can leave that depressing family. Otherwise I feel that my clan is destroyed every moment. Hyuga Sato said with a low expression of disgust on his face. Exclamation mark. With regard to the death of Hyuga Nissa, Hyuga Sato, who originally hated the clan, felt even more that the clan and Konoha had begun to decay. Senior Hanayu, let me tell Itachi. Uchiha Shishui's three jade will eyes quickly rotated, his face expressionless, and his mouth said in a deep voice, Thank you for your hard work. Zishui sang. Hanayu nodded, with a gentle smile in her eyes, and said calmly in her mouth. Then Hanayu looked at Nahatsu. This time Nahatsu, too. Also, what are Kung Fu Manatee and Uncle Lan doing? Hanayu glanced at Nahatsu and asked calmly, Senior Lan and Kung Fu Manatee have been fighting against Mat Ki for youth. Now, the three are walking upside down around Konoha. A trace of embarrassment appeared on Nahatsu's face. His mouth he replied with a deep voice. That's it. In that case, let these two guys stay in Konoha. Oh, Itachi is here. Hanayu's eyes shifted to the door, and Uchiha Itachi, wearing black clothes, walked slowly with Uchiha Shishui. Coming. Teacher Hanayu, it's been a long time. There was a gentle smile on Itachi's face. The eyes of Schwangua writing wheel kept turning in his eyes, and his mouth calmly said, Itachi, you've been worrying about the relationship between the Uchiha family and Konoha. Let's go. Let's take you to see the tools of the characters who can start an era. Hanayu showed a playful smile on his face, said quietly, Can you start an era? I'm very interested. Teacher Hanayu. Itachi showed a rare expression of interest on his face, and said softly, Go. Let us see the demeanor of the Pirate King D. Roger. Hanayu's body suddenly stood up, and on his body was a white imperial robe. Hanayu's mouth at this time, with a low cry, a huge dimensional square appeared in the space in front of you. Hanayu, Night Attack Team, Itachi, and Nahatsu all stepped in. One Piece World. It has been 4 years since the Kino pirate group disappeared. During these 4 years, Gordie Roger heard the sound of everything on the Merlick Island. In 1499 of the sea calendar, after 3 years, Gordie Roger finally conquered the Great Root and became the One Piece in the mouth of the pirates! In the same year, Gordie Roger, the Pirate King, who felt that he was short on time, officially disbanded the Roger Pirates. At the same time, when meeting with Babyard, he told Babyard's will in the 1500 year of the High Yuan calendar, because 233 was Gordie Roger felt that his life was only a few days away. In order to fulfill his dream, he resolutely ran and surrendered to the Navy. At the same time, the world government announced that Gordie Roger had been arrested. For a time, the entire pirate world was in an uproar, and everyone rushed to the execution site of the Pirate King Roger. Yeah, it seems that we have arrived a bit early. On a street in Rotown, a huge dimensional square appeared on the ground instantly, and Hanayu, who walked out of it, carefully looked at the surrounding area. For some pirate groups and countless naval soldiers, Hanayu's face showed a playful look, and said in a deep voice. Behind Hanayu, the night trade team, Itachi Uchiha, and Nahatsu all looked around curiously. Thank you JMN 122K for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The town of the beginning and the end. Chapter 366 The Town of Beginning and End. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 366 The Beginning and the End of the Town. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emperor. Chapter 366 The Beginning and the End of the Town. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Is this Rogue Town the birthplace of One Piece King or Roger? Uchiha Itachi had a hint of curiosity on his face. He looked at the environment in front of him with his eyes, and said calmly in his mouth, is this a pirate world different from the ninja world? Is it a space like Miyoki Mountain? Uchiha Shishui's three-jade writing wheel kept spinning, and glanced at the pirates around him, and the navy, with a playful look on his face, whispered in his mouth. Captain Hanayu, it seems that we are surrounded. What an interesting experience. Narawami's eyes randomly glanced at the surrounding navy, and he reminded him with a chuckle in his mouth. So, is it still the old rules? Standing next to Narawami, Hyuga Sato looked at the navy in front of him with a pair of white eyes, then showed a playful look on his face, and said softly, how long has it been? How long has all the members of the Night Attack Squad not been fighting together? Kato said with a sigh of emotion on his face, and said in a deep voice, don't think about throwing me out again this time. Kudawe no, who had been standing behind Hanayu, was eating snacks with both hands. He raised his head during his busy schedule, with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, said in protest, who are you, pirates? When most of the navy surrounded Hanayu and others, a navy colonel walked out, looked at Hanayu and the others with a guard, and questioned, said, you know, here is the execution site of One Piece, there can be no mistakes. We are the Kinoba Pirates. I am the captain of the Kinoba Pirates. Uchiha Hanayu grave accent. Hanayu said with a calm smile on his face and said in a deep voice, the Kino Pirate Group? Have you ever heard of this pirate group? Admiral Colonel Dog showed a look of confusion on his face, looked back at the soldier behind him, and said, never heard of it. Hearing Dogger's question, most of the Navy soldiers shook their heads, and then heaved a sigh of relief on their faces. It's really troublesome. Hanayu's brows frowned slightly. She stood and glanced at the few pirates around her, and whispered in her mouth, 5 Visions Observer. Vision Mirror Flower Water Moon. Hanayu snorted in a low voice, and an aquamarine eye appeared on her forehead, and then all the Navy eyes that surrounded Hanayu and others instantly became dull. Let's go. There should be a few days before Roger's official execution. Let's take a look at the birthplace of One Piece. Hanayu put his hands in his pockets, completely ignoring the sluggish Navy around him, and then pulling aside Colonel Doge, he said with a chuckle, "Oh, Captain Hanayu, I want to eat barbecue." Autumn Road Wano followed Hanayu enthusiastically for the first time, but he looked for it carefully just now in Autumn Road Wano. I have to say that the Kudal family is really obsessed with what to eat. Okay, then let's eat barbecue first. Hanayu looked back at the serious Autumn Road Wano, with a helpless expression on his face, and said calmly, "Finally there is a barbecue." Kudal Wano showed a happy smile on his face, and said with excitement in his mouth. Then Hanayu and several people slowly disappeared on this street. Looking at the firearms in the hands of the surrounding Navy soldiers, he reprimanded loudly, Hi. With Doge's scolding, all the Navy recovered, and then looked down at the gun in his hand, and put away his gun in a panic. It's strange. Why did I take out the weapon? Obviously it's just a simple inspection. A Navy soldier's face was completely puzzled, and then he lined up slowly out of this street. From the beginning to the end, none of these navies remembered that they had just surrounded a group of pirates who called themselves the Kano Pirates. It's really prosperous! It is worthy of being the hometown of One Piece. Han quietly looked at the surrounding environment, looked at the bustling streets, and said in a deep voice, "Next. I'm waiting for the arrival of the pirate." Hanayu whispered to herself, holding a barbecue in her hand, with a smile on her mouth. "You guys. These barbecues are all mine." While Hanayu was meditating, Kudal Wano quickly put the rest of the barbecue into his hands with both hands, and said seriously, "Hey, you fat guy. Give me enough. Good enough. Stop." Kato's face showed a trace of anger. His right hand suddenly slapped on the table. His mouth was angry. However, even though Kato was angry at Wano Akudo and took all the barbecue, it was even more angry that Wano Akido handed the barbecue to Naruwami's hands! Damn. Womajan. Stop it. I told you, these grilled meat. But mine. Kudal Ueno's face was anxious, and his face looked at his moving hands with the same anger. Said complainingly, "Thank you JMN 122k for the great 1000 points reward." Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Next chapter, Pirates Gather. Bounty 1 Pels Terra Pirates. Chapter 367 The Pirates Gather. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 367 The Pirates Gather. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto gathers. The 367th chapter. Pirates, please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Is this Rotown? Ahaha, it's finally here. I want to witness One Piece's execution with my own eyes. It's really exciting! Above the sea east of Rogue Town, a pirate ship with a skull flag on its mast slowly approached, and a pirate captain with a scar on his face laughed and said, "Peng, peng." Above the sea, countless pirate ships flocked to Rotown. A large number of naval soldiers fired a few symbolic shots, but they had no effect on these pirate groups. Entering Rotown swaggering. "Colonel, is it really okay for us to do this?" A Navy soldier with a trace of anger on his face, his eyes gloomy and staring at Colonel Doge in front of him, he asked in a deep voice. "This time is the public trial of One Piece. Our Navy was originally a symbolic blockade. However, if we can't hide from our random attacks, it won't be used in Rotown." Navy Colonel Dog's face was on his face. With a cold look, he said quietly in his mouth, "Dodge, dodge." The originally peaceful town of Rob became noisy because of the influx of a large number of pirates. The jealous pirates shouted loudly from time to time, and what's more, They were already at odds. Fight 397. Hey, big guy, are you talking about me? A middle-aged man with a thin body and twice as much hands as normal, with a cold smile on his face, said gloomily in his mouth. Little dwarf, don't stand in the way of my uncle. Empreror who bounties 7.3 million Baileys. Empreror, who is nearly 4 meters tall, looks like a giant with a grin on his face. Looking down at the middle-aged man in front of him, his huge fists suddenly hit the middle-aged man. It's Burst Bear, the deputy captain of the Black Bear pirate group. The pirate standing on the sidelines heard Kurab's name, with a surprised expression on his face and a deep voice in his mouth. Say, peng, with a soft sound. Kurab's huge fists were blocked by the hands of the middle-aged man, and then his hands that surpassed the limit of ordinary people suddenly stretched out, and the hands that surpassed the limit of ordinary people suddenly threw Kurabad. At the same time, his right hand suddenly hit Kurabad's stomach. This person is the Bjejwiki, the third crew member of the Bjej group. Bounty. The bounty is 9 million Baileys. A pirate had a hint of surprise on his face, looked at the wiki in front of him in shock, and said loudly in his mouth, what used to be a cold barbecue restaurant is now completely occupied by pirates. In the huge shop, there are more than 100 pirates. However, it is very strange that although there are more than 100 pirates gathered, the whole barbecue restaurant is abnormally silent. All the pirates are watching the surrounding pirates while eating meat with a vigilant look. Barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. But when the rotisserie was silent, a loud roar came from the door, which made all the pirates look at the fat man who was walking in through the door. Senior Wayno, you give me enough. Our Bailey is running out. A teenager walked out from behind the fat man, looked at the fat man in front of him helplessly on his face, and said calmly. Behind him, a figure slowly walked in. It's really few people. Eat arches. Don't be so stingy. Bailey can make more money if you don't have it. Boss, I want to eat barbecue. Kudao Ueno's face has a simple and honest look. He glanced at the helpless Itachi, and chuckled, said, then Wayno Autumn Road can't wait to walk towards the store. Hey, dead pig. Didn't you see that there are more than 100 pirates here? Are you still making such a noise, looking for death? Just as Kudao Wayno just walked forward, he appeared beside him a hideous man with a height of 5 meters, with a smirk on his face, looked at Kudao Wayno with disdain in his eyes, and said with a sneer in his mouth, what are you talking about? I'm sorry I didn't hear clearly. Please be sure to say it again. Kudao Wayno looked very gloomy after hearing the dead fat pig. His eyes narrowed, and his mouth said coldly, huh? Do you want to listen to it again? If that's the case, I, Kill Bear, will say it again. I said you are a fat pig. This pirate named Keel Bear has a face on his face. With a frantic smile, he said loudly and sarcastically, Peng. Keel Sung, who had just finished speaking, flew upside down and hit a pirate's table. At this time, Kudao Wayno slowly withdrew his fist. I hate it the most. No. The Kudao family hates being say dead pig the most. Kudao Ueno's eyes exuded a trace of anger, and he slowly walked to Gyeoksung and lifted him with his right hand. Get up, say coldly in your mouth. Then, looking at the unconscious Keel Bear, Kudao Wayno threw it out of the rotisserie. Which pirate group are you? A pirate had a trace of doubt on his face. He glanced at Hanai and the others, narrowed his eyes slightly, and asked in his mouth, Kino pirate group. Hanai walked straight to a seat and sat down, glanced at the questioning pirate, and said calmly, Kino pirate group? Haven't heard of it at all. Hearing Hanayu's words, all the pirates began to whisper. But from their blank eyes, it can be seen that they have not at all heard of the Kinoba Pirates. Kinoba Pirates. Kinoba Pirates. Founded. Kinoba Pirates was founded 5 years ago. The captain Teikoku Uekai Hakanayu, bounty. 1 Bailey. Ah ha ha ha. Laughing to death. Laughing to death. A pirate took out the bounty list, quickly searched it, and then looked at the Kinoba pirates. The information laughed unscrupulously. Bounty 1 Bailey's pirate group, ha ha ha. It's so funny. Hearing this pirate's words, all the pirates laughed. Exclamation mark. Thank you JMN 122k for the great 1000 points reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Bounty 1 Pell's Terror Pirates. Chapter 368 Bounty 1 Pell's Terror Pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 368 Bounty 1 Pell's Terror Pirates. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 368 Bounty 1 Pell's Horror Pirate Group. For collection, for subscription, for reward, ask for a monthly pass. Bounty 1 Bailey's Pirate Group, ha ha ha. It's so funny. Hearing this pirate's words, all the pirates laughed. Bounty 1 Bailey, is it still a pirate group? Even children's pirate games will not have a Bounty 1 Bailey pirate. The roar of laughter rang out throughout the barbecue restaurant. The silent rotisserie suddenly became noisy. Hey, boy, this is not where you should be. A pirate with a knife in his right hand walked slowly to Hanayu's face, and said with a sneer in his mouth, "That's right, you know. Even pirates have rules. The pirate bounty here is already tens of millions. This is not the place for you little ghosts to come." The thief suddenly put the wine glass in his hand on the table, and said with a big smile, "Ha ha ha. Let me teach these little ghosts. Kid, remember this uncle's name. This uncle is a pirate with a bounty of 12 million. Jack the Ripper." A tall man with two hands, the pirate holding a knife, came out with a grinning smile, and said coldly in his mouth, "It's Jack the Ripper." The devil in the middle of the great route has a very sharp knife in his hand. All the guys who are enemies of Jack are divided into countless pieces by the knife in his hand. Sitting in the shop, a gleam of light flashed through the eyes of the pirate inside, glanced at Jack, and muttered in his mouth, "It's really noisy." Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly. She raised her head and glanced at Jack in front of her, and slowly raised her right hand. Flick the thread. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry. Her right hand was pistol-like, and a silk thread instantly appeared from Hanayu's right index finger. Peng! With a loud noise, Hanayu's silk thread instantly penetrated Jack's head like a bullet, and then the huge impact directly smashed Jack's tall body into the ground. Just kidding. Jack the Ripper, who bountied 12 million Baileys, was knocked down by. With the sound, all the pirates opened their eyes wide. Looking at Hanayu with confidence, she said in surprise, "Captain Jack must be careless. Let this kid succeed." A pirate's eyes showed a look of anger. He stood up suddenly, glanced at Jack who fell on the ground, and held his right hand. Clenched fists, said gloomily in his mouth, "It's also the deputy captain of the Jack Pirates, July crew, the pirate who bounty 11 million Baileys." Now this Kanoba pirates should die, right? Exclamation mark. A famous pirate put down everything in his hands, looked at crew in front of him with excitement, and said excitedly, "Go to hell." Crew yelled in his mouth, and the huge fist carried the air and the gale suddenly struck towards the cold moon. Miscellaneous fish. Wano. Solve him. Hanayu's brows wrinkled slightly, and without looking at the shocking fists in front of him, she whispered in her mouth, "Partial doubling technique, right hand." Hearing Hanayu's instructions, he snorted from Kudao Shangai's mouth behind Hanayu. His right hand instantly turned into a huge palm, and then the huge palm instantly smashed towards Crew. Exclamation mark. Nani? Crew raised his head and looked at the huge palm in front of him in disbelief, screamed in surprise. It was too late to escape. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge palm directly smashed Crew's body onto the ground, and then the huge impact directly destroyed the rotisserie shop. Exclamation mark. What is this? Devil fruit? Although the rotisserie has been destroyed, the pirates in the shop are embarrassed, but they are not at all serious. At this time, these pirates looked shocked. Looking at Kudi Ueno's huge palm and hand behind Kudi Ueno, he said in shock. Middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot Captain Jack, Deputy Captain Crew. How can it be repaired? Everyone, kill them. The 5 pirates who are also Jack Pirate's eyes gleamed with ferocious light, and they shouted to Hanai and the others. Rushed over. Fire escape middle dot how fireball art. Standing by Hanayu's Itachi walked out slowly. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a low shout from his mouth. A huge fireball instantly smashed toward the 5 pirates. Exclamation mark peng, peng. The huge fireball instantly swallowed the 5 pirates, and then the huge fireball slowly disappeared. Exclamation mark. This ... is this really Bounty 1 Bailey's pirates? The world government. What is the Navy headquarters kidding about? Jack pirates who will bounty 12 million in just one attack? The main force of the regiment killed. All the pirates looked at Hanu and the others in amazement, and said in a deep voice, Master Hanayu. The next pirates. Leave it to me. Nahatsu, who held the sword of the water dragon in his right hand, looked at the pirate who had laughed at Hanayu unscrupulously with his eyes in angrily. Lee said coldly, it's just a miscellaneous fish. Leave it to you. Hanayu's eyes randomly glanced at the frightened pirates, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, Sword of the water dragon middle dot fast wind and rage. Nahatsu let out a low voice, and his body instantly turned into an afterimage. Nahatsu, who was moving at a super high speed, instantly passed the bodies of the 20 pirates. Peng, peng, peng. As Nahaxia's figure appeared again, the bodies of the 20 pirates all fell on the ground. Thanks to the King of Heaven for the 100-point reward. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Witnesses of the Great Pirate Age. Exclamation mark. Chapter 369 Witnesses of the Great Pirate Age! Exclamation mark for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 369 Witnesses of the Great Pirate Age! Exclamation mark for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest emissary of Chapter 369. Witnesses of the Great Pirate Era. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Peng, peng, peng. As Nahaxia's figure appeared again, the bodies of 20 pirates all fell on the ground. Quite soon, the pirates who stopped watching because of the collapse of the rotisserie all opened their eyes wide, and looked at Nahatsu who had returned to Hanayu with a shocked look. Dover. What kind of pirate group is this? A young man standing in the crowd wearing a circled cloak, resembling a quilt, holding a cane with a plum blossom logo, and wearing sunglasses looking at Hanu and the others curiously. She asked and said, really a curious pirate group. A tall and burly man with an unusually shrill voice said excitedly. Thank 40 Repol, Pika. Don't just focus on the young man with the sword, show me the guys in front of me carefully. One with a round face, the lens mask has suture scars on both sides of the eyes. The man in the dark blue long windbreaker stared at Hanayu tightly, reminding him in his mouth. Which one did Geradius say? The man named Terepol dragged half his nose, his eyes quickly swept across the cold moon and night trade squad, with a weird tone in his mouth, said, Kino pirates? What an interesting existence. A young man standing in front of Trepol looked at Hanayu calmly, with a smile of interest on his face, and said in a deep voice, exclamation mark, and this boy is what Trepol said. Don Quixote. Flamingo. You are really noisy. Don Quixote family Carda. Diamante had a cruel smile on his face, and the long sword in his right hand flew out like a whip in an instant. Swish, swish. A series of breaking through the air sounded, and Diamante's long sword instantly swept through the throats of 30 pirates like a snake. Exclamation mark. Peng, peng. As Diamante retracted the sword, All 30 pirates fell to the ground instantly. All the pirates who reacted for a while all fled from the Don Quixote family. It's a cadre of the Don Quixote family, run away. A pirate looked at the young man standing in the center with scarlet eyes in horror, yelling in horror, "You are really very noisy." Doflamingo's brows wrinkled slightly. Although Doflamingo has just obtained the line fruit, he has not yet fully proficiently used the fruit ability, but he has to deal with it, a pirate. But there is no problem at all. Woo woo. As Doflamingo's right hand was raised, silk threads suddenly emerged from Doflamingo's right hand, and then instantly bound the pirate who was running away in front of him. Doflamingo's right hand suddenly used force, and directly pulled the pirate's body into the air, and suddenly hit the ground. Don Quixote family? Interesting. It's really interesting. Hana, you noticed the movement just now? At this time, seeing the young Doflamingo, Hanayu's face showed a playful smile! Anyone with the ability of thread fruit? Doflamingo. The ability of silk thread is not used in this way. Hanayu's eyes looked at Doflamingo playfully, and said in a deep voice, "Huh? You seem to know the fruit of silk thread very well." Doflamingo glanced at Han, frowned slightly, and said coldly in his mouth, "Flick the thread." Hanayu's face showed a calm smile, and he glanced at Doflamingo. His right hand was pistol-like, and he let out a low drink. Suddenly, the silk thread of Hanayu's right index finger attacked the surrounding pirates like a bullet. Peng, peng, peng. A huge explosion sounded. Hanayu's silk thread instantly penetrated some people around, and the huge impact directly knocked out a deep pit on the ground. This. Are you also a silk thread fruit-capable person? No. There is only one fruit of each type of devil fruit. Doflamingo's face showed a serious expression, hiding under his eyes. A ray of light flashed through his eyes. Just now Hanayu's silk thread application made Doflamingo remember it secretly. Those miscellaneous fish have been cleaned up by me. Now ... you who are left ... will become the powerhouses of the new era. Hanayu glanced at Doflamingo calmly, then a trace of her face with a playful smile. Looking at the figures still standing on this street, he said in a deep voice, "He, what a powerful strength." Bounty 1 Bailey's Kinoba Pirates, let me Moonlight Warrior to learn it. A tall, weird-looking man with a look of excitement on his face, he said with a big smile. Dracula Mihawk, a handsome man holding a sword, with golden eyes like eagle eyes, said calmly in his mouth, "You ... you guys ... the other party is the Kano Pirates. The boy in front of you ... but Senior Hanayu, a short stature with a red nose on his nose looked panicked, yelled loudly and said 3.9 Moonlight Warrior, Dracula Mihawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo and the cadres of the Don Quixote family. Monch D. Dragon, Crocodile, Bucky, Strong. The guy finally appeared. Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the several future powerhouses who were always standing. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he muttered, "Thank you Super Pikeseogwai for the big 100-point reward. The king of the emperor is a big 100-point reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. ! Ask for a monthly pass. ! Seeking collection. A short battle. The execution replaced. ! Chapter 370 A short battle! ! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 370 A short battle! ! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary Chapter 370 Short Battle! ! Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. He, let me pull out all of your shadows. The tall, weird-looking Moonlight Mo. There was a unique laugh from Lee's mouth. Her dark hands kept moving, and she said in a deep voice, "Oh, can you, a weird-looking guy, also use shadows? It's really interesting. Let me learn it." Narawami heard Moonlight Warrior's words. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her face was slightly narrowed. With a sweet smile on his face, he said quietly. "Huh? A little girl? Is there no one in your canoe, pirates?" Moonlight Moria frowned slightly, looked down at the figure of Naruomi, and said in a deep voice, "Cut." I was underestimated. Naruomi's originally sweet smile slowly became serious. Her eyes calmly looked at Moonlight Moria, and she said playfully, "Since you guy wants to die so much, I will do it for you." Moonlight Moria said with a cold smile on his face, his mouth low. Shadow cut. Moonlight Moria's mouth let out a low voice, and the pitch-black right hand suddenly grabbed the shadow projected by Naruomi on the ground, lifted the shadow, and took out a huge with his left hand. "Scissors!" Hey 18 hee, your shadow. "It's mine." Moonlight Moria had a smile on his face and a big laugh. The scissors in the left hand cut towards the shadow instantly. Secret technique middle dot shadow twisting technique. Naruomi looked at the shadow of her own in Moonlight Moria's hand, with a playful smile on her face, and snorted in her mouth. The shadow held in his hand instantly became thinner, and then quickly bound Moonlight Moria's arm. "Nani? Are you also a shadow fruit capable person?" Moonlight Moria looked at the jet black shadow on his right arm with a shocked face, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and said in a deep voice. At the same time, Moonlight Moria's left hand suddenly tore off the shadow on his right arm. "Shadow fruit ability?" "No. This is the secret technique of our Naru family." Naruomi showed a sweet smile on her face, whispering softly in her mouth. Then Naruomi's hands formed an Indian-style shadow restraint technique. Naruomi yelled in a low voice, and the shadow under her feet was instantly linked to the shadow projected by the huge figure of Moonlight Moria. Moreover, a huge body will project a huge shadow. Such a shadow ... but it can enable me to do a lot of things. Naruomi's body slowly stood up, with a playful smile on his face, said in a deep voice. "The body. Can't it move? Is it because of the shadow under your feet?" Moonlight Moria's face showed a look of surprise, and said coldly in his mouth. Following Moonlight Moria's words, Naruomi and Moonlight Moria raised their right hands at the same time. "Don't underestimate me, you guy. I'm a shadow fruit capable person." Moonlight Moria looked at his controlled right hand with an angry face, and roared angrily. "Flying bats!" Moonlight Moria shouted loudly, and the huge shadow under her feet was split instantly, and then a large number of bat-shaped shadows began to emerge from the connected lines of Moria's shadows. "Funny guy." Secret technique middle dot shadow sewing. Naruomi made a low voice, and the shadow under her feet instantly separated countless thorn-like shadows and pierced toward the dark bat. Peng, peng, peng. A slight explosion sounded. Countless bats were stabbed by Naruomi's shadows, and then turned back into shadows, returning to Moonlight Moria's feet. "How can it be repaired?" "Shadow Mage." Moonlight Moria's mouth uttered angrily, and a dark human-shaped shadow slowly emerged from the shadow under his feet, and Moonlight Moria's body at the same time, because the shadow broke away from the shadow of Naruomi. Freedom was restored again. "Whoa, my source. Our time is running out. Solve this guy for me." Hanayu's eyes raised her head and glanced at a figure on the tall execution platform, with a smile on her face, and her mouth calmly said, well, have I been urged by Captain Hanayu? It's rare to meet a very interesting guy." Naruomi's face showed a faint expression of resentment, her mouth murmured, then her body suddenly sank into my own shadow. Shadow assassination. Naruomi's figure emerged from the shadow of a house behind Moonlight Moria, and the kunai in her right hand instantly pierced Moonlight Moria's back. "What is this? The exchange between entity and shadow?" Moonlight Moria saw Naruomi suddenly emerging from the shadow, with a look of shock on his face. His mouth said incredulously. At the same time, Moonlight Moria's eyes flashed with an aura, and his body and his shadow mage also exchanged positions. "Ha ha, it's done. It's successful." Moonlight Moria looked down at the position beside him, and looked up at the shadow mage whose heart was pierced by Kyuwu, with a look of excitement on his face. Said in a deep voice, "Just now, seeing Naruomi's actions directly caused Moonlight Moria to have the same idea of swapping positions with her own shadow, and at the very moment, She escaped from Naruomi's assassination. Yo, I learned quickly. However, it's time to end. Naruomi showed a hint of appreciation on her face, and said with a chuckle in her mouth. Then Naruomi's hands folded instantly. 713 Secret Skills Shadow Guards. Naruomi gave a low voice, and a personal shadow quickly emerged from the shadows within 500 meters around her. It was amazingly what Naruomi had been developing over the years. Secret Skills. Shadow Guards. These shadows quickly formed a kind of existence similar to entity and illusion from the original shadow, which was developed by Naruomi based on the characteristics of some clones such as multiple shadow clones. It can be said that these shadows are all immortal. Swish, swish, swish. Countless shadow guards quickly rushed towards Moonlight Moria, each of which was a clone of Naruomi! Peng, peng, peng. Moonlight Moria's huge body was instantly knocked out by countless shadow guards, and Moria's huge body smashed into the ground. Hee. It turns out ... the shadows can still be used like this. This is an invincible shadow army. I must get a lot of shadows. So ... my strength will become extremely powerful. Moonlight Moria was in a coma, watching Naruomi and the countless shadow guards standing around Naruomi, and made up his mind secretly. Thank you Super Pikeseogwai for the big 100-point reward. The King of the Emperor is a big 100-point reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. ! Ask for a monthly pass. ! Seeking collection. Roger's death. The era of the great pirates begins. Chapter 371 The Death of Roger. The era of the great pirates begins. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 371 The Death of Roger. The era of the great pirates begins. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 371. Roger's death. The era of the great pirate begins. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Boom, boom, boom. In Luoge Town, East China Sea, the noisy pirates all fell silent at this time, and there was only one footstep left in the huge execution ground. Although the one piece was worn at this time, the shackles, however, still exudes a powerful aura, causing all the pirates to focus on Gaudy Roger. There are a lot of acquaintances. Roger, who was walking quietly, glanced at the crowd around him. His originally calm face showed a smile, and his mouth calmly said, "Goo-ah-ha-ha-ha." It's been a long time. Gaudy Roger, a tall man with a white crescent beard on his face, revealed a burst of bold laughter. His mouth calmly said, "This man is impressively Edward Newgate with the white beard." Nanny, white beard? Didn't the Navy prevent the Whitebeard pirates from coming to the East China Sea? How could it appear here? A pirate showed his face when he saw Whitebeard's figure. With a surprised expression, he said in a deep voice, "Idiot." The current Marin Vando is already overwhelmed. The two Navy generals Monchdi Karp and the Warring States General are fighting against the Golden Lion Shiji. How can they stop the Whitebeard pirates? And that's white. The Beard pirates, if they want to appear in Rotown, even Marshal Kong can't stop them. A pirate's face showed a look of admiration, and explained in his mouth, "Brother Yukai Hanayu, it's been a long time." Gaudy Roger nodded to the Whitebeard, then looked at Hanayu with a smile in his mouth. "Ah, it's been a long time." Unexpectedly, "When I see you again, it's actually time to be parted," Han said with a sigh of emotion on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. Who is this kid? The Pirate King, Gaudy Roger, can say hello himself. Is it a big pirate with a bounty of more than 100 million yuan? To Roger and Babyard, many pirates said hello. Take it for granted. But when Roger greeted Hanayu, all the pirates were in an uproar. Kanoba pirates? Bounty 1 Bailey? Just kidding. A pirate with the highest bounty would say hello to a guy with a bounty of only 1 Bailey. A famous pirate was totally unbelievable. Look at Hanayu. Oh, that's right. Forgot. I haven't said thank you to my brother yet. If it weren't for you, at the Battle of 8LC, there might be no Roger pirates. One Piece King Gear D middle. Roger showed a grateful smile on his face, stopped, and said with a smile to Hanayu. Then Roger looked at the people behind Hanayu, and finally fixed his gaze on Itachi. This little guy has a unique power hidden in his body. Roger closed his eyes slightly, listening to the activation of all things, then opened his eyes, with a smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Oh, by the way, thank you brother for your intention to save. However, I am already a dying person. And I don't have to live anymore. Having seen the end of the world, I don't need to live anymore!" Roger said softly with a free and easy smile on his face. It's as if Roger understood Hanayu's thoughts. However, Roger felt Hanayu's thoughts. Is that so? Did you give up your life because you saw One Piece? Hanayu's March of the Dead on the right-hand 8 room slowly received it in the scabbard, with a smile on his face and a calm mouth say, "Although I really want to tell my brother One Piece, but I know that even if I tell you, you won't be interested." With a smile on Roger's face, he nodded to Hanayu again, said with a smile in his mouth, "It's time for execution. Farewell, Whitebeard." Brother Hanayu, the Pirate King Gordy. Roger raised his head to look at the sky, and said calmly. Roger was then escorted to the tall execution platform. "Guahaha. Hanayu kid, it's been a long time since I saw you. Is this the trainee on your boat?" The tall Whitebeard walked up to Hanayu and said with a big smile, "Whitebeard, long time no see. These people are my subordinates." Hanayu looked up at Whitebeard and the captains of the various teams behind him, said with a chuckle in his mouth. Then the two stopped talking and looked at Roger, who was already kneeling on the execution platform. "Is it finally the end of life?" It's really a magnificent life. Ha ha ha. Roger bowed his head and knelt on the execution platform, with a smile on his face, remembering every moment of himself and his partner in his mind. However, the end of life is not the end but the beginning. Roger suddenly raised his head and looked at the countless pirates below, with a smile on his face. "Do you want my treasure? If you want it, you can give it all to you. Go and find it. I put all the treasure there." The Pirate King Goldie Roger suddenly raised his head and said loudly, ! His words silenced everyone. Quick! Stop him. The two execution officers on the execution platform looked at Gordy Roger in horror, shouting Zhao in their mouths. Chiff! With a soft sound, Roger's body was pierced instantly. At the same time, the countless pirates who fell into silence on the square suddenly burst into loud cheers, and at the same time, crowds around the world who were watching the live broadcast also burst into cheers. The more pirates established. Jeff Pirates established. At a time, countless pirates were established all over the world, and countless people all rushed to the sea and set foot on the search, the journey of One Piece! So far. The era of the great pirate. Opened. Thank you Bing Lin for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The Uchiha family is gradually heading for destruction. Chapter 372, the Uchiha family that is gradually destroying. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 372, the Uchiha family who is gradually destroying. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor Uchiha. The Uchiha family that gradually destroyed. Chapter 372. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Is this the forbearance of One Piece King Gordy Roger? Use his own death to start a new era. In the Konoha village, in the training ground number 48, sitting quietly on a rock, Uchiha Itachi, who was on the internet, had a thoughtful look on his face, and muttered in his mouth. It has been a week since Hanai and others have witnessed the opening of the era of the great pirate King Gordy Roger. Within this week, Hanai and others have returned to Konoha village. The pirate world has also fallen into a long-lost peace, Hanayu will not appear in the pirate world in the next 10 years. Konoha, Uchiha family. It seems that I understand what I should choose. Uchiha Itachi stared at the Hokage rock in front of him, and the shocking scene of Roger before his death kept flashing in his mind. Yan, and the era of the great pirates that started with Roger's death. Itachi's face reappeared with a smile. Even if you are burdened with infamy, you must stick to your forbearance. Itachi's figure slowly stood up, his eyes flashed with a ray of light, and his mouth said firmly, Master Itachi 423. It's time to participate in the family council. Behind Itachi, a middle-aged ninja in the uniform of the Uchiha family appeared instantly. Three gui in his eyes calmly looked at Itachi, reminding him in his mouth. Say, Hirato, are you participating in the family council again? Exclamation mark. Itachi's eyes flashed with an irritable look, the doubly writing wheel eyes in his eyes slowly turned a circle, and his mouth whispered, Yes, Master Itachi. Patriarch Tomioka is already in the conference hall. Uchiha Hirafuji's face showed a zealous expression, and his mouth was slightly excited. I see. Let's go. Itachi glanced at Uchiha Hirafuji blankly, with a facial paralysis on his face, and slowly stood up. Swish, swish. The Uchiha family's discussion hall. A group of figures kept appearing in the empty space, and then a member of the Uchiha family all quietly looked at the Uchiha Tomokazu in front of them. Itachi hasn't arrived yet. Uchiha Fumigoka's brows wrinkled slightly, his face slightly ugly, and he turned his head and asked the Uchiha family behind him and asked Patriarch Tomigoka. Master Itachi is already on his way. A member of Uchiha's eyes kept turning three gooey jade round eyes, his face with a hint of arrogance, and his face coldly said, Father. A calm voice sounded, and Itachi walked into the discussion hall blankly, looking at the cold gazes of his people around him. But Itachi's face was still very calm. So calm that there was no expression on his face. Exclamation mark. Itachi is here. Uchiha Tomokazu forced a smile on his face, glanced at his son who is more stable than himself, and said coldly, Since it's here, so, let's start the meeting next. After the unremitting efforts of our Uchiha family, but also because the night raid team of Anb has all been removed from their duties and became the instructor of Shinobu. Now Anb is vacant. Many locations. Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes looked at the Uchiha ninja in the conference hall with majesty, and his mouth exhilarated and bewitched. And through my efforts, the three generations of Naruto have promised to let the younger generation of our Uchiha family take over these guys. Busy. Uchiha Tomokazu's face had a look of excitement, and said with a deep voice, Ha ha. Let me just say it. Only our Uchiha family are qualified to be Anb Konoha's guard team. What a joke. We are the Konoha first family. We are a family of geniuses. Only Anb is the most suitable for us. At the same time, the next generation of Naruto should be selected from our family. Clan Chief Uchiha Tomokazu is the best candidate for the fifth generation. When the Uchiha family ninja heard Uchiha Tomokazu's words, they were all excited, and their mouths were even more unbelievable, whispering exclamation mark. At the same time, the third generation of Hokage is directly under Anb, and there is still a lack of an Anb member. The third generation of Hokage directly recommended Itachi to serve as it. As expected, I am the son of Uchiha Tomokazu. Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes looked at quietly with a hint of appreciation. Itachi, who stood silently by his side with no expression, announced loudly in his mouth, sure enough to be the genius of the younger generation of the Uchiha family. It was directly selected by the three generations. Hearing Uchiha Tomokazu's words, everyone looked at Itachi with envy and jealousy, and whispered again, the Uchiha family is invincible. Konoha needs us to lead into the future. Uchiha Tomokazu on the stage kept arranging personnel orders. After an hour passed, Uchiha Tomokazu suddenly stopped. I stood up and shouted loudly, Konoha is the Konoha of the Uchiha family. All the members of the Uchiha family were full of enthusiasm and shouted loudly, the Uchiha family is getting more and more crazy. This is what Hanayu is, and I said, Is it necessary to make people go crazy beforehand? The Uchiha family is gradually going towards destruction. It was Itachi who was calm. At this time, Itachi looked at the crazy crowd below with pity in his eyes and murmured in his mouth. Thank you Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Growing Itachi. The shadow over Konoha. Chapter 373. Growing Itachi. The shadow over Konoha. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 373. Growing Itachi. The shadow over Konoha. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor is the strongest emperor who grows. Chapter 373. The shadow of Konoha. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Ding, ding, ding. In the Uchiha family residence, in a huge room, there was a sound of a black-clothed boy with 3 gauge-shaped round eyes quickly turning, and suddenly he took the 6 shurikens in his hand. Throw it out. With a clear sound, these 6 shurikens were instantly nailed to the practice targets around the teenager. Genius. Absolutely talented boy. Outside the door, a man wearing a kimono with a pair of gu on his ears. His face was abnormally pale, his eyes burst out with a fever of light, and his mouth muttered to himself. However, I still have things to do. It seems that I can't delay here. The man wearing a kimono with a jade on his ears and a sneer eye showed a sneer on his face, and said coldly in his mouth. Exclamation mark. This person is impressively one of the 3 forbearance Lenjanoshwan. Following Dashimaru's words, his body instantly disappeared outside the door. Cut. These guys. Have they appeared again? Uchiha Itachi, who was cultivating inside, frowned slightly. His face was expressionless, and he whispered in his mouth. In the 53rd year of Konoha, the Hyuga clan celebrated, and the second daughter of the Hyuga Hisa patriarch was born. Exclamation mark. On the day Hyuga Hana Iroh was born, the Hyuga clan invited a lot of Konoha high levels. Among them, they solemnly invited the idling night raid team at Hanayu at home, and wanted to make Hyuga Sato the instructor of Hyuga Hana Iroh. However, Hyuga Sato completely ignored Hinata's request. It's just that when they graduate, maybe they will be taught. In Konoha's 54th year, Gaara in Sans ninja village was chased and killed by his father's 4th-generation Fukage. Yashamari failed to assassinate and was killed by Gaara by mistake. In the same year, Uchiha Itachi was upgraded to Nukenin and joined Anb in September. At the same time, his eyes opened the 3 gu-writing round eyes of Itachi, and secretly received a secret mission from 3 generations of Hokage. To investigate the intelligence of the mysterious organization that sneaked in. These guys are appearing more and more frequently. Itachi frowned slightly. At this time, Itachi was 10 years old and had become a ninja among the elite. With wisdom surpassing the number of ordinary people, Itachi discovered some traces of Akatsuki's organization some time ago. Exclamation mark. It's really troublesome. Teacher Hanayu has been concentrating on running his own treasure store, and the night attack team has been idle at home, and is indifferent to Konoha. Only brother Shishui can help me. Itachi's face with a hint of helplessness, he whispered softly in his mouth. Moreover, these guys who appeared have always been able to enter and leave the Uchiha family freely. Itachi frowned, with a thoughtful look on his face, and slowly put on his dark uniform with a cat on his face. The face mask, the figure instantly disappeared in place. 3 generations of Hokage. The organization named Xiao has appeared. Itachi appeared in the 3rd generation of Hokage's office, and said in a deep voice, "Has it appeared again?" It seems to be getting more and more frequent. Moreover, what is the purpose of this organization's contact with the Uchiha family? The 3rd generation of Hokage's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said contemplatively, "Itachi, keep watching." 3 generations of Hokage's face was solemn, and he whispered in his mouth. After hearing the words of the 3 generations of Hokage, Itachi disappeared instantly. I have reminded Itachi Uchiha. Speaking of it, Itachi Uchiha is really a nice guy. In this case, my plan to break away from Akatsuki can be successful. Kanzuki-kun, I am abnormal about your Miracle Island. Interested in Konoha's own secret base of Oshimaru? Oshimaru's eyes calmly looked at the busy Hanayu in front of him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the voice in his mouth said hoarsely, middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot. It seems you have discovered the value of the python blood I gave you, Oshimaru-kun. Hanayu's movements paused slightly, a smile appeared on his face, and his mouth whispered, it's really exciting blood. It's hard to believe the huge vitality contained in this blood. This brings my immortality one step closer. Oshimaru's eyes burst out with a fanatical light, a rare look of excitement appeared on his face, and he said in a deep voice, However, although the cells in this blood have been extracted, they cannot be transplanted yet. However, my immortal reincarnation technique has been successful. Daishiwan's eyes were filled with regret and excitement, and his mouth sank, said, reincarnation technique? Oshimaru-kun, only your own body is the most suitable for you. I believe you have begun to clone your own body. Hanayu's movements stopped, her eyes with a playful smile. Her mouth said quietly, hey, it's already started. Speaking of it, Akatsuki has begun to sneak into Konoha more often. According to what Link said, Akatsuki seems to be planning something. There was a solemn expression on Dashimaru's face. Lee said coldly, Konoha has already begun to be enveloped in shadows. But the Uchiha family is self-righteous and continues to be arrogant. Hanayu's eyes flashed a light, and his mouth calmly said, thank you Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Double spy. Undercurrent surging. Chapter 374 Double Agents. Undercurrent surging. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 374 Double Agents. Undercurrent surging. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 374. Double Spy. Undercurrent surging. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Itachi. Is there anything new in Konoha recently? Uchiha family residence. Uchiha Tomokazu sat in the seat of the patriarch, with a face on his face with a serious expression. He asked in a deep voice. Konoha didn't do anything unusual. Standing in front of Uchiha Tomokazu, Itachi's face was expressionless and his mouth calmly replied. What about the night raid team? Uchiha Tomokazu stared at Itachi for a moment, with a solemn expression on his face, asking in his mouth. All the members of the night raid team are in their respective families, and there is no movement at all. Itachi, with facial paralysis as always, looked up at his father, and replied softly 903 in his mouth. Is there no movement? So it is. The Night Strike team has already withdrawn from Konoha's decision-making level and is not on a mission. Moreover, after becoming a guide for Shinin, if nothing happens, it can only become a teacher of Shinin! Exclamation mark. The expression on Uchiha Tomokazu's face relaxed for a moment, and he said secretly in his mouth, if there is nothing else, I'll go back. Father. Itachi glanced at the thoughtful Uchiha Tomokazu, and said calmly, Itachi, go down and rest. Sasuke has been clamoring for his brother to teach. Also, all Konoha's movements need to be reported to me. Itachi. A rare trace of Uchiha Tomokazu's face was revealed. Smile whispered in his mouth. Sasuke. An expression appeared on Itachi's face, and he murmured softly, then slowly disappeared into the room. Brother, you are finally back. Ask me about shuriken throwing technique this time. Just after answering, a grandma rushed out quickly, with a look of excitement on his face, and said happily, "This kid is amazingly Uchiha Sasuke." "Sasuke, let your brother rest for a while," said a beautiful woman with a spoiled look on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. This woman is Mikoto Uchiha, the mother of Itachi and Sasuke. "It's okay, mother. Let's go, Sasuke. This time I will teach you shuriken throwing." Itachi touched Sasuke's head with his right hand, with a gentle smile on his face and a chuckle in his mouth, said, "Boom, boom, boom." In the Uchiha family training ground number 3, Itachi's hands suddenly threw all the kunai in his hands, and then all the kunai pierced into the bull's eye. "That's amazing, brother. Let me try it too." Sasuke's eyes showed a glimmer of worship, with a hint of eagerness on his face, and said excitedly in his mouth, "Okay." With a gentle smile on Itachi's face, he handed kunai in his hand to Sasuke. Later, he directly explained to Sasuke how to throw kunai in. Ding! With a soft sound, Kyuwuin assistant suddenly threw it out. However, Sasuke, who used kunai for the first time, obviously has no skills at all. Kunai bypassed the bull's eye by accident and was nailed to the ground. Failed. Sasuke looked at the bull's eye in front of Itachi with a trace of annoyance on his face, then glanced at the bull's eye in front of him again, and said with loss, very upset, "You know your brother, my shuriken throwing technique is far worse than that of a predecessor." Itachi showed a trace of emotion on his face, and said with a light smile in his mouth, "Is there a senior who is more powerful than my brother?" Sasuke's face showed a look of surprise. His eyes were curious, and he asked in his mouth, "It is also our Uchiha family." However, this senior moved out of the Uchiha family only for some reason. At the same time, this senior has the right to establish the Uchiha family. Even if you wait for the Uchiha family someday destroyed, this senior can create a Uchiha again. Itachi lowered his head and glanced at Sasuke, who was listening carefully, and said with emotion, "Is this senior really so powerful?" He was able to let his father admit it and give the Uchiha family the right to be the head of the branch. Sasuke's face was full of curiosity, and his mouth just sighed with emotion. "All right, let's go. Brother has something to deal with." Itachi glanced at the fleeting figure in the training ground, frowned slightly, and said calmly in his mouth, "Brother is a lie. Didn't you say that you will accompany me to train shuriken throwing skills this afternoon?" Sasuke said with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and said with some depression in his mouth, "Okay, I'll be teaching you another day. I still have something." Itachi's right index finger was bent on Sasuke's forehead, and he said with a chuckle, then left the training ground with Sasuke. "Not bad strength. Itachi's writing wheel is used more proficiently. I believe it will evolve into a kaleidoscope writing wheel in a short time." Itachi and Sasuke just left, twisting in the air of the training ground, and then a figure with a whirlpool mask on face 5.0 appeared instantly. Absolute sent someone to contact Itachi. Akatsuki needs a genius from the Uchiha family. Uchiha's eyes suddenly opened, and his mouth said deep, "I see." A pitcher plant rose from the ground, and definitely emerged from the ground, with a smile on his face, and his mouth mumbled, "Thank you Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection." Next chapter, Uchiha stops water and opens his eyes. Chapter 375 Uchiha stops the water and opens his eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 375 Uchiha stops water and opens his eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 375 Uchiha stops the water and opens his eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. In Konoha's 54 years, Uchiha Itachi became the ninja of the Anb elite. In the same year, Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Akemi Mitsuji, Inuzuka Toga, Yamanaka Ueno, Hyuga Hinata, Yuzino entered the ninja school. In 55 years of Konoha, Itachi Uchiha contacted members of the Akatsuki organization and officially became the double agent of the Akatsuki organization and the Konoha village. As for the Uchiha family's hope that Itachi will become a double agent between their family and Konoha, it is just wishful thinking of the Uchiha family. In the same year, as a night raid team, Uchiha Shisui did not stay at home like his companions. It was because Uchiha Itachi could obtain more information from Akatsuki and resolutely joined the root organization led by Shimura Danzo. Uchiha stops the water. Shimura Danzo's root organization base. The 19 crutches in Shimura Danzo's left hand paused, and said calmly, swish. With a soft sound, a figure appeared in front of Danzo in an instant. At this time, Shisui was wearing a black costume with a fox mask on his face, and his eyes calmly looked at Danzo in front of him. I need you to monitor the actions of the Uchiha family. Danzo looked at Uchiha Shisui with gloomy eyes, his face was expressionless, and his mouth calmly said, I see. Anything else? Uchiha Shisui's eyes still looked at Danzo calmly, and asked coldly in his mouth. No more. Go down. Danzo looked at the Sanguine writing wheel eyes in Shisui's eyes, frowned slightly, stared at Uchiha Shisui for a moment, and said in a deep voice. Although Shimura Danzo is the leader of the root organization, he is even more afraid of the night raid team that has been idle at home and ignores the things in the village. However, Shisui Uchiha, who is also a night raid squad, joined the root organization, but it was an abnormal headache for Danzo. The technique of instantaneous body. Uchiha Shisui's mouth whispered, and his body instantly disappeared in place. Shimura Danzo stood there with a gloomy face, his body motionless, not because Danzo couldn't move, but was the. Before Uchiha Shisui left, Danzo was trapped in the shackles of illusion. Is it the Uchiha family? The Uchiha family doesn't need my surveillance anymore. What I need to do is to monitor Uchiha Tomokazu. In this case, I will definitely be able to find the guy hiding behind the Uchiha family. Bo Shishui's figure appeared on a roof, and he looked up at the blood-red moon above his head, with a smile on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. After that, Shishui's right hand put the fox mask in his hand on his face. Master Madara. Next. What should I do? Uchiha Fumigoka looked at the man with the whirlpool mask in front of him in the secret room of the Uchiha family, and asked in a low voice, oh, can't wait? Don't worry. The Uchiha family will definitely control Konoha. Uchiha's blood-red right eye flashed with mockery, and the voice in his mouth was old. Say, but, I've been waiting for many years. I don't want to wait any longer. Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes, which had been lost by power, did not find the mocking light revealed by Uchiha's belt soil, and his face showed a trace of unwillingness, said slightly anxiously in his mouth. What? Have you forgotten your identity? Uchiha's right eye with soil was cold, and he looked at Uchiha Tomioka calmly, and the three-gold jade chakra in his right eye instantly turned into a kaleidoscope chakra. Said quietly, I see. Lord Madara. Uchiha Tomokazu looked at Uchiha's soiled kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes with unwilling eyes. His face was gloomy, and his mouth said coldly. Hearing Uchiha Tomokazu's words, Uchiha's figure with soil slowly distorted and disappeared into this space. Cut. What? Uchiha Madara? What? The founder of the family? Only I am the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Uchiha Tomokazu's face was gloomy. His eyes showed a trace of anger, and his right eye slammed in front of him suddenly. On the wall, he said coldly. Then Uchiha Tomokazu's figure slowly walked out of the secret room. How? Possible? Seeing Uchiha Tomioka leave, Uchiha Shisui's eyes hidden in the dark murmured with a look of shock. Although Uchiha Tomokazu can't see it, but as a brother with soil, Shisui, who lived with him since childhood, can be sure that he is always talking by observing the subtle movements of the masked person's right eye. Subconscious action when the time! Does the soil ... isn't it dead? Why did it appear here? 107 inches. Uchiha Shishui's three jade eyes turned rapidly, and his mind kept thinking about what was under the mask. Right eye. At this time, Zishui was extremely shocked because he had not died with the soil, and his spirit became abnormally unstable. The negative energy sealed in the eyes of Zishui by Hanayu began to work hard to break through the seal. Peng, peng. At this time, Shishui Uchiha could clearly hear his heartbeat, and all the negative emotions in his mind caused by the dialogue between the soil and Fukyu Uchiha stopped for a while. The three jade of the water turns rapidly. Boom. There was a roar in Zishui's mind, and the negative spiritual power sealed by Hanayu broke out in an instant. The three jade writing wheel of Zishui revolved uninterruptedly, and then the three jades were connected into one piece during the rotation, forming a pattern in the shape of four corners. Uchiha Shishui, kaleidoscope writing round eyes ... open. Thank you Bing Lin Chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, brother. Question. Chapter 376 Brothers. Question. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 376 Brothers. Question. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 376 Brothers. Question. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Come out. At the training ground of the Uchiha family, a teenager put down the kunai in his hand. His face was expressionless, and the three hooked jade in his eyes. The writing wheel's eyes quickly rotated in a circle, and his mouth said calmly, as expected, it is the Uchiha family's most helpful genius to open the kaleidoscope to write round eyes. A man with a whirlpool mask on his face walked out slowly, exclaiming in his mouth, Uchiha Madara ... Sir? Uchiha Itachi calmly looked at the three jade round eyes in the mask, with a non-committal expression on his face, and said calmly, Itachi, our plan is about to begin. The Uchiha family is no longer the genius family I have idealized. These guys have fallen. Uchiha's right eye with soil calmly looked at Itachi's eyes with his mouth, said tentatively, does Akatsuki want to destroy the Uchiha family? I know. However, I just need to test my abilities. Uchiha Itachi said flatly without a trace of expression in his eyes. Test your own equipment? Bringta stared at Itachi for a moment, with a playful smile on his face, and then explained the action plan in detail with Itachi. Exclamation mark. Sure enough, has Itachi found this guy a long time ago? And not far from the two, a figure was quietly hidden in the dark, with complex eyes looking at the two people who were talking, and his mouth muttered secretly, say, okay, that's the plan this time. I hope Itachi-san will not let me down. Uchiha took a look at Itachi, his face was smiling, and his voice was still low and old. So be it. Itachi's eyes turned for a moment, his face was paralyzed, and his mouth said calmly. Then Itachi disappeared in the training ground. Hige, what's the matter? Exclamation mark. Taita slightly lowered his head and glanced at Hige, who emerged, frowned slightly, and asked in a deep voice in his mouth. Interesting. We are being watched. A smile appeared on Kira's face. He looked at the location of Uchiha Shishui with his right eye and said in a deep voice, being watched. It's really interesting. I don't think Uchiha Madara will be watched one day. Uchiha's right eye flashed with soil, and he said in a deep voice, come out. The dirty right eye Sangha Yushal Union rotated a few times, then looked towards Uchiha Shishui's hiding place, and said calmly, it's been a long time since I saw you. Zishui slowly walked out of the darkness, looking at the masked dirt and the muddy feet with complicated eyes, without any expression on his face, and said calmly in his mouth, "Oh, have we ever seen it?" When Daita frowned when he saw Shishui, he asked in a low and old voice, "Uchiha Madara, Uchiha takes soil. What on earth should I call you?" Shishui's Sangha Jade writing wheel quickly turned, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Cut! Have you been discovered? You really deserve to be my brother." Hearing Zishui's words, the earthy right eye Sangua writing wheel suddenly stagnated, and then with a sigh of expression on his face, his right hand moved. The mask on his face was taken off, and his mouth calmly said, "It's really you. Bring the soil." When Zishui saw the familiar half of the face, there was a trace of excitement on his face, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's been a long time." Zishui, with a touch of emotion on his face with soil, his right eye calmly looked at Zishui, and he whispered in his mouth, Why are you still alive? Since you are still alive, why not return to Konoha? Don't you know that there is an old man among Konoha who is still immersed in grief?" Shishui's look of anger appeared on his face, and he asked loudly, "Why? Do you ask me why? In that case, I will tell you." The dirt-carrying face was expressionless, and there was silence in the right eye. At this time, the dirt-carrying seemed to be standing in the darkness. There is no such thing as help in this world. This kind of place. This kind of desperate world. I don't care anymore. The earthy voice was low, his face was silent, and his mouth said deep, "Have you forgotten our grandma? Or you have forgotten Kakashi and Lin? Or you have forgotten your ideals?" Zishui's eyes looked at the soil angrily, questioning loudly. Missing and wishing are nothing but emptiness. Being caught by such illusory things is of no use. Taita slowly put the mask in his hand on his face. His voice was cold and deep, and the three-gu writing wheel with his right eye slowly turned. "How can it be repaired? Have you forgotten, all of you? Uchiha takes soil." Shishui's three-gu jade writing wheel is turning quickly, but even if it is fast turning, Shishui's heart is filled with soil at this time. The shadow of is slowly leaving, farther and farther away. "No, I just don't think it matters. In this world, it doesn't matter whether those guys are dead or alive. In the world to be created, there will be Kakashi, Lin, and Grandma." His eyes flashed with dirt. A ray of light said quietly in his mouth, "Really? Have you abandoned reality?" "I know." Zishui's face slowly recovered his expressionless expression. Sangua wrote the wheel's eyes quickly turning, but his mouth was abnormally calm. "Good money," Zhao said. "Now that I know who I am, then, see you in that world." Shishui. The voice with soil was cold, without a trace of emotion, and he said calmly, "At this time, the three-gu jade writing wheel eye with the soil right eye is instantly connected, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye open. Since reality has been abandoned, there is no need for existence. Sure enough, the best way to take the soil is to die." There was also no expression on Zishui's face. Sangui's eyes turned rapidly, and his eyes all four-cornered kaleidoscope writing round eyes appeared, and blood slowly emerged in the eyes of Zishui. "Thank you Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection." Next chapter, 2 kaleidoscopes. Chapter 377 2 Kaleidoscopes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 377 2 Kaleidoscopes. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 377 2 Kaleidoscopes. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Yeah, it seems that something incredible has been discovered. In Hanayu's residence, the green pupils on Hanayu's forehead suddenly opened. The gaze of both eyes penetrated the distance of the space. His brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said calmly, "Uchiha take soil and Uchiha stop water. This is troublesome." Hanayu's eyes calmly looked at the two people in front of him, muttered in his mouth, and then a dimensional square appeared instantly under his feet. Bring soil. Are you sure you want to fight here? In the training ground, Uchiha Shishui glanced at the environment in front of him, his face expressionless, and his mouth whispered, "That's right. If there is a fight here, Konoha will definitely find it." Uchiha wrinkled slightly with the soil, and said calmly, "Let's go. I know a small island, an island abandoned by Hanayu's." Uchiha Shishui's kaleidoscope eyes turned and said quietly, "Uchiha." Hanayu. A solemn expression flashed across the soiled right eye, and a slightly surprised expression flashed across his mouth. Dimensional phalanx. Launch. Zishui took out a seal scroll from the ninja bag 133, raised his right hand, and uttered a low drink in his mouth. A huge dimensional square would instantly bring both soil and water. The human body is wrapped in. Boom, boom. On the small island closest to Konoha, there were two soft sounds in a row, and the figure with soil and water stopped instantly appeared on the small island. Is this the power of Uchiha Hanayu's Tegu? With soil looking at the instantaneously transformed space, with a look of surprise on his face, he said in a deep voice, "I'm surprised." Even me, when I saw the Emperor Hanyu's predecessor, I was a little surprised. Zishui's eyes flashed a light of worship, and he said with a light smile, "So, go on." Zishui's kaleidoscope of eyes suddenly stopped turning. His eyes looked at the soil in front of him coldly, with a low drink from his mouth. His body rushed towards the soil at high speed. Fire escape. How fireball art. Faced with the sudden attack of Zishui, the earth-carrying right eye 1 would-be JBG cylinder wheel eye turned instantly, and the hands quickly formed a seal, and the mouth gave a low cry. The fireball blocked in front of Shishui. Quick body technique. Zishui's eyes shrank slightly, and his body instantly disappeared in front of the fireball. After that, Zishui's body appeared behind the soiled body, and the kumo in his right hand pierced the soil for an instant. Peng. With a soft sound, the soiled body instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. But Shishui's face was completely unsurprised. His free left hand instantly pressed on the ground, and his body quickly moved back, jumped a few times. Ding! With a crisp sound, there was a kunai in the position where Zishui was standing just now, and then a figure with soil emerged from the ground. "Have you started fighting? This is troublesome." Just as the two men fighting with soil and Zishui, on a rock on this small island, Hanayu's figure instantly appeared, and then Hanayu was condescending. Watching the battle between the two, muttered in his mouth. The Five-Vision Universal Observer allows Hanayu to clearly observe the battle. Wait. This is kaleidoscope right's round eyes. In other words, did Zishui-sang finally open the kaleidoscope? Hanayu's aquamarine eyes on the forehead saw Zishui's eyes, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. He said calmly in his mouth, "Although Hanayu's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes also have the ability to white eyes farsightedly, but they can't do the super long distance perspective like the Five-Vision Universal Observer." In Zishui's body. What is the lingering green in the heart part? Could it be when Hanayu used the ability of perspective to see the meridians in Zishui's body, her face suddenly changed, and her mouth suddenly changed? Shensheng said, "Nice action, Zishui. You have grown a lot." The earthy brows wrinkled slightly. His right eye looked at Zishui, and he said in a deep voice, "I have always been under the guidance of Senior Hanayu." Zishui's right hand suddenly covered his right eye, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said calmly. After that, Zishui continued to rush towards the soil. Fire escape. Blasting wind dancing. With a low voice from the mouth with soil, the kaleidoscope writing wheel in the right eye instantly revolved, and a spatial vortex was formed in front of Shishui, and then a huge spiral flame instantly disappeared from popped out of the space. Quick! Uchiha Ryu. Sun halo dance. A short knife suddenly appeared in Shishui's right hand, and then Shishui used the instant technique with the short knife to wave it instantly. For a while, Shishui appeared in front of him. The circles are like the flame blade of the sun. Peng, peng. A blast sounded instantly, and the two flames instantly collided together. The huge firelight instantly burned the surrounding trees. The flame spread towards the water stop and the soil in an instant. "Have you blocked it?" The dirty face flashed with a solemn expression, and there was a mutter in his mouth. The body instantly turned into illusion, and the flame instantly penetrated the dirty body. Quick body technique. Before the flame came, Zishui's body instantly disappeared in place, and then appeared on a huge rock. Cough. Zishui, who was standing still, coughed suddenly in his mouth, and blood flowed out of his eyes instantly. Is that true? Standing in the distance, Hanae frowned deeply when she saw the situation of Shishui. Her face was gloomy, and her mouth calmly said, "Damned meeting. Every Friday, Otaku can only update one chapter today. Forgive me, readers!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Suzuo of Shishui. Hematology. Chapter 378 Suzuo of Shishui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 378 Suzuo of Shishui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 378 Suzuo of Shishui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Is that true? Standing in the distance, Hanae frowned deeply, her face gloomy, and her mouth said quietly, "Green heart." Cut. It's time to stop Shishui. Hanae's face showed a trace of worry, and with a whisper in his mouth, his body appeared beside Shishui and died too. Cough. Hanae, Senior. Zishui's face showed a look of surprise, watching Hanae appear in front of him. Zishui's face showed a smile, and his mouth coughed. "Speak softly." Unexpectedly, you have already opened the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Shishui. However, it seems that my previous practice of sealing negative energy in your eyes was wrong. Hanae's face was full of annoyance, said quietly, "No, I am very grateful to Senior Hanae. I was able to wake up kaleidoscope writing round eye so soon, and, even if Senior Han did not help, my kaleidoscope writing round eye would still open. It's just sometime in the evening." Zishui's face showed a hint of gratitude, and the quadrangular kaleidoscope of his eyes looked at Hanae. He said in a deep voice, "Really? But, your body is no longer suitable for fighting, Shishui. Leave the rest to me." Hanae's brows wrinkled slightly. Her eyes looked at her right eye with dirt and her mouth. Lee said in a deep voice, "Road Konoha's Emperor Uchiha Hanae. It is also a genius of the Uchiha clan." The earthy voice returned to the old and deep. The kaleidoscope writing wheel in the right eye rotated in a circle, and the mouth was cold. Say, "Senior Hanae, this is my battle alone. Please don't intervene. I need to kill this guy with my own hands." The kaleidoscope of Zishui writes round eyes and blood flows out, and the left eye of the kaleidoscope writes round eyes is huge because of its huge size. Pain and being restored by Zishui to the form of Sangue writing round eyes. Do you want to cut the fetters with your own hands? I know, but don't force it. Hanae's brows wrinkled slightly, her body appeared on a huge rock, and her mouth reminded, "This is a battle I can't escape." Senior Hanae. Zishui glanced at Hanae apologetically, whispering in his mouth, "This is a bit troublesome." Uchiha Hanae unexpectedly appeared here. However, he shouldn't know who I am. Then, if Shishui is killed, I will still be Uchiha Madara. A contemplative expression flashed through the right eye with dirt, and he said inwardly in his mouth, "Fire escape middle. The art of how to sing the flames." There was a sudden cry from the soiled mouth, and the hands quickly formed a seal, and huge dragon-shaped flames instantly rushed towards Shishui. Tuo done middle. How Yan sings. Zishui's hands quickly formed seals, and also spit out dragon-shaped flames from his mouth. Peng, peng. The flames slammed together in an instant, and the huge flames soared into the sky. reflecting the figure with soil and water. Illusory magic magic blockade. Zishui's right eye kaleidoscope writing wheel rotated a circle, and an illusion was instantly released toward the soil. Illusion. Uchiha rebound. The right eye with soil spun suddenly, and the illusion of Shishui was instantly bounced back by the right eye with soil. Cut. Isn't it useless? Zishui's eyes wrinkled with a look of regret. His brows wrinkled slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Is it only at this level, Zishui?" The soiled face was still expressionless, and his mouth said calmly, middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 middle dot. Don't be kidding, you fellow. A cold expression appeared on Zishui's face, and the kaleidoscope writing wheel in his right eye instantly revolved. Suzakan B. Shishui's mouth whispered, and a huge green skeleton appeared instantly, and then a green chakra intertwined on the bones, and in almost a moment, a huge green was formed. Samurai Sisa, holding a huge auger in the samurai's right hand. Nani, this? How is this possible? Daita's originally calm face showed a look of surprise, and said in surprise, "Does Susanoo open with a single eye?" Moreover, unlike the blue Susanoo of the Uchiha families, the Shishui's Susanoo is green. At the center of Susanoo's breastplate, there is a red goo. Is this the Suzuo with the strongest illusion eye opening? Han, who stood by, said quietly with a thoughtful look on her face. Ahem. It's hard to believe it. The Uchiha family can only use Susanoo after both eyes are opened with the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes. However, my eyes are phantom eyes. I can only rely on the right eye. A kaleidoscope can open Suzuo in his own mind. However, compared to Suzuo with the left eye, Suzuo with the right eye opened seems to be more inclined to physical attack. Shishui's right eye shed blood, his face was pale, and he whispered in his mouth, "Thanks to Bing Lin Chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Hemorrhagic disease of the Uchiha family. Chapter 379 The Uchiha Family's Hemorrhagic Disease. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 379 The Uchiha Family's Hemorrhagic Disease. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor 379 Chapter 379 Uchiha Family's Hemorrhagic Disease. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Ahem. Zishui's mouth suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became paler, but the kaleidoscope in his right eye was actually getting brighter and brighter. The green chakra has begun to penetrate into the heart. Hanayu's face flashed with a worried expression, and starlight appeared in his eyes. Looking at the heart of Zishui, his brows were deeply frowned. Stand up. This is only when the kaleidoscope is turned on. Is it a hemorrhagic disease of the Uchiha family? The soiled brow wrinkled deeply. His right eye also noticed the condition of Shishui. His mouth murmured to himself, "Is this the hematological disease in the Uchiha family?" It is hidden in the Uchiha family, like the hemorrhagic disease in the Kaguya family. Shishui's right hand covered his right eye, but the blood still ran through his fingers. Infiltrated out. Kyodun middle dot Yanbo. Combination ninjutsu 030 middle dot spiral Yanbo. Zishui's hands were sealed, and a group of hot flames suddenly spit out from his mouth, with a low drink in his mouth. Green. The spiral drill in the right hand of Suzuo Nanu instantly rotated, stirring the flames in front of him, forming a huge spiral flame wave. Kyodun middle dot. The fire is extinguished. The hands with the soil quickly formed marks, and a low shout from his mouth. A huge wall of flames blocked the front of the soil with the river. Peng. A huge explosion sounded, and the drill in the right hand of Shishui's instantly hit the wall of flame, and the huge flame above the drill spread instantly, forming a huge flame vortex. The flame vortex spread for hundreds of meters in an instant, and even the rock on which Hanayu stood was cut in half by a fiery flame. So strong attack power. In the right hand with soil, a fan-style weapon appeared in an instant. It was Uchiha Madara's Uchiha fan. Go! With a low voice from the soiled mouth, his body instantly turned into an afterimage, and he rushed towards Shishui at high speed, and the group fan in his right hand instantly slammed towards Suzuo Nenu. Illusory Shuzukage avatar. Zishui's right hand stood up suddenly, and with a whisper in his mouth, 5 identical green Suzanos appeared instantly in front of the soil. Illusion. With a frown and frowning, he looked at the face almost exactly the same. Even the fluctuation of chakra was the same. There was a dignified look on his face, and the fan in his right hand was instantly released. A flame. Peng. The flame instantly covered the 3 Suzanos, and the illusion rebound ability attached to the group fan instantly dispelled the 3 Suzusu in front of them. Found it. The dirt-carrying kaleidoscope of right eye writing wheel turned quickly, and then his gaze instantly settled on the Suzuo Noha's body. The body instantly entered the void, and then the dirt-carrying figure suddenly moved from the green beard. Behind Zone appeared. Chuff. With a soft sound, the ball fan in the hands of the soil hit the air instantly, and the Suzuo Nenu in front of him instantly became illusory like a bubble, and then quickly dissipated to the place. Illusory magic middle dot. Don't God, Zishui said with a puff of blood flowing out of his right eye at this time. Then the soil-carrying right hand suddenly lifted up, looking at the astonished soil-carrying Suzuo Nenu's spiral drill instantly attacked the soil-carrying. Nani? How could it be possible? I have clearly seen the real body. Why is this Suzuo illusionist? With a look of surprise on his face with soil, he raised his head and stared at the front suddenly. Suzuo of the water had already attacked the right-hand spiral drill bit, and said in shock, "Other gods?" Zishui's eyes are all phantom eyes, even the pupils in the eyes are the same. However, compared to the other gods in the left eye, which has the consciousness of permanently changing others, the right eye seems to be more inclined to change the consciousness of others for a short time. This also makes Zishui's right eye release the other gods, and the cooling time will not be as long as 10 years. Hanayu opened a pair of blue wings behind her, her body suspended in the air, her eyes watching the battle between the two calmly. He said to himself in secret. Peng. With a loud noise, the spiral drill bit of Zishui hit the ground, and the body with soil did hide in the different space for an instant, and then the figure with soil appeared from behind Zishui again. Right, the foot suddenly kicked towards Zishui. Peng. With a muffled sound, Suzuo Noha's free left hand instantly blocked Shishui's front, but if so, Suzuo Noha's huge body did step back a few steps. Ahem. Can I only hold on for so long, Grandma? I really can't leave the soil in the end. Although I know that if I speak, Senior Hanayu will do it. But, it violates my forbearance. So, from the beginning to the end, I just rely on my own strength to fight. Cough. The kaleidoscope of Zishui said that the eyes of the wheel rotate rapidly, but the vision in both eyes is getting blurred. There was a bitter smile on Zishui's face, and he whispered in his mouth. Says Non 99. Zishui's face showed a stubborn look, and with a low drink from his mouth, Suzuo No's breastplate instantly opened, and countless bursts of blood goo were emitted in an instant. Green chakra arrow. Countless arrows are overwhelmingly attacking towards the soil. Crap. Zishui's heart has been completely attacked by the green chakras. Moreover, using countless chakras to inspire a large number of arrows in an instant, it made the body that was born with hemorrhagic disease because of the opening of the kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. The loss of vitality is even faster. This fellow Zishui. A trace of sadness appeared on Hanayu's face, and the body suspended in the air quickly rushed towards Zishui. Peng, peng. Numerous arrows exploded in an instant, submerging the body with soil in the center of the explosion. Even if countless arrows can hide in a different space with soil, The body is still seriously injured at this time. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye of the right eye has degenerated to the state of a GUI writing wheel eye. Ahem. I can only stop here. Sure enough, I disappointed Senior Hanayu. However, the fellow Itachi really makes people worry. Shishui's eyes dimmed. When he got up, the Suzuo Nenu on his body slowly degraded, and finally disappeared. At this time, Zishui had a smile on his face and whispered in his mouth. Secret technique middle dot. The technique of crow clone. Zishui glanced at Hanayu who was rushing quickly. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and a whisper of 1.3 in his mouth. His body instantly turned into a crow in the sky. Among this group of crows, the eyes of the two crows all formed a quadrangular kaleidoscope to right round eyes. Please forgive me for being self-willed again. Senior Hanayu. Speaking of it, the crow clone art is still a secret technique created by Senior Hanayu. Consciousness is about to be broken. I hope I can meet Itachi. Finally, I remember that Senior Hanayu has a resurrection plan. Did I participate? Can't remember it. Zishui's body became illusory piece by piece, and then the crows screamed quickly on top of Hanayu's head! Thanks to Bing Lin-chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward! Ask for a monthly pass! Seeking collection. Shishui's self-sacrifice. Itachi's kaleidoscope writes round eyes. Chapter 308 is Ishui's self-sacrifice. Itachi's kaleidoscope writes round eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Chapter 308 is Ishui's self-sacrifice. Itachi's kaleidoscope writes round eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the self-sacrifice of Chapter 308 is Ishui. Itachi's kaleidoscope writes round eyes. For collection, for subscription, for reward. Quack, quack, quack. At the Uchiha family training ground, a group of crows crowed and fell on the ground, and then countless crows gathered again and formed the figure of a young man. Ahem. Consciousness has begun to blur. I can't hold on. Uchiha Shishui opened his left eye with difficulty, looking at the familiar training ground in front of him, and said calmly. At this time, the original kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes of Zishui's right eye disappeared, leaving only the 3 GUI writing wheel eyes of the left eye. Senior Hanayu has sealed my right eye. In this way, I only need to give my left eye to Itachi. Zishui's face was filled with gratitude, and his mouth murmured say, Ahem. It's really bad. The phone worm was damaged during the battle. Zishui coughed again, his left eye fell into a blur, and then his hands became imprinted, and his right hand stood up. A series of unique chakra fluctuations passed to the surrounding. This ... This 18 is Brother Shishui. Itachi, who was cultivating alone in a Nanbu uniform in the Uchiha family training ground, whispered with a surprised look on his face. Then Itachi's figure rushed towards the direction of Zishui instantly. Swish! A blast of air sounded, and Itachi's figure instantly appeared in front of Zishui. At this time, Itachi looked at Zishui's dying body in surprise, completely speechless. Itachi is here. Ahem. I am really happy to see you at the end. Zishui opened his left eye with difficulty, looking at the Itachi in front of him with a smile on his face and mouth, said with a chuckle, Brother Zishui. How could you? There was a trace of sadness on Itachi's face. At this time, Itachi had already observed the green chakra in Zishui's body through the eyes of the 3 jade writing wheel. Brother Zishui ... I will send you to Konoha Hospital. No, Teacher Hanayu will be able to cure you. There was a trace of sadness on Itachi's face, and the calmness on his face disappeared. His mouth said anxiously, Calm down. Itachi. Ahem. Am dying. Senior Hanayu told me this. You must have seen the green chakra in my heart. Zishui's face was exposed. A happy smile reminded softly in his mouth. Speaking of it, it's really ridiculous. I activated the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye, and at the same time, I also activated the disease hidden in my blood veins. Senior Hanayu said. It takes a lot to open the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. For the price, I think the Uchiha family's hemorrhagic disease is one of them. Shishui's face was pale, and he looked at Itachi with his left eye and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Brother Shishui." There was a trace of sadness on Itachi's face, tears flowed from his eyes, and his mouth said painfully, "Of course, as smart as a ferret, you can observe the state of water stop at this time." Itachi. Speaking of it, the ideals of the two of us are very close. I have entrusted my ideals to you. Take my share to live. And, be careful of the mask man. Shishui with a smile on his face, he whispered in his mouth. And then Zishui's right hand stretched out and touched Itachi's forehead. This ... this is? Itachi looked at the space in front of him with doubt, turned to look at the water in front of him, and asked in his mouth, "This is my spiritual space. It is also my memory. Just like the Itachi you have seen. I was injured in this battle." Shishui slowly walked to Itachi, at the feet of the two. Impressively is the picture of Shishui fighting with soil. "My time is running out. At the last moment, I want to give you my left eye and kaleidoscope pupil power. I hope you can stick to your forbearance." Shishui patted Itachi on the shoulder. Then the figures of the two disappeared into the mental space for an instant, and Zishui's left eye instantly bore a crow. The crow's eye was a quadrangular kaleidoscope, and the crow quickly penetrated into the eye of Itachi. See you later, Itachi. There was a smile on Zishui's face, and his body instantly jumped into the river in front of him. Brother Zishui. Itachi's eyes watched with grief as Zishui jumped into the river, and the Sangha Jade writing wheel quickly turned, and the pupil power of Zishui and Hanayu sealed in Itachi's eyes. Negative energy poured into Itachi's eyes instantly. Peng. With a soft sound, the three Gui Jade in Itachi's eyes were all connected in an instant. At the same time, there was a blood in Itachi's eyes. Is this kaleidoscope writing round eyes? Brother Shishui. I will stick to our forbearance. That is, guard Konoha. Itachi's eyes were firm, and his mouth said calmly. And while Itachi was still immersed in the sorrow caused by Shishui's death, a ninja stared at Itachi in front of him dumbfounded. Thanks to Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Rumors and Conflicts. Chapter 381 Rumors and Conflicts. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 381 Rumors and Conflicts. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 381 Rumors and Conflicts. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Have you heard that? Uchiha Itachi of the Uchiha family wrote round eyes in order to awaken the kaleidoscope. He killed Uchiha Shishui by himself. In the streets of Konoha, a middle-aged ninja looked at the teenager walking quietly in front of him with a sigh on his face, and whispered in his mouth, "This news is true." A Konoha's ninja stared at the boy who was walking blankly in front of him, with a hint of surprise on his face, and asked in a low voice, "Someone saw this with their own eyes?" A ninja said with a hint of anger on his face, with a deep voice in his mouth, "Is that so?" The surrounding ninjas and civilians all looked at the walking teenager with weird faces, and muttered to themselves. Cut. There was a cold expression on the walking ferret's face. He turned his head and glanced at the whispering crowd behind him, his face expressionless. Speaking of it, the Uchiha family is originally a family that needs to kill their relatives to get a kaleidoscope writing wheel. In a street close to the Uchiha family residence, it was also whispering. Peng. With a dull sound, a young man in the uniform of Uchiha's fan suddenly hit the trees with a punch. This fellow Itachi is simply a shame to the family. Uchiha Nojai looked at Itachi, who was slowly entering the family with a trace of envy, and said angrily, "If it weren't for this fellow Itachi, how could our family be laughed at by those civilian ninjas? How can it be repaired?" Behind Uchiha Nojai, The same young man clenched his fists and said angrily, "Hey, stop it, you bastard!" Uchiha Hanoja's face showed a trace of anger. His eyes glared at Itachi's back, and his mouth said angrily, "What's the matter?" Grave accent. Itachi turned his head and looked at Uchiha Hanoja in front of him with cold eyes, and said calmly, although Itachi was talking to Uchiha Hanoja, he seemed to have never seen Uchiha Hanoja in his pupils. "How can it be repaired? It's such a look ... like looking at an ant. I am ... I am a genius cultivated by the Uchiha family." Uchiha Hanoja's face flashed with a cold look, his mouth yelled loudly, "Since there is nothing else to do, then, goodbye." Itachi looked at the angry Uchiha Hanoja and the current genius boy of the Uchiha family behind him with a flat face. His brows were slightly frowned, and his mouth whispered, and his body was slowly disappeared into Uchiha's sight. In the 55th year of Konoha, a month has passed since Uchiha Shishui's death has been confirmed. During this month, Konoha began to circulate that Uchiha Itachi, in order to open the kaleidoscope to right the wheel of the eye, Uchiha Shishui killed and captured Uchiha Shishui's eyes. Suddenly, the Uchiha family fell into the ridicule of everyone in Konoha, but the original Uchiha family super genius made everyone in the Uchiha family sigh secretly because of Konoha's ridicule. The Uchiha family except Itachi, except for Sasuke's younger brother Uchiha, all the people in the tribe are full of anger towards Itachi, and even Uchiha Tomokazu has become hostile to his son. After all, a tribe who can kill his own relatives with his own hands can be hostile to anyone. This guy Uchiha Itachi ... has he forgotten? He is no longer the genius of the family. Now he is just a shame to the family, and he killed Uchiha Shishui by himself. Unforgivable. Uchiha Hanoja had a look of resentment on his face. His face was extremely gloomy, and his mouth said coldly, "Let's go. Let us personally kill Uchiha Itachi to avenge Uchiha Shishui." Uchiha Hanoja's face was cold, and he said with a deep voice, and the boy behind him was completely bewitched by Uchiha's wild life, and chased it towards Itachi's house. "Uchiha Itachi, come out for me." Uchiha Hanoja walked into Itachi's house with a gloomy face, and said coldly, "The one that should appear still appears." Itachi, who was sitting in the room talking to Sasuke, suddenly flashed a cold light, and whispered in his mouth, "Brother." Sasuke looked at Itachi with a bewildered look. Although Itachi's cold expression was only a flash, he still let Sasuke see it. At this time, Sasuke looked at his originally gentle brother, but it came into being some strange feelings. "Let's go. Don't bother Sasuke." Itachi came to the yard, looked at the 7 people who were excited, his face became cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Brother seems to have had an argument with them." Sasuke lay on the window, watching Itachi and Uchiha who were arguing in the yard, muttering to himself, "Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect that you would kill Uchiha Shishui with your own hands. I believe that even Shishui wouldn't have thought of it. Uchiha Itachi, who has always been his younger brother, will kill himself. It's really ironic." "Yeah?" Uchiha Hanoja's face was cold, his eyes showed a hint of sarcasm, and his mouth said coldly, "Yes. You are simply a shame to the Uchiha clan. Get out of the Uchiha clan for me." The same yelled behind Uchiha Hanoja. Peng. With a dull sound, Itachi suddenly hit the belly of Uchiha Hanoja who was still chattering, and directly knocked Uchiha Hanoja out. Peng. Good promise, Peng. A series of 7 dull noises sounded, and the 7 people in front of Itachi flew out almost at the same time. At this time, Itachi stood on the spot with a cold face, and looked down at the 7 people underground. "I also said just now, it's better not to judge a person based on appearance and impression alone. It's all because you think that I am calm and make judgments. You think I will not easily beat people and shout out. Don't stop. It's because you read my instrument wrong and don't know how deep my instrument is. Now I will be knocked to the ground." Itachi's face was full of madness, and his eyes looked at the 7 people in front of him with cold eyes, shouted angrily in his mouth. Thanks to Bing Lin Chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Itachi's transformation. Chapter 382 The Transformation of Itachi. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 382 The Transformation of Itachi. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor makes the transformation of Chapter 382 Itachi. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. How can it be repaired? Uchiha Itachi. How dare you? Dare to attack me? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Uchiha Noja's face sullen, stood up slowly, and said coldly, Fire escape middle. How to fireball? Uchiha Noja's hands were knotted, and a huge fireball was suddenly spit out from his mouth, and the hot fireball struck at Itachi. From the eyes of your writing wheel, I can only see envy and jealousy. Itachi's eyes were cold, his face was full of expressions, and his mouth said in a deep voice, Secret art middle. The art of crow clone. Itachi raised his right hand and whispered in his mouth. His body instantly turned into crows. Crows flying in the sky surrounded Uchiha's wildlife. Then they gathered again in front of Uchiha Noji. Cut. Have you been seen through? Uchiha Itachi. Why can you become a super genius in the Uchiha family, and no matter how hard we put in, we can't surpass you? Why? Uchiha Noji's face was a bit ferocious. His eyes looked at Itachi with jealousy, and 750 roared in his mouth. So obsessed with the organization, so obsessed with the family, so obsessed with reputation, it will limit one's potential, become a negative factor hindering one's physical growth, and have fear and hatred of things that have never been seen. It is really stupid. Itachi looked at Uchiha Noji in front of him expressionlessly. His body appeared in front of Uchiha Noji, looked at Uchiha Noji's horrified expression, and said in a low voice, Peng. With a soft sound, Uchiha Noji's body was instantly knocked out, and then hit the ground heavily. Exclamation mark in my heart. I am already desperate for this mediocre family. Only small people will be so obsessed with this, so they will ignore the really important things. The real change is that it cannot be restricted by rules, and is preconceived and imagined. Imitation. Itachi's eyes were gloomy, with a crazy look on his face, and his mouth said coldly, Enough. Itachi. A cold voice suddenly came from behind Itachi, and then Uchiha Tomikazu's figure slowly walked past Itachi and stood opposite Itachi. Do you still want to kill these geniuses in the Uchiha family? Uchiha Tomikazu's expression was cold, his eyes looked at Itachi deeply, and he shouted in a deep voice, Father. Itachi's face was slightly shocked, looking at Uchiha Tomikazu who was standing opposite him, with a self-deprecating smile on his face, and his mouth calmly said, I already know the cause of this fight. Uchiha Shishui's death is the loss of the Uchiha family. Itachi. Anyway, you are also companions. And, speaking of it, we are Konoha's the garrison troops also need to deal with the guy who killed his comrades in the village. This battle. Just stop. Uchiha Tomikazu's face was expressionless. Uchiha Shishui's death. Uchiha Tomikazu's death. Don't care. Sorry. It was really not me who killed Shishui, but I'm sorry for the repeated rants. With a trace of sadness PJCD on Itachi's face, he glanced at the expressionless Uchiha Tomikazu, suddenly kneeling on the ground, said apologetically, Itachi. Since Itachi has admitted wrong, let's go. Uchiha Tomikazu glanced at Itachi with complicated eyes, and said in a deep voice. Then Uchiha Tomikazu led the 7 Uchiha Nojis out of the Uchiha family residence. Really? A hypocritical family. At this time, Itachi's eyes flowed with sad tears, and his heart had completely lost the bond with the family. At the same time, because of the sorrow caused by Shishui's death, Finally all broke out in this day. Brother, you seem to have a quarrel with the clansman. The young Sasuke looked at Itachi, who was walking back home with a faint walk, with a worried expression on his face, and said softly, "It's okay, Sasuke. Too good is not necessarily a good thing. Outstanding strength will be isolated and will make people arrogant. Even if it is initially sought after, it is the same." Itachi's face was expressionless and his mouth was calm, said, "However, you are my only brother in this world. As a barrier that you must surpass, I will live with you, even if you hate it." This is the so-called brother. Itachi's face revealed, with a gentle smile, he said quietly, I don't understand it at all." Sasuke's face looked at Itachi's usual smile with a trace of confusion, with a happy smile on his face as well, and he complained, "Time is running out." Itachi's eyes scanned everything in the house calmly, his brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth muttered to himself, "Thanks to Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The Night of Annihilation. The thunderous funeral song of the cold moon. Chapter 383 The Night of Extermination. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 383 The Night of Extermination. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The Strongest Emperor of Naruto. Chapter 383 The Night of Extermination. Please collect, seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. In Konoha's 56 years, Uchiha Itachi officially became the captain of the Dark Part, and Konoha began to implement a suppression plan against the Uchiha family. And the Uchiha family began a 3-month conspiracy rebellion because of the bewitched by the mysterious masked man. Sarutobi. Time is almost up. According to the latest information, the Uchiha family intends to rebel with tomorrow. It's time to break the Uchiha family's illusion. The extermination plan ... to be implemented as soon as possible. Shimura in the Konoha Hokage office. Danzo pushed open the door and walked in. His face was expressionless, and his mouth said coldly, "Danzo, Uchiha family affairs, you only need to be responsible for the peripheral vigilance. Other things, leave it to Amp." The third generation of Hokage frowned and glanced at Danzo in front of him, reminded in his mouth, said, "Sarutobi, you guy still have help for the Uchiha family? Don't be too naive. The Uchiha family has been lost by power." Danzo's eyes glanced at the 3 generations of Hokage. His face suddenly gloomy. He came down. His mouth deep said, "Annihilation is not something you can control." Shimura. Danzo. A cold voice suddenly came from outside the door, and then Hanayu's figure slowly walked into the 3rd generation Hokage office. "Uchiha. Hanayu, have you forgotten your promise at the time? Are you planning to intervene in Konoha's high-level decision?" Danzo's eyes suddenly shrank when he saw Hanayu's figure. After a moment, his face was abnormally gloomy, and his mouth said coldly, "The Uchiha family is not something you can destroy, Danzo. Also, I don't have the slightest interest in Konoha's high-level decision." Hanayu walked in slowly, his face expressionless, and his eyes stared flatly. Danzo glanced, and said calmly, "You guy." A look of anger appeared on Danzang's face, his eyes staring at Hanayu in front of him coldly, angrily snorted, and he sat angrily behind the 3rd generation of Hokage. "Hankun, you promised me you are not participating in Konoha's high-level decision. Are you planning to prevent the destruction of the Uchiha family?" The 3rd generation of Hokage also frowned at Han, reminding her mouth, "I don't have any interest in the Uchiha family's destruction plan you made. I came here only because of Itachi's request." Hanayu sat on the opposite side of the 3 generations of Hokage casually, and said calmly, "Itachi's request." The 3rd generation of Hokage had a look of surprise on his face, glanced at Hanayu, and said in contemplation in his mouth, "Itachi." Hanayu let out a low voice, and beside him, a young man wearing an Anbu uniform and a fox mask on his head appeared instantly. and it was Uchiha Itachi. Teacher Hanayu, 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Danzang's armor. Itachi's eyes were calm. He took off the mask on his head and said softly, Itachi, what is your request? The 3rd generation of Hokage turned to look at Itachi, with a trace of apology on his face, and asked calmly in his mouth, I hope that Sasuke can survive. And as a price, I will destroy the Uchiha family with my own hands. Itachi said with no expression on his face and said in a deep voice, impossible. Everyone in the Uchiha family will be killed. This is a plan we've discussed long ago. Danzo suddenly stood up when he heard Itachi's words, and said gloomily, is that really the case? Tuanzang, with a playful smile on Hanayu's face, the fingers of his right hand shook slightly, and an Anbu who was standing behind Tuanzang instantly took the kunai in his hand. On Danzo's neck. Tiger. What are you doing? Shimura Danzo's brow furrowed deeply, and he glanced down at the kunai on his neck. His face was pale, and his mouth asked coldly, middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 master Danzo dot 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 my body dot 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 is under control. The dark face of the codenamed Tiger showed a trace of cold sweat. His eyes looked at his hands in horror, and his mouth said in horror, Uchiha. Hanayu. Danzo's head suddenly turned to Hanayu. His eyes were staring at the subtle silk thread on Hanayu's fingers, and his mouth said gloomily, Master 3 generations of Hokage, please agree to my last request. Itachi glanced at Hanayu gratefully, then looked at the 3 generations of Hokage sincerely, and said with a deep voice, 0 for your own brother? I know. But, don't you think the cost of doing this is too great? Maybe you will bear Sasuke's hatred in the future. There was a sigh on the face of the 3rd generation of Hokage. He sighed and said, maybe. This is my duty as a brother. Itachi showed a gentle expression on his face, looked at the Uchiha family residence in the distance with a deep gaze, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, okay, I agree. The 3rd generation of Hokage thought for a moment, glanced at Hanayu, nodded in his mouth, and said calmly, extremely grateful. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Itachi showed a grateful look on his face, and said thanks to him. Yeah, it would be very uncomfortable to kill your own people with your own hands. Itachi, let me help you solve some. Hanayu stood up slowly, looking at the fading night outside the window. Her mouth was calm. Say, thanks to Bing Lin-chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. The Thunderous Funeral Song of the Cold Moon. Chapter 384 The Thunderous Funeral Song of the Cold Moon. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 384 The Thunderous Funeral Song of the Cold Moon. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor, Chapter 384, The Thundering Funeral Song of Hanayu. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Woo. Under the gradually dimming night, a group of silhouettes flashed quickly, and 20 Anbu members stood in an instant. The outskirts of the Uchiha family residence. 3 generations of Hokage-sama ordered. All Uchiha members who rushed out of the family will be killed. A dark troop commanded calmly on his face with no expression on his face. Understood. 20 Anbu nodded, and their figures instantly dispersed. And then all of the 20 Anbu's hands became imprinted! Exclamation mark. Combined ninjutsu middle dot enchantment. The 20 Anb shouted together, and a huge transparent enchantment instantly enveloped the Uchiha family. This enchantment can isolate any sound and prevent the people inside from rushing out. 703 The next thing, leave it to Itachi. An Anbu ninja showed a calm look in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "I will keep my promise. I hope you can delay Sasuke as much as possible." Itachi walked out slowly with a fox mask on his face, and said calmly, "Relax, Itachi. I won't let Sasuke disturb you." A sad look flashed across a dark squadron's face, and he said in a deep voice, "That's really grateful." A grateful smile appeared on Itachi's face, and then the figure quickly fell on the ground of the Uchiha family. Why set up a barrier in the Uchiha family? A member of the Uchiha family suddenly opened the three jade writing wheel eyes, looking at the chakra wave above his head. His face was revealed a look of surprise. Peng! A flare flashed over the Uchiha family instantly, and the flare burst into a pattern of a fan. After that, countless Uchiha ninjas quickly appeared on the street. Our plan exposed. Uchiha Tomikazu's face was gloomy, his eyes coldly looked at the enchantment in front of him, and he said in a deep voice, "Nani, why was it exposed? How did Konoha know our plan?" A member named Uchiha was surprised and said in surprise, "It seems that Konoha intends to kill us all at once." Uchiha Tomikazu's face was gloomy. His eyes showed a trace of madness, and he said loudly, "All Uchiha members are in charge. Since Konoha wants to kill us, then we can't sit and wait. Everyone go." Uchiha Tomikazu's face showed a trace of madness, and his mouth shouted loudly, "Commanded." Is the Uchiha family's last madness? Interesting. It is really interesting. Just when all the Uchiha ninjas wanted to rush out, a cold voice suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Uchiha Hanya. Did you really tell the Uchiha family's plan? Uchiha Tomikazu's face was gloomy. His eyes looked at Hanayu's figure angrily, and his mouth questioned, "Father." Behind Hanayu, Itachi's figure slowly appeared. At this time, Itachi's face was expressionless and his mouth said calmly, "Itachi, you. I understand." After seeing Itachi appear, all Uchiha family members understood. Uchiha Tomikazu showed a bitter smile on his face, and said softly, "How can it be repaired?" "Itachi, you spy, go to death." A Uchiha ninja looked at Itachi with angrily eyes, yelled in his mouth, and quickly knotted his hands. Fire escape middle. How fireball art. A huge fireball instantly struck at Itachi, and the hot temperature made the surrounding air a little distorted. Peng! With a loud noise, the huge fireball instantly hits Itachi's body, directly knocking its body out. Gua! Itachi was in the air, and crows flew out of his body, and then they gathered again. At this time, Itachi looked at the Uchiha family ninja with no expression on his face. Miss Hanayu, these guys will be handed over to you. Itachi said without expression on his face, and said calmly in his mouth. Obviously, Itachi is ready to kill ordinary people in his own family with his own hands. Are these guys? I know. Hanayu glanced plainly at the 50 Uchiha family members in front of him, nodded, and said softly, "Don't underestimate our Uchiha family, you bastard." The two Uchiha clan members looked at Hanayu angrily, roared, and rushed towards Hanayu instantly. Stretch the thread. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and his right hand slowly stretched out. With a low drink from his mouth, two silk threads appeared in the pistol-shaped right hand. Peng, peng. Two dull voices sounded in a row, and the two Uchiha tribesmen who had just rushed towards Hanayu instantly fell to the ground. "Let me play a song for you." A disciple appeared in Hanayu's right hand, and a thunder symbol appeared on the back of both hands. 3.5, and said calmly in his mouth, "Zizi." Here, a wave of electric current appeared from Hanayu's hands, and then instantly spread through the whole body. At this time, Hanayu was completely shrouded in the armor composed of thunder and lightning. The name of the song, the Thundering Funeral Song. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and the three jade round eyes in her eyes suddenly appeared, and she said in a deep voice, "Thanks to Bing Lin-chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The Thunderous Funeral Song of the Cold Moon. Middle. Chapter 385. The Thunderous Funeral Song of Hanayu. In. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 385. The Thundering Funeral Song of Hanayu. In. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary. Chapter 385. Hanayu's Thunderous Funeral Song. In. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. The name of the song: Thunderous Funeral Song. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and the three writing round eyes in her eyes suddenly appeared. Her mouth sinking, said, "Don't underestimate us. We are the Uchiha family." A member of the Uchiha family cried out with a frantic look on his face. And then 50 ninjas rushed towards Hanayu instantly! Fire escape. The art of fireball. Some members of the Uchiha family made a quick seal with both hands, suddenly screamed in their mouths, and spit out flames from their mouths. The flames converged in midair, forming a huge fireball. Wind escape. Suppress. Some ninjas with wind attributes suddenly folded their hands together, and a strong wind blew towards the giant fireball in front of them instantly. Combined ninjutsu. Super. Fireball. 20 Uchiha clan members shouted, and the three Gojage-shaped round eyes in their eyes spun wildly, and Feng Dun and Huo Dun instantly merged, forming 19th unsleevel combined ninjutsu. Nice attack. But Hanayu whispered in her mouth with a hint of appreciation on her face. And then melodious flute sounds slowly resounded on the battlefield. Thundering Funeral Song. Overture. 100,000 volts. Lightning gun. Hanayu snorted, and the melodious tune of the flute instantly became invigorated. At the same time, on the surface of Hanayu's body, there was a continuous thunder and lightning. In just a moment's time, a blue and white light gun formed by a powerful current of 100,000 volts pierced the giant fireball in front of him instantly. Peng! With a loud noise, the blue and white light gun instantly cut the fireball in half, and quickly slammed it on the ground, while the blue and white light gun still attacked the 20 Uchiha people in front of him. What a beautiful tune! Shocking music! Brilliant electric lights! And the 20 Uchiha tribes, who were initially angry, had a fascinating look on their faces since Hanayu's flute sounded. Immersed in the uplifting music that can mobilize people's hearts, Hanayu's flute sound made everyone in the Uchiha family switch from an angry state to an uplifting mood in an instant. This is the ability of military music. Dream screaming, able to freely manipulate the emotions of the audience. Swish! A blast of air sounded, and the blue and white light gun from Hanayu's body, and the blue electric light from the bearer of the lightning gun, instantly passed through the bodies of 20 Uchiha family members. It's really so beautiful music. Even attacks are combined with music, making people's eyes feel gorgeous. Cough cough. This is Thunderous Funeral Song. 20 ninjas. The body was knocked out, but there was no anger and madness on his face, and some were just deeply intoxicated. Everyone. Hurry up. Defend. Uchiha Tomokazu has gone to another place to gather the tribesmen. Although most people are immersed in the music of the cold moon and the brilliant electric lights, there are still very few. Some people broke free from the flute sound of the cold moon because they had resisted in their hearts. At this time, a tribe member suddenly yelled, and directly awakened the tribe member who was intoxicated in the music. Oh, sure enough. Can the Uchiha family's writing wheels resist part of the flute sound? If so, Hanayu's eyes calmly glanced at the 30 Uchiha people in front of him, his face with a playful smile. He whispered in his mouth, "Everyone use ninjas to attack." A tribe named Uchiha K's yelled in his mouth, and instantly threw out the kunai in his hand. With Uchiha K's reminder, all the remaining 30 ninjas throw out the ninja in his hand. Thundering Funeral Song. Sorrow. Sword of Iron Sand. Hanayu whispered in her mouth, and the ground under his feet shook in an instant. The iron sand in the original soil instantly floated in front of Hanayu, and then countless iron sands quickly converging. A sword blade made of iron sand was formed, and the iron sand sword combined by the electromagnetic force generated by thunder and lightning made a sound like a bee flapping its wings. At the same time, the originally exhilarating flute sound instantly turned into a sad tune, causing everyone to fall into their sad memories. Ding, ding, ding. The sword of iron sand flexibly changed its shape in midair, directly blocking the ninja in the sky, and then the blade of the sword of iron sand instantly stretched out, directly in front of the 10 ninjas. Pierce finally died. These 10 ninjas have huge sadness on their faces, their eyes are looking into the distance, and their mouths said sadly, it's almost time to end. Please listen to my funeral song. A smile appeared on Hanayu 23's face, and her body slowly began to levitate, and then Hanayu's body just stood in the air like this among them, holding the flute in both hands. Melodious music reverberated throughout the Uchiha family. Encouragement, Thunderbird. Hanayu's mouth whispered. The flute sound instantly sounded. The sad flute sound gradually turned into exciting music, and blue electric lights slowly began to follow the flute sound of the cold moon. Together, a huge phoenix-shaped Thunderbird made up of thunder and lightning was formed. Tweet. Thunderbird's head suddenly lifted up and screamed, and then the huge blue Thunderbird instantly swooped down towards the ground, and the blue electric light directly submerged the 30 Uchiha members below. Peng. A huge roar sounded, and the Thunderbird struck the ground instantly. The huge current directly destroyed all the surrounding buildings, and a huge deep pit above the ground suddenly appeared. Thanks to Bing Lin Chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. The thunderous funeral song of the cold moon. Under Chapter 386, The Thunderous Funeral Song of Hanayu. Under for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 386, The Thundering Funeral Song of Hanayu. Under for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary. Chapter 386, Hanayu's Thunderous Funeral Song. Under for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. With a soft sound, Itachi expressionlessly lifted the kima in his hand from the neck of a Uchiha member, and glanced down at his already. The dead uncle walked over slowly. No. Don't come over. Itachi. Did you forget that you used to come to play with me when you were a kid? The two middle-aged couples who stood still had a look of panic on their faces, and their mouths panicked, said, I haven't forgotten it. It's because I haven't forgotten. I want to kill you by myself. Itachi's face was cold, and the 3 gold jade will eyes in his eyes were slowly rotating, and his mouth said coldly, Peng. There were 4 dull noises in a row, and the 2 middle-aged couples all fell on the ground. And then Itachi continued to walk forward blankly. Uchiha Itachi. Is it you? A traitor to your family. You actually killed the civilians of the Uchiha family. As Itachi walked forward, a group of Uchiha of nearly 40 people with a trace of resentment on his face. The ninja looked at the Itachi in front of him with both eyes, and said coldly in his mouth, Stupid clan. If it weren't for you to start a rebellion, there would be no such thing. There was a cold look on Itachi's face, and the 3 jade will eyes in his eyes were rapidly spinning, and then they were connected. One slice. Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Uchiha Itachi. Did you really kill Uchiha Shisui? When these 40 Uchiha ninjas saw Itachi's eyes, a look of horror appeared on their faces. Questioningly said, I've already said it. Zishui. I didn't kill it. Itachi's face showed a rare look of anger, and said coldly, Everyone. Attack. 40 ninjas glanced at the corpse behind Itachi, with a look of anger on their faces, and one of the upper ninjas shouted. Following the command of this came an Inchai. All 40 Uchiha ninjas rushed towards Itachi. Innocent. Illusion magic magic Fonghang exclamation mark. Itachi whispered in his mouth, and the kaleidoscope of eyes suddenly released a wave of mental fluctuations. Exclamation mark. The body can't move. It's an illusion. A look of horror appeared on the faces of the 10 ninjas who charged in front, watching the limbs in their spiritual world being nailed into the wedge. Peng, peng. The 10 ninjas in front all fell to the ground, and were quickly pierced into the heart by Itachi's shuriken. Fire dodge Howard fireball technique. The other ninjas' fire dodges were also quickly sealed, and huge fireballs swiftly attacked Itachi. Mystery The technique of crow clone. At the moment when Itachi's body was covered by a giant fireball, his body turned into crows, and the crows quickly flew in the sky, avoiding the ninjutsu in front of them. Illusions Foam. The crows all over the sky regrouped into Itachi's body in the air, and then Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel once again released an illusion. At the same time, Itachi's body had already shifted to one when the magic began. In front of the ninja. Sneer. With a soft sound, Itachi's kunai stabbed a Uchiha ninja's heart. At this time, Itachi did not glance at the ninja in front of him, but looked up at the sky. Exclamation mark. Miss Hanayu. A smile appeared on Itachi's face. He looked up at Hanayu, who was shining with blue electric lights in front of him, and said calmly, Itachi, these Uchiha ninjas. Leave it to me. You have to speed up. Itachi, almost Sasuke's coming soon, Han said with a calm smile on his face, and said deep in his mouth, I see. Teacher Hanayu, I'm so grateful. There was a grateful expression on Itachi's face. He whispered in his mouth, and then his body quickly rushed towards his home. So, next. Please be patient and listen to my thunderous funeral. You guys, Hanayu said with a smile on her face, her body suspended in the air, and her mouth calmly said, moving. Telepathy. Hanayu snorted in her mouth, and the melodious flute sound appeared again. The flute sound made everyone immersed in the touch. At the same time, a series of invisible electromagnetic waves instantly enveloped Uchiha family. Sure enough, the electromagnetic waves generated by the electric current can achieve the perception power of Analu. Hanayu's face showed a playful smile, and she muttered to herself. Hanayu at this time knows all the actions of everyone in the Uchiha family. Beast. Hanayu's mouth let out a low cry, and the blue electric light burst out with dazzling light. And then a wolf-shaped thunder beast made a roar instantly. It's moving music. Even this wolf made up of thunder and lightning is moving. The Uchiha ninja in front of Hanayu shed moving tears in his eyes, and his eyes stared blankly. Looking at the thunder beast in the sky, he muttered to himself, Peng. With a loud noise, the thunder beast instantly fell from the sky, and then directly submerged all the ninjas in front of him in the blue electric light. Exclamation mark. Thundering funeral song. Finale. Hanayu's body slowly rises, and her whole body is suspended above the Uchiha family. At this time, Hanayu is in the sky over 1,000 meters, shining with blue light. The lightning made Hanayu's body instantly like the thunder god descended into the world. Even Konoha ninjas outside the barrier can clearly see it. Waddle. Hanayu's mouth whispered. The sky full of blue electric light instantly burst from Hanayu's body into the cloud gain you a good color, and then a huge cloud appeared in the originally clear sky. Thundercloud. At the same time, Hanayu's flute sound began to become low and suppressed, causing everyone in the Uchiha family to panic. Then, the flute sound stopped abruptly. Thunder's funeral song. It's over. Next. It's time for funerals. Hanayu raised her head and glanced at Leon in front of her, with a smile on her face, and her right hand slowly stretched out. Liu. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and her right hand suddenly fell. With Hanayu's movements, the thunder clouds in the sky sparkled instantly, and then countless lightning fell in the thunderclouds. Thanks to Bing Lin Chi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Itachi and Sasuke. Chapter 387 Itachi and Sasuke. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 387 Itachi and Sasuke. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 387 Itachi and Sasuke. On for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. 1 middle. Luo. Hanayu's mouth whispered, and her right hand suddenly fell. With Hanayu's movements, the thunderclouds in the sky instantly it shone, and then countless lightning fell instantly in the thundercloud. Ziz, ziz. Countless lightning flashed all over the Uchiha family, and all the Uchiha people who were still fighting looked at the lightning in the sky in horror. This is ... what? A Uchiha tribe said with a trace of astonishment on his face, and said in a panic in his mouth. Just kidding. A Uchiha tribe with a trace of iron on his face. The Kumo in his right hand suddenly fell to the ground, muttering to himself, "Quick defense. Use soil to escape." An elite of the Uchiha family, Kamen, also had a look of horror, and said loudly as a reminder, "Tudun middle. To Ryu wall." All the Uchiha tribesmen made seals on their hands, shouted loudly, and spit out a stream of dirt from their mouths, quickly converging into a huge wall. It's useless. God's sanction. 703 inches. A cold smile appeared on Hanayu's face. A blue electric light burst into his right hand, and then suddenly he tapped downward. A huge lightning hit the wall instantly. Peng. The huge earth flow wall was instantly shattered by the huge lightning released by Hanayu, and the solid earth escape technique was vulnerable to a blow in front of Hanayu. Then Han waved his right hand. Zizzy. Here, countless lightning bolts were instantly connected by an invisible electromagnetic wave, connected to Hanayu's telepathy, and countless lightning flashes scattered in an instant, and every lightning struck instantly a member of the Uchiha tribe. Peng, peng. There was a blast, and all the Uchiha tribesmen were struck by lightning. Even the Uchiha ninjas hiding in the house were all struck by lightning. The other Uchiha civilians were unscathed. BJBF. It's amazing. Kono Anbu in the distance looked at the cold moon slowly falling in the sky in amazement, muttering in his mouth. Hanayu's attack just now wiped out most of the Uchiha's fighting power. Thank you, Teacher Hanayu. Itachi's figure stood in front of his house, looking at Hanayu shining with blue electric lights in the sky, with a grateful expression on his face, and said in secret thanks to him. Behind Itachi, the bodies of countless Uchiha clan members fell to the ground. Itachi, you are finally here. Uchiha Tomokazu sat quietly in the room. Beside him, Uchiha Mikoto looked at Itachi with a gentle face. My father, my mother, Itachi said with a trace of sadness on his face, looking at his parents sadly in his eyes, and said with a sense of loss in his mouth. Itachi, don't be sad. From the beginning of the rebellion, I have already thought about my ending. Being able to be killed by my own son is also ... something worthy of happiness. So don't be sad. Exclamation mark. Uchiha Tomokazu's eyes were bright, and he was full of majesty without being lost by power before, with a gentle smile on his face, and he whispered in his mouth. Itachi, I'm glad you are our son, and there is. After we die, Sasuke will take care of you. To take the responsibility of the brother. Uchiha Mikoto's face was lightly requesting, said with a smile. My father, my mother. Farewell. There was a tear in Itachi's eyes, and the kunai in his right hand instantly crossed his parents' necks. Peng, peng. With two soft sounds, the bodies of Uchiha Tomokazu and Uchiha Mikoto fell to the ground. What's going on? What's going on? At this time, Sasuke was late from school because of the school's activities. At this time, seeing a quiet Uchiha family street, Sasuke's face showed a trace of panic. Look, dead. all dead. Are you kidding me? As Uchiha Sasuke has changed from walking to running, Sasuke looked sadly at the corpse of the tribe on the side of the road, and quickly turned towards himself. Go home. Father, mother, brother, you will be fine. Surely there will be nothing. Sasuke's mind has been praying that his family will not be troubled, but Sasuke who just opened the door, I saw the bodies of my parents. Why could this happen? Why? Sasuke's face was pale, his eyes looked at the bodies of his parents vaguely, his eyes completely lost his former look. Yo, my stupid brother, are you finally coming? At this time, Itachi walked out of the shadows expressionlessly, and the flashing electric light was reflected by the thunder of the cold moon outside. On Itachi's face, Sasuke can clearly see Itachi's figure. Brother, what are you? Sasuke's eyes flashed with brilliance when he saw Itachi's appearance, and then Sasuke's eyes saw the blood dripping from Itachi's hand. Thanks to Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Next chapter, Itachi and Sasuke. Under. Chapter 388 Itachi and Sasuke. Under. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 388 Itachi and Sasuke. Under. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor Chapter 388 Itachi and Sasuke. Under. Please collect. Please subscribe. Please reward. Please monthly ticket. Brother, what are you? Seeing Itachi's appearance, Sasuke's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then Sasuke's line of sight saw it, the kunai who is dripping blood in the hands of Itachi. Are you surprised, Sasuke? What a weak and poor fellow. Let me tell you the truth. Itachi's face was expressionless, his eyes were staring at Itachi with cold eyes, and he said with a sneer, Kaleidoscope writing round eyes. Itachi whispered in his mouth. His eyes instantly transformed into kaleidoscope writing round eyes, and then Sasuke's mind appeared in the scene of Itachi killing the Uchiha tribe. It's not true. Stop it. Stop it. Sasuke's eyes looked at the scene of Itachi destroying the clan in pain in front of him, with a trace of despair on his face, and shouted in his mouth, ha ha. Sasuke's body fell to the ground in an instant. At this time, Sasuke looked up at his previously gentle brother, but now he personally destroyed the Uchiha family, which instantly collapsed Sasuke's world. Get up. Why? If you want to annihilate Uchiha, why leave me behind? Sasuke roared loudly in his mouth with a trace of misery in his eyes. Don't understand? My stupid brother. You are not worth killing right now. Itachi's face was cold, there was a mad look in his eyes, and his mouth said in a low voice, Sasuke, you are the new light to me. You are my spare eye. The Uchiha clan originally wanted to get a kaleidoscope to write round eyes. They did not hesitate to kill each other among their companions, but they did not hesitate to fight against each other in order to obtain eternal pupil power. Brothers and feet have been fighting each other, and have always been proud of this power. What a ridiculous family. A trace of madness gradually appeared on Itachi's face. His eyes looked at Sasuke's eyes hotly, and he slowly walked towards the dumbfounded, in front of Sasuke who stood still. You are also destined to be involved in this bloody destiny. My stupid brother. I killed the Uchiha clan with my own hands just to measure my own equipment. Itachi's face became even more crazy, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The right index finger stretched out, and instantly stopped on Sasuke's eye socket. However, you are still too weak. You are not worth killing yet. My stupid brother. If you want to kill me, hate, then live ugly. Keep running away, keep running, escape, just survive. The power of hatred will eventually change your eyes. Itachi's face was crazy, the kaleidoscope in his eyes kept spinning, and his mouth was cold. Say, these are my eyes. Mine. Itachi's eyes went crazy. his face showed a trace of excitement, and his mouth muttered crazy. Then Itachi's figure disappeared in front of Sasuke in an instant. Sasuke, live it, as long as you can live. It's enough. Itachi, who had just left, turned and glanced at Sasuke behind him, with tears in his eyes and a gentle smile on his face, murmured to himself, Why is this happening? Uchiha Itachi, I will definitely kill you. Sasuke looked at the corpse of his parents, clenched his fists, his face expressionless, his mouth screamed coldly. Then Sasuke's body fell straight to the ground. Middle dot 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 ask for flowers middle dot 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 Itachi. Has it been decided? On the street where Uchiha family resided, Hanayu turned to look at the expressionless Itachi, and asked calmly in his mouth. It's already decided. Teacher Hanayu, I'm going to join Akatsuki's organization. Sasuke, I hope you can take care of it. There was a pleading on Itachi's face, and his mouth said calmly, Sasuke, I'll take care of it. If you want to witness Sasuke's growth, take this. A gentle smile appeared on Hanayu's face, and a seal scroll appeared in his right hand. His mouth lightly said with a smile, 0 is this? The Eternal Dimension Square. Thank you very much. Teacher Hanayu. Itachi took the scroll and looked at the seal technique on it, with a grateful expression on his face, and said calmly, Now that I have decided on my Shindo ... I have to carry it through. Okay. Time is almost up. The next thing is to Konoha Zanb, and the guy with the mask is coming. Come on. Hanayu's eyes looked deep into the distance, and said softly, Then, goodbye. Teacher Hanayu. Itachi glanced at Hanayu's eyes, whispered in his mouth, and then his body instantly disappeared in place. Next. It should be Xiaoqiang Zera. Han whispered softly with a slight smile on her face. Thanks to Bing Linchi for the 588 points reward. Thank you for the 4 monthly tickets for not having a big meal. Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Exclamation mark. Ask for a monthly pass. Exclamation mark. Seeking collection. Chapter 389 Itachi and the Undead Duo. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 389 Itachi and the Undead Duo. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 389, Itachi and the Undead Duo. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. In Konoha's 56 years, the Uchiha family was annihilated overnight. Everyone in Konoha village was in an uproar. In the same year, Uchiha Itachi announced the sentence of the village and disappeared from Konoha. The 3 generations of Naruto Sarutobi in Konoha village released Uchiha Itachi's Sleeville mission on the 2nd day of Uchiha's annihilation night. At the same time, Sleeville rebel appeared on the list of rebels in the 5 major ninja villages. Uchiha Itachi, hey, Oshamaru, hurry up. 0 but sent the 2 of us to meet the guy Uchiha Itachi. However, if you can kill him, you should be able to get a lot of quest gold. It's really, what a pity. On the border of the Fire Country, a tall man wearing a red Cloud 417 robe with a black background, with green eyes, said in an old voice, Kakuto. Compared to your interest in Uchiha Itachi's head, I am very interested in his eyes. If I can get it ... Hee. A person with the same body standing aside wearing a red cloud robe with a black background. His face was pale, a pair of pupils with snake pupils, a hot expression appeared in his eyes, and his mouth said coldly, These 2 people are indeed Akatsuki Sosamaru and Kakuto. Undead Duo. I heard that there have been a lot of geniuses recently. The dried persimmon ghost sharks from Uin village also announced their defections at the same time. Also, recently there has been a fanatic of explosive art in Iwanin village. It seems ... The ninja world seems to be getting better. It's getting more and more interesting, Jiaodu said with a cold expression in his mouth. I'm not interested in other people. Daishimaru's eyes glanced at the corner of the eye calmly, and then looked at the distant horizon, and the eyes burst with hot light. At this time, in the sight of Oshimaru, a young figure appeared. Itachi. Are you finally here? Oshimaru's eyes flashed with an icy light, a playful smile appeared on his face, and his mouth said in a low voice, You are ... Oshimaru, one of the three ninjas? Itachi's body appeared in front of Oshimaru, his eyes coldly glanced at Oshimaru, his face was expressionless, and his mouth calmly said, Arrogant kid. Didn't your teacher teach you to respect your seniors? A terrifying killing intent was released from Oshimaru's eyes, and he stared at Itachi with cold eyes, and said coldly in his mouth, Idiot. Itachi glanced blankly at Itachi, with a mocking smile on his face, and said coldly in his mouth, What are you talking about? You don't know the so-called kid. Go to death for me. Hilarious snake hand. Oshimaru's face was filled with a trace of anger, and there was a gloomy whisper in her mouth. With the sound of Oshimaru, 5 giant pythons appeared in his right hand instantly. Hiss, hiss. The 5 giant pythons neighed, and suddenly opened their mouths, and the 2 fangs in their mouths instantly bit into the ferret. Peng. With a dull sound, Itachi's body was instantly restrained by 5 giant pythons, and at the same time, a python's fangs instantly bit on its neck. He. The genius of the Uchiha family who can open the kaleidoscope to right round eyes. But that's it? Oh no. Oshimaru's face showed a sullen smile, looking at Itachi, who was struggling with his own ninjutsu, said coldly in his mouth. Really? Itachi, who was struggling in agony, showed a playful smile on his face, whispered in his mouth, and crows came out of his body. Gua. Itachi's body instantly turned into a group of crows and scattered, and then the crows gathered in the sky again and became Itachi. At this time, in the eyes of Itachi, the 3 gold jade round eyes instantly connected together. Exclamation mark. Didn't anyone tell you? Oshimaru, your soul ... has lost its ability to resist illusion. Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel stared at Oshimaru, and could clearly see the broken soul of Oshimaru, flickering. Illusory art ... golden binding art. Itachi whispered in his mouth. An illusion instantly bound the spiritual world of Oshimaru. At this time, the limbs of the spiritual world of Oshimaru were completely confined by a series of wedges that radiated light. Stand up, Peng. In the real world, when Oshimaru's eyes saw Itachi's eyes, the originally cold pupils instantly lost their spirit, and the body instantly fell to the ground. How can it be repaired? Is this the power of the kaleidoscope to right round eyes? I will get it. I will definitely get such power. Oshimaru's mouth suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Eyes with a horrified look after holding the ferret, his body sank under the ground and disappeared. Oshimaru, this guy ... had you chosen to escape because Sanin 4.7's self-esteem was broken? It seems that Sanin is nothing more than that. Who has been watching from a distance, showed a slight smile on his face. With a whisper in his mouth, his body slowly disappeared into the ground. Let's go. Itachi, I'll take you to Akatsuki's headquarters. When Kotoku disappeared, his brows wrinkled slightly, and then he looked solemnly at the Itachi who directly killed the Oshimaru, and his mouth was calm, said, "Wound affected." Chapter 390 Wound affected. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 390 Wound affected. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's strongest emperor. Chapter 390 Wound affected. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Let's go. Itachi, I'll take you to the headquarters of Akatsuki. Jiaodu frowned slightly when Oshimaru disappeared, and then a moment later, looking at the Itachi who directly killed the pill with a solemn face, he said calmly in his mouth, Hey, finally. Successfully escaped from Akatsuki's organization. Hide you this guy. Shouldn't doubt it. After Itachi and Horn left, they slowly rose from the calm ground. A figure wearing a kimono is impressively Oshimaru. At this time, Oshimaru has a cold expression on her face. The snake pupils in her eyes flashed with a light, and her mouth said in a low and hoarse voice, "Ah!" Oshimaru suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. Following the movements of the Oshimaru, a scroll was spit out from the mouth by the Oshimaru. Seal technique. Solution. Onoshimaru's right 18 hand held the seal scroll, his left hand suddenly stood up, and a deep, hoarse and magnetic voice instantly sounded. Peng. With a soft sound, a smoke appeared from the seal scroll, and then a body appeared in front of -1. Ninjutsu of immortality finally can be used. A fanatical light flashed through Oshimaru's eyes, and he calmly looked at the body above the ground, and said with a sneer in his mouth. In the line of sight of Oshimaru, an Oshimaru who was also wearing a kimono, had snake pupils in his eyes, and had two glitches on his ears suddenly appeared, while the Oshimaru on the ground was unusually young. The technique of reincarnation without a corpse. Dashi-1 looked down at his body, suddenly folded his hands together, and whispered in his mouth. Following the words of Dash-1, a white phosphorus snake appeared in his body instantly, which was the soul of Dash-1. Woo! With a soft sound, the white phosphorus snake plunged into the body above the ground instantly, and then the big snake pill on the ground stood up instantly. Swish, swish, swish. Dash-1, who had just stood up, had a cold smile on his face. His head stretched in an instant, and then he swallowed the body that had lost his soul into his stomach. This is the perfect reincarnation technique. Sure enough, the cloning technique developed by Hanayu is the most suitable reincarnation body. However, this body is not the most perfect. Dashimaru's face was on with a cold expression. He looked at himself with his eyes, and said in a deep voice, "The art of hydration." Dashimaru's right hand made a seal, and with a low drink from her mouth, her body instantly turned into a stream of water, and then the water converged again into the body of Dashimaru. Has the fusion of the blood-inherited boundary cells of the Ghost Lantern family completed? However, the cells of the bone veins have made all my clones infected with hematogenous disease. At the same time, the blood-inherited boundary cells of the Uchiha family and the Mudun cells still cannot fuse into the body. The snake pupil in Dashi-1's eyes flashed a trace of regret, and said calmly, "Oh, congratulations, Mr. Oshimaru." Behind Oshimaru, a dimensional phalanx slowly appeared, and then Hanayu's figure walked out of the dimensional phalanx. "Mr. Hanayu, my clone is still not perfect. I need a lot of experiments. However, I am very interested in Mr. Hanayu's Miracle Island." Dashimaru turned around. His eyes looked like prey. Said hoarsely and lowly, "In that case, let's go. Oshimaru-kun, I need to study the animals on the island with you. If these abilities of animals can be transplanted to humans, it should be very interesting." Hanayu's face, there was a playful smile on his face, and he said in a deep voice. Following Hanayu's words, a dimensional square appeared at the feet of Dash-1 and Hanayu. When Dashi-1 stepped into the dimensional square, a body suddenly spit out from his mouth. When this body fell on the ground, it instantly stood up. "Oshimaru-kun. Really a unique way of hiding things," Hanayu jokingly said as she watched as Oshimaru spit out another self from her mouth with a black line on her face. Then Hanayu and Dash-1 stepped into the dimensional square formation. "So, next, I need to get out of Akatsuki's sight." The Oshimaru stood up as cold as before, glanced at his body with gloomy eyes, and said with a deep and hoarse mouth, "Hey 960 hey." Onoshimaru's eyes were staring coldly at the trees behind him, and a group of ninjas with rain foreheads appeared above the trees. "There are many snake hands in the hidden shadow." A cold whisper from Oshimaru's mouth, and a series of giant pythons appeared in the right hand. These giant pythons swallowed the team of rain ninjas into their stomachs in an instant. The body has already gone to Miracle Island. As a small half of the soul left behind by the body, it needs to find a body to perform the reincarnation technique every 3 years. Onoshimaru's face was expressionless, and his body slowly sank. After entering the ground, a low and hoarse voice appeared in this forest. "Oh, Dashimaru. Have you defected? Do your best to trace the trail of Dashimaru. He also has some forbidden information that is very valuable. A man wearing a whirlpool mask faced the Xiao organization base. The expressionless young man ordered graduation from Shinin. Chapter 391 Xiaren graduated for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 391 Xiaren graduated for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest emperor, Chapter 391. Graduated from the 9th chapter, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. The first, Uchiha Sasuke, exam content, transformation skills. In the classroom of ninja school, Iuka wears her face a stern expression, whispered in his mouth. Ninfa middle. Transfiguration. Sasuke Uchiha walked out with a cold face, quickly knotted his hands, snorted in his mouth, and his body instantly changed to the appearance of Iuka. Passed. Excellent grades. Iuka nodded in satisfaction, with a smile on his face, announcing loudly, "Next." Harunosakura. Iuka glanced down at the list and said softly. Following Iuka's words, Harunosakura slowly walked out. Ninfa middle. Transformation. Harunosakura also made a seal with both hands, whispered in her mouth, and her body instantly became like Iuka. Passed. Excellent grades. Iuka whispered, announcing with a smile on his face. Then a student in a famous classroom was constantly called by Iuka, and most of the transformation skills were basically passed. Next. Naruto Uzumaki. When Iuka saw the last name, his brows were slightly frowned, with a worried look on his face, raising his head to look at the young man in front of him. Yozai. Finally it's my turn. This transformation technique. But my strengths. I will be able to succeed. With a look of excitement on Uzumaki Naruto's face, he turned his head to look, glancing at the students around, yelling, "Ninfa middle. Transformation technique." Naruto Uzumaki walked in front of Iuka, made a seal with his hands, and shouted in his mouth. Then Naruto Uzumaki became like Iuka. However, the Iuka that Uzumaki Naruto turned into was crooked and slanted. What is this? Transfiguration. Teacher Iuka after being sick? Ha ha ha. I laughed to death. The original silent classroom, following Naruto's transformation technique, suddenly remembered the sound of laughter. It's really the tale of the crane, every day shouting about becoming Hokage. It's so funny, a boy said with a mocking look at Naruto in front of him with his eyes mockingly. Ha ha ha. I laughed. Naruto looked up at the companions who laughed wantonly around him, clenched his fists tightly, and showed a trace of anger on his face. I will definitely become Hokage. You guys look at it. The ultimate secret. Naruto's face showed an angry look, and his mouth suddenly yelled. At this time, Naruto's firm eyes made the people around who mocked slowly shut their mouths, especially the ultimate secret skills that Naruto finally wrought made these teenagers who just took the Shijini graduation exam curious. Ninfa middle. The technique of seduction. Naruto's hands were sealed, and there was a low cry in his mouth. And then Naruto's body instantly turned into a looming girl. Shit! Iuka suddenly saw Naruto's current appearance, her eyes burst, and a stream of blood spurted out of her nose. Look! Even Zonnin's Iuka teacher has been defeated by my ninjutsu. Naruto regained his original appearance, pointing at Iuka madly and laughing, said, "Cough. Disqualified. Grade. Poor." Iuka stood up with a gloomy expression, looked at Uzumaki Naruto with a trace of anger on his face, and announced loudly, "What? Didn't you still fail the pass in the end?" The people who had been stunned by Naruto Uzumaki's roar made a murmur again, and said with a mockery, "Sure enough, Naruto still hasn't graduated yet." But, do you really look at it like that? Hankun. Not far from Konoha Ninja School, a middle-aged uncle in a green tights faces with a slight sigh. He asked softly in his mouth. You can only look at it like this. And, if you want to say you care, Watergate teacher is the most concerned. With a calm smile on Hanayu's face, She turned to the one next to him who was wearing a white imperial robes. The man looked and said teasingly, "Speaking of which, I have been resurrected by you for 2 years." Hanayu, however, I have been paying attention to my child silently. Although I want to help, I know that this is what Naruto has to experience. Only in this way, Ming can understand the value of companions better. The young man standing on Hanayu's left had a gentle smile on his face, and he explained softly in his mouth, "If any Konoha ninja passes by here, they will recognize it at a glance. This ninja is the 4th generation of Naruto. Hey Fingmai's human. Since Zhao Wang Zhao is like this, let's go." Teacher Watergate, Uncle Lan. Hanayu turned around slowly, with a smile on his face, and said calmly, "In Konoha's 59 years, Rock Lee, Tenten, graduated from the Ninja Hyuga Ninja School and became a ninja. In the 60th year of Konoha, the Iuka class held a graduation examination, and 27 people successfully graduated, including Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Sakura, Nara Shikamaru, Akamitsu Ochoji, Hyuga Hinata, Ueno Shino, Inuzu Kaga, and Yamanaka Ueno. Graduated with honors, but Naruto Uzumaki got the qualification for makeup exams provided by Mizuki. The technique of multiple shadow clones. Chapter 392, The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clones! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 392, The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clones! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's Strongest Emperor. Chapter 392, The Technique of Multiple Shadow Clones! For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Exam. Failed. Naruto Uzumaki sat quietly on the swing in the school, his eyes staring at the front with cheerless eyes. Laughter's companion who celebrated graduation showed a sad expression on his face, and whispered softly in his mouth, "Very disappointed, Naruto." Just when Naruto fell into sorrow, a ninja with a gentle smile on his face walked over to Naruto and said softly, "It's Miss Mizuki." Naruto raised his head and glanced at the smiling Mizuki blankly, with 1,000 books in his mouth, greeted him casually. "Resent?" "Naruto, are you blaming Mr. Iuka?" In fact, after the exam, Mr. Iuka kept blaming himself, but Mr. Iuka said that if you were to graduate like this, if you do not, it will definitely harm you. "The world of ninja is very dangerous," Mizuki said with a gentle smile on his face, softly persuading him to talk to him. Is this really what Mr. Iuka said? Naruto suddenly raised his head, with a grateful expression in his eyes, and asked in his mouth, "Yes, Naruto." "So, don't resent Mr. Iuka for not letting you pass the graduation exam. After all, if you fail the final exam, you can still take the makeup exam." Mizuki has a smile on his face. 027, said quietly, but makeup exams require a lot of difficulty to complete. Although it is a makeup exam, it is more difficult than the main exam." Mizuki's face showed a serious expression, and said in a deep voice, "I will never give up. No matter how difficult the front is, I will definitely go forward courageously. This is my forbearance." Naruto shouted loudly with a trace of determination on his face. "Very good, Shindo. If this is the case, I will tell you. As long as you can get the seal scroll in the 3rd generation Naruto office, then you can reach the 3rd training ground. Remember, you must be in. The test is considered to be completed when everyone can't find it. If you can do it, then you will successfully graduate." Mizuki stood up slowly, with a playful smile on his face. His mouth said quietly, "Get the sealing scroll and arrive at training ground number 3. I know. This time ... I will be able to graduate successfully." Naruto's face has a firm look, and his face has a look of excitement, said firmly in his mouth, "Come on, Naruto, you will succeed." With a gentle smile on Mizuki's face, he patted Naruto's shoulder with his right hand, and said in a deep voice, "Then, the Xiaren makeup test now starts." Mizuki said with a serious look on his face, with excitement on his face, and said in his mouth, "I will be able to succeed. First of all, I need to sneak into the office of the third generation old man. This thing is very simple." Naruto's eyes bloomed with a trace of fighting spirit, and he murmured in his mouth, and quickly ran towards the third generation Hokage office. It's done. I can finally join the ideal hometown of Hanayuzama. After Naruto left, Mizuki had a plain face, and a zealous look suddenly appeared on his face, and he said with excitement. Then Mizuki quickly rushed towards the third training ground. "Mr. Hanayu, Mizuki is back." Under a huge tree on the third training ground, a middle-aged uncle wearing a green tights with a calm expression on his face, said softly as a reminder, "Master Hanayu, I have completed my task." Mizuki hurriedly came to Hanayu, with a frenetic look in his eyes, and said excitedly in his mouth, "BJFHN. I know you are already qualified to enter the ideal country. Uncle Lan, this guy will leave it to you." Han calmly glanced at Mizuki in front of him, with a playful smile on his face. Shensheng said, "I know. Let's go, Mizuki. You lucky guy. However, you still have a trace of youth." Lan glanced at Mizuki calmly, with a smile on his face and a deep voice in his mouth. "Say, next, Miss Watergate, Naruto's kid will be handed over to you." Hanayu turned her head and glanced at the Bofing Watergate behind her, and said calmly, "When Nine Tails attacked the village, Bofing Shuiman was made into a doll by Hanayu's March of the Dead 8 houses, but because of fighting for the soul with the god of death, Bofing Shuiman fell into a deep sleep and did not wake up until 2 years ago!" Peng Shuiman's hands were knotted, and with a low voice from his mouth, his body instantly changed to the appearance of Mizuki. The next plot is just like the original. Naruto successfully obtained the seal scroll, but was told the truth by Mizuki, and then Iuka rushed to block the attack of Mizuki for Naruto, shouting angrily. Men successfully displayed multiple shadow clones to stun Mizuki. For her own children, Miss Watergate actually learned to play the villain. I have to say that even I have believed that Mizuki's performance just now encouraged Naruto to become a subordinate of Oshimaru. Han quietly looked at Iruka and handed Naruto's forehead to Naruto, and said playfully, "Surprised?" Since Naruto wants to become a ninja, you need to understand that a ninja with a gentle personality may become your enemy, and a ninja who has always been strict is your relative. As Naruto's father, I need to teach Naruto how do people tell right from wrong. Bofeng Shuiman said in a deep voice with a loving smile on his face. Speaking of it, this time is very rewarding. At the very least, the forbidden art recorded in the seal scroll has been obtained. And, what makes me most happy is the multi-shadow avatar art. In this way, maybe I can separate countless shadow clones with the nine-tailed chakra. Hanayu whispered softly with a playful smile on his face. The boring test of Shinin, Naruto's discovery. Chapter 393, The Boring Test of Ninja, Naruto's Discovery. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for month. Chapter 393, The Boring Cyan Trial, Naruto's Discovery. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for the most powerful Emperor of the Moon, Hokage. Chapter 393, The Boring Trial of Ninja, Naruto's Discovery. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for Zonu is ready. It's on standby, in the outskirts of Konoha village. Behind a tree, a teenager with Konoha's forehead on his head and a trace of seriousness on his face, said softly to the walkie-talkie. No abnormalities in Area B. A young girl heard the sound coming from the earphones. Her eyes kept scanning in front of her, and her mouth calmly said, Zone C. Find the goal. The bored boy who was sitting on the ground suddenly jumped up, looked forward with his eyes, and said excitedly, Naruto. Don't act rashly. A man wearing a green upper vest and a black mask on his face, glanced at the teenager who rushed out, and said loudly, I'm going to catch it. With a look of excitement on the face of the teenager named Naruto, his body suddenly rushed out. In front of him, a kitten suddenly jumped to Naruto because he was frightened. On the head. It hurts. Teacher Kakashi, I caught it. Naruto screamed, pulling the kitten on his head with both hands and yelling. Obviously, the four people here are Uchiha Sasuke, Haruno Uzumaki Naruto, and the instructor Kakashi Hagai, who just became the 7th class of Shinin. Naruto, this guy. Sasuke walked out with a cold face, with a look of helplessness in his eyes, looking at Naruto who was fighting with the kitten in front of him. A smile came up at the corner of his mouth. Naruto, you idiot. Our actions are almost exposed. Kozakura walked to Naruto with an angry face, reached out and hugged the kitten on top of Naruto's head, roaring in her mouth. What? Isn't it a level mission? Doing level missions every day, it's not interesting at all. Teacher Kakashi ... I want an Sleeville mission. Naruto's face was complaining. Glancing at Kakashi, he protested. As Xieren, you need to exercise your abilities. Therefore, Xieren's mission is only D grade. Naruto, give me peace of mind to perform the task. Let me see. The next task is to clean up the weeds for the mother-in-law in the village. Kakashi took out a task book in his right hand, glanced at Naruto helplessly, and reminded him. Cut. I'm going to be Hokage. How can the level missions make my strength grow? Naruto's eyes rolled and saw Sasuke with a cold face on the side, yelling. This fellow Naruto. It's rare to say what I feel. Sasuke turned his head and glanced at Kakashi, with a trace of expectation on his face, and muttered to himself. You guys. Give me enough. Hurry up and send the kitten to the 3rd generation Hokage office. The mother-in-law in the village is waiting for us. Kakashi's eyes flashed serious, and his mouth whispered. What? In the end, it's only a class mission. Naruto weakly hugged the kitten and walked into the office of the 3rd generation of Hokage, with a look of loss on his face, muttering in his mouth. 3 generations of Naruto masters. Our mission is complete. Now let's hand over the mission items. Kakashi handed the kitten to the mission person, and said calmly. It's Kakashi. Has the 7th class task been completed? An abrupt voice rang, and then a man with a beard walked in, with a slight smile on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth. Exclamation mark. Behind him were 2 teenagers and a girl. It's Uzuma. This is the 10th class you lead. Kakashi glanced back at the bearded man, and said calmly. Apparently those who just came in were Shikamaru Yanara, Chomichi Akimi, Ino Yamanaka, and Uzuma as the guide shinobi Saruto from the 10th class. What a coincidence. You are here too. Immediately afterwards, an unusually beautiful woman walked in, with a sweet smile on her face, whispering in her mouth. Behind her were also 2 teenagers and a girl. Amazingly, they are the members of Class 8 in Uzukama, Unoshino, Donata Hyuga, and the guide Uinen Minino. It's red. Unexpectedly, you also completed the task at the same time. Speaking of it, we haven't got together for a while. Wait a minute. I will ask you all to eat barbecue. A smile appeared on Asuma's face, her mouth proposing to say middle dot 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 find flowers 0 middle dot barbecue. I want to eat barbecue. Naruto and Dingxi yelled first, and then the 9 Xioqiang smiled at each other. Peng. With a soft sound, the door of the Hokage office was pushed open again, and an Anbu walked in anxiously, holding a snake bug in the hands of this Anbu. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. There is an emergency report. Because of the emergency, this Anbu didn't notice a kid in front of him at all, and then the Anbu and Naruto crashed together. Hi. It hurts. You guy. Naruto stood up with an angry look, his eyes glaring at this Anbu. And the snail in Anbu's hand was attracted by the snail in Anbu's hand when he wanted to speak. Then his eyes rolled, and he ran to this Anbu with a look of excitement. 0. This uncle, are you okay? I'm so sorry. It blocked your way. With a trace of apologetic expression on Naruto's face, he stretched out his hand to support this Anbu, and said with an apology. It's okay. It doesn't matter. The Anbu was obviously taken aback. He didn't understand why he hit someone. Instead, The kid came to apologize, but then the ant remembered something important. 3 generations of Hokage. This is the latest information. Anbu quickly walked to the 3rd generation of Hokage, with a trace of seriousness on his face, and said in a deep voice, I know. Kakashi, you guys leave too. The 3rd generation of Hokage frowned slightly, looking at the white snail in Anbu's hand, and said in his mouth, 3 generations of old man. Goodbye. Before Kakashi had time to speak, Naruto blinked secretly at Sasuke and the others, said quickly, and then ran out of the Hokage office. Naruto, this guy. Have you found anything funny again? Shikamaru's eyes flashed with a thoughtful look, and then nodded to the companion next to him, and followed Naruto out. Shinobu gathers the magical phone worm. Chapter 394, Gathering for Shinobu. The magical phone worm. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly pass. Chapter 394, Gathering for Shinobu. The magical phone worm. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest Emperor actor gathers in Chapter 394. The magical phone worm. For collection. For subscription. For reward. For monthly ticket. Naruto guy. Did you find anything interesting again? Shikamaru's eyes flashed a thoughtful look, and then he was right. Nodded at the companion next to him, and also followed Naruto out. These guys. Let's go. Let's eat barbecue, Asuma said with a helpless smile on her face. Hey, Naruto, wait a minute. On a street in Konoha village, Kozakura yelled at the walking Naruto with a puzzled face. Sakura, hurry up. I found something very interesting. Naruto turned to Sakura and Sasuke with a cold face behind him, with a hint of excitement on his face. Glancing at the people around him, he secretly said, Huh? Fun stuff? What is Naruto doing? Sasuke frowned slightly when he saw Naruto's mysterious face, and muttered to himself, That guy Naruto. Where did he go? Behind the 7th class. The 8th and 10th classes were equally curious. Shikamaru looked at the crowd around him, thinking in his mouth. Say, Naruto found something interesting? Shikamaru. Is this what you found? Inuzuka's face had a look of excitement, and he glanced at Shikamaru, who was lowered in thought, said with confirmation. Yes. If I'm right, Naruto's abnormal behavior just now has explained the problem. Shikamaru's eyes flashed, and Naruto's behavior was recalled in his mind, and he said with certainty. Naruto. June. Hinata, who was standing behind Inuzuka, whispered with a hint of shyness on her face. Hinata's appearance made Inuzuka's brows wrinkled slightly. Tooth. I'll take care of you for the next thing. Shikamaru said with a smile on his face, looking at Inuzuka toe in front of him, with a chuckle in his mouth. Relax. Naruto, this guy definitely can't get out of the nose of our Inuzuka family. Inuzuka's face with a confident expression on his mouth said softly. At the same time, Akamaru on the top of Inuzuka's head yelled in agreement. Ninfa middle. Smell enhancement. Inuzuka's mouth whispered. The nose's sense of smell instantly strengthened twice, and Naruto's breath was instantly found by Inuzuka. Found it. Come with me. A smile appeared on Inuzuka's face, turned to the 5 companions behind him, and screamed, quickly chasing in the direction of Naruto. Naruto, let's talk about it now. What did you find? In a training ground, the members of Class 7 stopped, and Kozakura asked Naruto a little tiredly said, This should be a fun thing. Naruto glanced at his companion, with a mad and content smile on his face, and said excitedly, What can make you give up eating barbecue? Behind the 7th class that just stopped, the 10th class and the 8th class appeared. At this time, Shikamaru also had a hint of curiosity on his face. The look of his mouth asked and said, Why are you here? Kozakura turned her head and glanced at Naruto, then looked at Shikamaru and others, and asked in her mouth, Good things need to be shared. Of course, you say yes. Naruto, Inuzuka said with an excited smile on his face and his mouth calmly. Yes, Of course there are fun things to share. Now this is it, Naruto said softly with a smile on his face. Then Naruto took out a snail bug from the ninja bag. This bug was brought by Naruto just now by helping Anbu and taking the sheep, insects. Narashikamaru, Yamanaka Ueno, Akudoudinksai, Inuzu Katoa all opened their eyes, and there was a look of doubt on their faces. Yes, it's a bug. Remember the bug that Anbu was holding just now? That's probably it. Naruto's face was filled with uncertainty. A bug? Such a bug is very different. There seems to be a strange power. When everyone looked at the bug and looked confused, when Oshino, who was an oily woman family, pushed her sunglasses with her right hand, said quietly, I forgot. There is also a bug playing guy here. Naruto's face showed a happy smile, and his right hand stuffed the bug into the hands of Yugoslav Shino, looking at Shino expectantly. This worm is alive. Yuzina looked at the snail in her hand with the same curious look, and said in a deep voice. Then a little flying insect appeared in the palm of Unishino's palm. But the little flying insect was swallowed by the snail as soon as it appeared. It's a strange bug. It seems that it can sense the magnetic field. Other conditions can't be detected. A look of helplessness was shown on Yugoshino's face. 1.4, and she whispered. Seeing that even Yuzina seemed to be unable to do anything, everyone was curious about this bug. Wait. On the back of this snail, is it a number? Narashikamaru's eyes inadvertently saw the dial-like numbers on the snail shell, with a thoughtful look on his face. Number? Where? Naruto curiously took the snail in his hand when he heard Shikamaru's words, and asked in his mouth. Next chapter, Moses. Here it is. Chapter 395 Moses. Here it is. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 395 Moses. Here it is. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor. Chapter 395 Moses. Here is. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. The number? Where? Naruto curiously took the snail in his hand when he heard Shikamaru's words, and asked in his mouth. Hey, these are the numbers. There are 12 numbers. Narashikamaru pointed to the number on the snail with a thoughtful look on his face, reminding him, it's really interesting. Naruto's eyes glowed, with a look of excitement on his face, and he tapped the digital dial with his fingers. Beep, beep. Just as Naruto's fingers touched the digital pad, the sleeping snail opened his eyes, and there was a burst of noise in his mouth. What is this? So funny. Naruto and the others were all startled by the sudden sound of the snail. All their eyes were on the snail, and Naruto yelled in excitement. Brew. In the secret mobile department of Konoha village, a white snail made a sudden noise, and then next to the snail, the Anbu, who had bowed his head to examine the information, reached out and took the snail. The pendant on the back took 19. Ding. The snail in Naruto's hand made a clear sound, and then the snail's beep stopped. Moses. This is Konoha Anbu's secret mobility department. Is there any order? A calm voice came from the snail's mouth. Speaking. Snail. Talking. It's amazing. Naruto's face showed a trace of excitement, and said excitedly, Shut up Naruto, listen carefully. Just now the snail's mouth was clearly talking about Konoha's hidden motor department. Narashikamaru's brows wrinkled slightly, and his eyes looked at Naruto with interest. The snail in the hand said with a deep voice, the voice of a kid, You guys, where did you get the phone worm? Hearing the voice of the kid from the phone worm, the contact person of the hidden mobility department frowned slightly. His mouth inquired seriously. Do you guys know what you have done? Hurry up and hand over the phone worm to the third generation Naruto office. The phone worm in Naruto's hand showed a trace of anger on his face, and his mouth let out an angry roar. Ah! Then Naruto put his face in front of the snail and looked at the snail carefully. There is a button on the snail shell. What is this? Naruto noticed a small black button on the snail shell. With a hint of curiosity on his face, and quickly pressed it down. Beep, beep. The snail screamed twice, and then closed his eyes again. At the same time, the contact person of the hidden mobile department looked at the busy phone worm in his hand and hung up the pendant in his hand angrily. I just clicked on the number 1. Next ... try the number 2. Naruto and the others are completely as if they have discovered new toy. Even Narukamura's face showed a hint of surprise. Naruto's right index finger casually pressed the second key. Moses. This is the 3rd generation Naruto office. I am a liaison officer. What's the matter? In the 3rd generation Naruto office, one Zonran behind the 3rd generation Naruto picked up the phone worm next to him. His mouth quickly say, "Oh, 3 generations of Naruto office? Really? Did even snails learn to deceive?" Naruto's face showed a trace of confusion when he heard the voice from the phone bug whispered in his mouth. Could it be trouble? Naruto, press the black button. Shikamaru, who had the same puzzled face, suddenly showed a trace of anxiety, and quickly reminded him, "Huh? Why do you want to press the black button?" Naruto looked at Shikamaru with a puzzled face, and asking. Compared to Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, girl Shino's face also showed an anxious look. This voice, Naruto, the 3rd generation of Hokage, who was originally reviewing emergency information, heard the familiar voice from the phone worm behind him, frowned slightly, and then stretched out his hand next to the other phone worm. The big snail clicked on his body and picked up the pendant on the snail with his right hand. Naruto Uzumaki. Where did you get the phone worm? The old voice of the 3rd generation of Hokage came from the phone worm, and at the same time, the face of the snail showed the familiar face of the 3rd generation of Hokage. I'm very sorry. 3 generations of Naruto. We are just curious about this snail. We will send the snail ... the phone worm to the Naruto office. Shikamaru patted his forehead with his right hand and glanced helplessly. The phone worm said apologetically. Then Shikamaru pressed the black button on the snail. 700. If my guess is not wrong, this snail called the phone worm is like our walkie-talkie and can talk freely. Shikamaru explained while looking at Naruto, who was still confused. The snail walkie-talkie. It's amazing, but it's about to be handed over to the 3rd generation old man. I finally got it. I'm really unwilling. We will return it to the 3rd generation old man when we have enough. A look of regret appeared on his face. Then his eyes rolled and his mouth said excitedly, "Speaking of which, we are also curious about this snail." Shikamaru glanced at the phone bug in his hand and nodded. The 9 people looked at each other, and Naruto looked at the phone bug with bright eyes. Moses. This is the root organization branch base. Is there anything? Moses. This is the Anbu squad. Do you have any information to convey? Moses. This is a non-existent gem shop. Is there anything you need to buy? The non-existent shop. Konoha shop. Chapter 396. The non-existent shop. Konoha shop. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 396. The non-existent shop. Konoha shop. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Hokage's strongest emperor's most powerful store in Chapter 396. Konoha Kaizen shop. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Moses. This is a non-existent gem shop. Do you have anything to buy? A sweet voice came from the phone bug, making Naruto, who was going to press the close button to act, slightly stagnated. A non-existent gem shop. What is this? Naruto's face showed a trace of great interest, turned his head and glanced at the same puzzled companion next to him, and asked in his mouth, Are things at Konoha shop? Naruwami explained to the phone bug with a smile on her face. Behind her, Hanayu sat calmly in the store manager's seat with both eyes. Captain Hanayu, it's a few kids. Naruwami turned her head, her eyes flashed with a look of admiration, with a sweet smile on her face. She whispered in her mouth, it's Naruto and the others. Where did Naruto get the phone bug? But it doesn't matter. Now that they have reached the Kaizen store, tell them. Hanayu's face flashed a little with a playful smile. He said with a chuckle in his mouth, "I see." Captain Hanayu. A smile appeared on Naruomi's face, and she said calmly. At this time, Naruomi had the temperament of Yamato Nadeshiko. Magical items? What magical items are there? Naruto was obviously very concerned about magic items, with a hint of excitement on his face, and asked in his mouth, "Telephone worm that can communicate over long distances. Animals with magical abilities, monkeys that can imitate, manatees that can do kung fu. The supreme knives of 12 skills. Life card. Karashima shellfish. Diaresis." Naruomi's endless introduction voice came from the phone worm. Then, "All the magical items in your store. I want Naruto Uzumaki." Naruto's eyes lighted up. His face showed a trace of excitement, and he yelled, "Thank you for your patronage. According to your request, your consumption this time will reach 345 billion silvertals. Are there any questions?" Naruomi was not at all angry at Naruto's lion's mouth. The reaction is still smiling at the phone worm. "Nani? How many? Why are there so many?" Naruto heard a huge number. His face instantly turned into horror, yelling and asking. "Every item of ours here needs money from Shinobu's mission for a year to be able to buy it. So, do you still need these things?" Naruomi showed a playful smile on his face. His mouth inquired softly, "I'm very sorry. My companion said nonsense just now. Please don't mind." "Excuse me, how much does your phone worm cost?" Looking at Naruto, who was in entanglement, Shikamaru took the phone with a helpless expression. "Insect?" asked in his mouth. "If you just need the phone bug, it's relatively cheap. Only 10,000 silvertals is enough." Naruomi frowned slightly, her mouth calm when hearing the voice from the phone bug, said, 10,000 silvertals. "So, excuse me, we don't need any items for the time being." Shikamaru's face showed a trace of such an expression, and said with a little regret in his mouth, "Of course, if you don't have enough money, you can use anything of value to pay." Naruomi said with a smile on his face and said softly, "Anything of value?" Naruomi's words made the faces of the previously disappointed 9 Xiaoqiang once again show a glimmer of hope. "Yes, anything of value. Anything of value in the world of Blood Legacy limits, secret art scrolls, ninjutsu scrolls, psychic beasts, can come to our store for exchange." Naruomi said lightly, said with a smile, "There. Secret technique scroll, the blood succession boundary can be exchanged." "So, how should the blood succession boundary be exchanged?" Naruto grabbed the phone worm with excitement, and asked. "All you need is a drop of blood from the blood successor boundary." Naruomi still patiently explained. "So, where is the address of your store?" Naruto asked excitedly. Obviously, Naruto had a keen interest in Konoha-chan's store at this time. "It's in the 3rd street of Konoha." "Of course, our shop is decorated with some simple barriers. As long as you can find the barrier, you can enter our shop." "So, that's the end of this introduction. Good for Zao. If you have any needs, please go to Konoha Kaizen's store." Hey, Naruto. What do you mean by asking about the bloody limit? You don't have the bloody limit. Kozakura looked at Naruto with a weird look, and asked in her mouth. "Of course I don't have the limit of blood succession." "But, Uchiha Sasuke has it." Naruto looked at Sasuke with a weird face, and said naturally, "Nani?" "Naruto, you fellow." Hearing Naruto's attention hit the head of his family's blood succession boundary, Sasuke instantly became angry and said with a gloomy face, "Crow middle. Zishui. Chapter 397 The Crow Middle. Zishui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 397 The Crow Middle. Zishui. Please collect. Seek subscription, seek reward, seek monthly ticket. Naruto, the Strongest Emperor, Chapter 397 The Crow Middle. Shishui. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Quay, cock. In the dark night sky, there were waves of crows screaming. Then one by one crows flashed across the sky of Konoha in an instant. Above the sky, A slightly blood-red moon was shining. Master Hanayu, Master Zishui's body has been cultivated. It's just that there is still hemorrhagic disease in Master Shishui's body. On the surface of the bloody full moon, there is a huge experimental site. Inside an experimental room, a middle-aged ninja wearing a medical ninja costume heard the excited voice. In the hands of this middle-aged ninja, a golden phone worm shines brightly. Has the body of that guy Zishui finally been cultivated? Whoa my. Let's go and see. Hanayu put away the phone bug in his hand at the Konoha Chizen shop in Konoha village. Said quietly, has Shishui's body finally been cultivated? Speaking of it, this is the first experimenter of our resurrection plan. Poor Shishui. A sweet smile appeared on 560 Nara's face. A look of playfulness flashed through his eyes, and he muttered in his mouth, "Whoa my sauce. Zishui is not an experimental subject," Hanayu said with a smile on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. At this time, there was a sound in Hanyu's mind. After he died of blood and disease, he sealed his body by herself. Dimensional Phalanx Shangri-La. Activate. A palm-size gossip disc appeared in Hanayu's right hand, and with a low drink, a golden dimensional phalanx appeared at the feet of Hanayu and Narawami. Swish, swish. At the same time, on the base of the moon's surface, a dimensional phalanx also appeared, and then Hanayu and Narawami slowly walked out of the dimensional phalanx. Master Hanayu, Lord Wami, Emma researcher here. Otsuka Kimura, a middle-aged ninja in a white research costume walked out, looking at Hanayu and Wami. Nara with his eyes in admiration, said excitedly, "Kimura? I know. Let's go. Take me to see Shishui's body," Hanayu said with a gentle expression on her face. "I see." Otsuka Kimura showed a trace of excitement on his face, and said respectfully. Then Otsuka Kimura led Hanayu into a room. "Sama Hanayu, all in this room are the bodies of Uchiha Shishui's armor cultivated based on cell clone cultivation technology, but currently only 3 bodies have been successfully cultivated." Otsuka Kimura looked serious. The densely packed instruments in the room and the 30 dead bodies in the room's cultivation room explained in his mouth. "Are these Shishui's bodies?" Narawami showed a curious look on his face, glanced at the 30 bodies in front of him, and said in surprise, "In front of the 3, every face of the body is Uchiha Shishui. Master Hanayu, these are the 3 bodies that have been successfully cultivated." Otsuka Kimura quickly walked to the experimental platform and said in a deep voice, "On top of the experimental body, 3 Shishui lie quietly on the test bench. Each Shishui's body is wearing different clothes, including the Anb uniform, the clothes of the Uchiha family, and the green upper ninja vest." Boom, boom, boom. Hanayu quietly walked in front of the 3 Shishui, placed his right hand on the heart of Shishui, and the sound of heart beating came from Shishui's body. "Is there still a blood disease in the body?" Hanyu's brows wrinkled slightly, and he whispered in his mouth. And then Han took out a scroll from his right hand. Seal technique middle dot solution. Hanayu let out a low cry, a cloud of smoke appeared on the seal scroll, and then a black crow flew out instantly. "Gwei, Gwa, senior chill. Is my body still unable to withstand the power of the kaleidoscope?" In the crow's eyes, a 4-cornered jade slowly turned. And then the crow just whispered, "Zishui, your body has fused with your cells because of the opening of the kaleidoscope of writing round eyes. The cultivation of cells can only restore your body but cannot eliminate your hemorrhagic disease. Before this, you still need to rely on the body of this crow to survive," Han said with a calm look on her face, with a chuckle in her mouth. "Quake, quack, is the crow's body? It's not bad. At least it can survive. However, the body of this crow still can't blend well with my kaleidoscope writing round eyes." The crow-shaped Shishui opened his mouth. After a tweet, he said calmly, "I'll help you find a suitable crow. So, from now on Zishui, you can be your crow with peace of mind." Ha ha. Hanaya looked at the crow with a weird face, showing his face with a happy smile. He said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Mr. Zishui." "No, It should be called Crow Mr. Zishui. Ha ha ha. I'm so ridiculous. Zishui. Do you understand now? Wayward choice of self-sacrifice comes at a price. Narowami showed a happy smile on her face, and said with a big smile, "Thank you Super Pikeseogwai for the big 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Next chapter, looking for Konohachas in store. Chapter 398 Looking for the Konoha Kaizen store. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 398 Looking for Konohachas in store. For collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto's Strongest Emperor's Emissary. Chapter 398 Looking for the Konohachas in store. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. So, this is the task arrangement. First of all, we need to clean the medicine garden. Kakashi, the instructor of class 7 with a smile on his face, a pair of dead fish eyes looked at Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura in front of him, and said quietly, "Cut! This is such a task. It's not interesting at all." Naruto grumbled in his mouth with a look of dissatisfaction on his face, and then his eyes rolled. "Since Mr. Kakashi doesn't accept the sleevel quest for us, then we can also take it. It's decided." The next task. Find the Konohachas in store. Naruto's mouth suddenly burst. Scream, with a look of excitement on his face. Naruto. You give me the piece to complete the task. The phone bug from Anbu you took yesterday. The third generation of Naruto-sama has already told our instructor. Kakashi looked at Naruto with dead eyes. Brows slightly he wrinkled and warned in his mouth. Cut. Teacher Kakashi is really boring. And I want one of the magical phone bug too. Naruto crouched on the house with a gloomy expression, muttering. Then Naruto's eyes turned to Sasuke beside him. Hey, Sasuke, do you want to find the Konoha Kaizen store? Naruto quietly approached Sasuke, glanced at Kakashi cautiously, and asked in a low voice, "Not interested?" Sasuke still had a cold face, glanced at Naruto blankly, and said coldly in his mouth, "Not interested? Maybe the Konoha Kaizen store will have something to enhance your strength. If you don't go, then forget it." Naruto's eyes rolled, a playful look appeared on his face, and his mouth bewildered, said, "Improve strength?" Sasuke's face showed a calm look, turned his head and glanced at Naruto. Although he knew that Naruto was lying to him, Sasuke wanted it even if there was only a chance to improve his strength. "Grab it. After this mission, I will wait for you at our assembly location." Sasuke's face was as cold as ever, his eyes calmly glanced at Naruto, and he whispered in his mouth, "Hey, Kozakura. Go on an adventure with me." Naruto came to Kozakura again, with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Don't go." When Sakura heard Naruto's words, she rebuffed, which made the expectant Naruto look depressed. "Sasuke, too. If you don't go," Naruto muttered with a gloomy look on his face. "Nani, did you mean that Sasuke is going too?" Naruto. Don't forget me then. When Sakura heard that Sasuke was going too, a happy smile appeared on her face and quickly interrupted what Naruto said. So tired. In the afternoon, Naruto dragged his tired body to the gathering place. Seeing Sasuke and Sakura who had been waiting there, a grievance flashed across Naruto's face. "Naruto, hurry up, I'm waiting for you," Sakura complained with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. However, Sakura has already begun to roar in her heart. Obviously, Naruto's arrival has affected Sakura's Topasan world. "Wait for Shikamaru and they will come here." Naruto sat on the bench next to him with a tired face, reminding him. Ask for flowers. Kamaru and the others, in other words, is that guy no coming back? Kozakura frowned slightly, with a look of unwillingness on her face, glanced at Sasuke next to him, and muttered in her mouth, say, "Yo, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura." Here we are. Just when Naruto was just sitting down, Shikamaru Nara, Chomichiyuki, Inoyamanaka, Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Shinoyuki go to the meeting place. "Are you here?" It seems that everyone is very interested in Konoha's rare treasure shop. Ino glanced at the Xiokiangs who came here, and said with a chuckle, "Zero then, Sleevel expedition mission ... Find the Konoha store." Naruto, who was tired, jumped up suddenly, exclaiming with excitement in his mouth, "This fellow Naruto!" Sasuke's several people looked at the resurrected Naruto with a black line, and murmured helplessly in their mouths. Speaking of which, I am very curious about these magical items. Inuzuka's face also showed a trace of excitement, and said in a deep voice, "I am actually a little interested in the person introduced yesterday." Nara Shikamaru said with a thoughtful look on his face, muttering in his mouth, "Hey, get me up. This is our expedition mission," Naruto yelled while looking at the few people who were in deep thought. "Thank you Super Pikeseogwai for the big 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Looking for ongoing time. Chapter 399 is looking for time, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 399 looking for time, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly ticket. Naruto's strongest Emperor's emissary. Chapter 399 is looking for the ongoing time. Please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Hey, let me cheer up. This is our expedition mission. Naruto's eyes looked at the few people who were lost in thought, yelled, "This is already Konoha 3rd Street. Shikamaru, have you found anything?" Naruto squatted on the ground with an annoyed look, glanced blankly at the street in front of him, and asked, "Say." "Nothing was found at all. We searched all the shops in this street. There is no Konoha shop at all." Nara Shikamaru's brows wrinkled slightly, and his mouth said deep, "Yeah. What about you guys? Still haven't found anything?" Naruto looked at Inuzuka, who had just returned with a helpless look of 160, and asking, "None of the stores is a Konoha store." Inuzuka tooth touched his nose, shrugged, and replied helplessly in his mouth, "Could it be a lie to us? There is no Konoha store at all." Sakura frowned slightly, glanced at the Naruto and others in front of him, and whispered in her mouth, "No, if I'm not wrong, the phone bug should come from the Konoha store." Remember the first sentence of the other party after Naruto connected to the phone bug that day? Nara Shikamaru frowned tightly, with a serious look on his face, reminded him. "The first sentence? What are you talking about?" Yamanaka Ino looked at Nara Shikamaru with a puzzled face, and asking, "This is the Konoha shop that does not exist." The other party's first sentence is like this. Nara Shikamaru showed a thoughtful look on his face, and said in a deep voice, "It doesn't exist." "Yes, maybe. This shop was originally hidden in the dark." Sasuke's face showed a cold expression, and said analytically, "Then, what we need to do now is to look for clues. Maybe the people living on this street can know something." Unishino pushed her sunglasses on her face, and said in a low voice, "Sugar." The Uenoshino who had just finished speaking saw Naruto jump up suddenly and pointed at herself in surprise. "So Shino is here too." Naruto pointed at Shino with his right finger, and said in surprise. From Naruto's surprise, everyone suddenly looked at Shino. "My sense of existence. Is it weak?" Uenoshino looked at the surprised eyes of several people all looking at him with a black line, and said in a low voice, "This uncle. Do you know the Konoha store?" Naruto completely ignored the grieving oil girl. Shino jumped up quickly, caught up with a middle-aged uncle, and asked, "Say, Konoha store? Haven't heard of it." The middle-aged uncle frowned and glanced at Naruto in front of him, with a hint of impatient expression on his face, and said in a deep voice, "This aunt ... Do you know Konoha store?" Seeing Naruto's movements, The other people all started to move. I haven't heard of it. I don't know. Isn't there this place? I heard this answer from time to time in Konoha's 3rd Street, and the hopeful Naruto and others were disappointed on their faces. But more and more, tweet. Just when Naruto and others were looking for it, a white fox also began to imitate the actions of Naruto's few people, and its small and cute appearance made the people around smile a little. What's that? So cute. Sakura's gaze was obviously attracted by the little white fox. Stars appeared in her eyes, and her mouth exclaimed, "What a cute little fox." A light appeared in Hinata's eyes. He looked at the fox in front of him with affection and whispered in his mouth, "Fox. What a funny fox." When Naruto heard Sakura's words, he also saw the fox imitating the actions of himself and others, with a funny expression on his face, yelling, "Tweet." When the fox heard Naruto's yelling, a look of horror flashed across his face, quickly separated from the crowd, and ran towards a house. "Stop, don't run." Naruto's face showed an excited smile, yelled from his mouth, and then quickly chased after him. "Wait." Naruto guy. Shikamaru showed a helpless look on his face, glanced at the others, and then quickly chased Naruto. Tweet. The fox quickly ran into a house, and then plunged into the arms of an old grandfather. "Ha ha, Yanu. Are you in trouble again?" The old grandfather hugged the little white fox with a loving look on his face, and said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Stop." Naruto yelled, and quickly rushed to the grandfather's face, with a look of excitement on his face, and his eyes beamed at the fox in front of him. "Grandpa, you fox is really funny. Is it a shinobi?" Naruto squatted in front of Grandpa with a grin, and asked, "Thank you Super Pikeseogwai for the big 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Kaiban vs Kung Fu Manatee. The 12 Xiokiang gathered. Chapter 400 Kaiban vs Kung Fu Manatee. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Chapter 400 Kaiban vs Kung Fu Manatee. On, for collection, for subscription, for reward, for monthly pass. Naruto, the strongest Emperor's Emperor. Chapter 400 Kaiban vs Kung Fu Manatee. On, please collect. Seek subscription. Seek reward. Seek monthly ticket. Grandpa, you fox is really funny. Is it an Inju beast? Naruto squatted in front of Grandpa grinningly. His mouth inquired and said, "Ha ha, of course. I bought this at the Konoha Kaizen store 2 years ago. This cloud fox alone was a waste of the secret heart scroll passed down by our family." The old man carried on his face a faint smile, said with a chuckle in his mouth, "Konoha Kaizen store." Grandpa, do you know where the Konoha Kaizen store is? The Sakura and others who had just arrived heard the old man's words, with a hint of excitement on their faces, and asked, "Yeah, Grandpa. Do you know how to find the Konoha Kaizen store?" Shikamaru frowned slightly, and asked in a low voice, "You boys 19 want to go to the Konoha Kaizen store? This is an amazing store." Just like the owner said, this store does not exist. If you rely on you people, let's give up. By the way, my name is Okazaki Takasawa. Okazaki Takasawa explained with a look of yearning on his face. "Grandpa Okazaki, didn't you say that your Cloud Fox was bought at Konoha's Kaizen store?" Naruto asked with a look of doubt on his face. "I also accidentally walked into the Konoha Kaizen store 2 years ago, and it took our family's last secret technique scroll to get a Cloud Fox," Okazaki Takasawa said with a look of memory on his face, his mouth softly say. "However, if you want to enter the Konoha Kaizen store, I can help." Okazaki Takezawa looked at the disappointed few people, with a smile on his face, and said softly, "Really? That's great." Naruto heard Okazaki Takasawa's words and jumped up with excitement instantly, shouting loudly, "Tweet, tweet." Yanu standing next to Okazaki Takes also jumped up like Naruto, and there was a pleasant cry from his mouth, "Be quiet, you kid." Okazaki Takezawa looked at the excited Naruto with a smile, and reminded him with a chuckle, The reason why the Konoha Chizen store does not exist, it is because there is an illusion barrier around this store. If there is no correct way to enter, you will definitely not be able to enter, Okazaki Takasawa said on his face. With a sigh of expression, he explained softly in his mouth. Illusion? We have a lot of people who restrain illusion. Narashikamaru frowned slightly, glanced at Sasuke, Hinata, and Shino, and said calmly, "This is not an ordinary illusion enchantment. The store manager calls this illusion enchantment Jingwu Shuayu enchantment. Jingwu Shuayu. What you see may not be real or illusory. This kind of enchantment can interfere with people. 5 senses. This is an invitation card that allows you to clearly see the Konoha Chizen store and enter it," Okazaki Takezawa said softly with a sigh on his face. At the same time, Okazaki Takasawa took out a sign with the word Zen in his hand. On the sign, the word Zen flashed like a dream. "Thank you very much, Grandpa Okazaki." Naruto took the wooden sign handed over by Takasawa Okazaki with excitement, and said sincere thanks. "Next, you should be able to see the Konoha Kaizen store." Naruto said goodbye to Okazaki Takezawa, with a look of expectation on their faces, muttering in their mouths, "Konoha Cyclone." Just as Naruto and the others passed a street, a low drink suddenly came out, and then Naruto and others saw a watermelon-headed teenager wearing a green tights. Konoha Cyclone? It's still too weak. In front of the watermelon-head boy, a strange animal with a tail fin and a tortoise shell on its back also jumped up, and the tail fin suddenly drew towards the man. Juvenile. Peng. A dull sound came, and the watermelon-headed teenager instantly jumped backwards. But the strange animal who was talking about people had his right hand back behind him, and his left hand stretched out in front of him. It really deserves to be a senior kung fu manatee. If that's the case, Ningsa ... every day, let's go together. With a serious expression on his face, the watermelon-headed boy Liliok also made a gang fist 280 hand style, said in a deep voice. It seems that this can only be possible. Hyuga Neji's face was calm, and his eyes kept looking at any possible dead ends of the Kung Fu manatee, and he whispered in his mouth, "You two guys are really strong in fighting spirit. However, the opponent is a senior Kung Fu manatee. Do you really think you can beat it?" Tantan looked helplessly at his two teammates. Mouth Lee sighed and said, "Come on." Konoha Gale. Xiao Li shouted loudly. His feet instantly turned into a gale, and he quickly kicked the Kung Fu manatee. "Awesome. Is this weird animal called a Kung Fu manatee? It's really interesting." The 9 Naruto who arrived just now looked at the Kung Fu manatee in front of him with surprise, and Naruto's eyes glowed, and his mouth appeared, said excitedly, "Thank you Super Pike Seogwai for the big 100-point reward!" Subscribe. Ask for a reward. Ask for a monthly pass. Seeking collection. Kaiban vs Kung Fu Manatee. Under.